for this thing. All you bitches best to know my name. Nobody you hoes, I'm coming from South Park. Catch you after dark, I'ma spit your fucking chest apart. Follow you. For this thing, all you bitches best to know my name. Nobody you hoes, I'm coming from South Park. Catch you after dark, I'ma spit your fucking chest apart. Follow you.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Ah, boy, man, listen. So today it looks like it's closing arguments for the Travis Rudolph murder trial. So I was like, you know what? Let's get back on here. Let's finish it out. Let's knock this out. Anyway, if you're new, hit that like, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification icon. It lets you know when I got new content coming out. Please share the stream. Let people know we live, guys. Let people know we live. If you're catching the replay, leave a comment. Let me know how I'm doing. Anyway, so this has been a wild case, guys. So to catch you guys up, right? And if let's do this real quick so we ready, just in case they jump on. All right, there we go. So for those of you who don't know or aren't familiar with the Travis Rudolph trial, Travis Rudolph is an ex NFL football player. He also went to Florida State. On April the 7th, 2001, but April the 6th, 2001, he had an argument with his then girlfriend, Dominique Jones. They got into a heated argument. Some shit was said. She got pissed. She called him a broke bitch. He said that she was fat, essentially. And she found out that he's fucking around with some other chick. So she got mad and she called her brother or texted her brothers to come shoot his shit up. Quote, shoot his shit up. Right? 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. on April 7th. 12 a.m. on April 7th, her brother and three of his friends went to Travis's house to confront him. They confronted him. Travis comes out the house. They immediately start fighting and jumping him. His brother jumped in. So now it's just a brawl in the middle of the street. Allegedly, one of the boys pulled a gun out. And we know that the guy pulled the gun out because they found the gun at the scene of the crime when it was all said and done. The guy pulled the gun out. Travis went back in the house, grabbed the AR. When he came out the house, he saw his brother down the street getting jumped by these guys, and one guy ran off. So he went down to go get his brother. When he gets down there to get his brother, it's alleged that Travis seen two guys in the car pointing guns at him and his brother. So when he saw that, he let the AR go. He let that AR go. He shot 39 times, striking one of the guys fatally as the car drove away. Now, you would think because they had text messages with a plot to go shoot up his house or him, the guy showing up to the house, right? The guy showing up to the house to do harm to him. One or two of the guys actually having a gun, and we know that because they found the gun at the scene of the crime because the guy either dropped it or ditched it. That this would be self-defense. That this would be an open and shut case of self-defense. Stand your ground in Florida. Travis was a concealed carry owner, firearm licensee, I would say. And he was in defense of himself and others, which would be his family. His mother was outside. His brother was being jumped by these guys as well. But the city of Palm Beach doesn't see it like that. The city of Palm Beach revoked his right to stand your ground, and he is on trial for murder of one of the assailants that came to kill him. And here we are. This is day 9. This is the closing arguments. It's going to get interesting. It's going to get real interesting. I'm interested to see what they say. They did give jury instructions. I believe it was yesterday they went over jury instructions, if I'm not mistaken. Now, me, if I was on this jury, I would just be like, look, I'd have my mind made up for day 1. Then again, that's probably why I'm not on the jury, because I got too much common sense. Hopefully this jury has common sense as well. And we'll see. But I'm rooting for Travis Rudolph in this situation. And I'm not rooting for him simply because he was in self-defense, in defending his life, right? I'm rooting for him because it seems like these prosecutors are out to get him. And it seems like these prosecutors are out to get him for the simple fact that he used an AR-15 to defend his life. Now, I was on Hotep Jesus's channel yesterday. I called in and I said I would argue The reason why you haven't seen anybody on the right, you haven't seen Black Lives Matter or Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, and none of those guys come to his defense is because they can't. They can't. The reason why I don't think they can is because of said AR-15. If they do that, then this actually proves that an AR-15 is a viable option to defend your life with. It's not just some weapon of war. That it actually is in common use and it can be used to defend your life. This is a fucking textbook case of that. Now, as far as why the right, why haven't come to his aid, I don't know. You know, Daniel Penny, he got over $2 million in GoFundMe. As much as I agreed with Kyle Rittenhouse and his right to defend himself, they came to Kyle Rittenhouse aid, boy. There's not many law tubers covering this at all. I'm not a law tuber. I'm a staunch 2A supporter. And I heard about this case on one of my streams. Somebody brought it to my attention. I was like, are you serious? When I looked into it, I was like, this is very interesting. I want to know how this goes. This is really important because in this case, in my opinion, they're making the assailants, they're making the actual criminals, the actual guilty party, the victim. And the man who defended the life of him, his mom, and his brother is the villain in this case. See, they argued that, he shot 39 rounds from a weapon of war. Those guys didn't have rounds chambered in their guns. Who cares if those guys didn't have rounds chambered in their guns? Who cares? They had the gun. They brandished the gun. And in my opinion, you brandished a gun at me, you just forfeited your right to live. It's either you or me, homie. But they didn't. They pulled their guns, but did they pull the trigger? So Travis Rudolph was supposed to wait until somebody pulled the trigger. Somebody tried to shoot him first and then shoot back. That's not how it works. The minute somebody pulls a gun, whether they're brandishing it, whether they have intent to use it or not, justifies what happened. In no way, shape, or form or fashion was Travis Rudolph the aggressor at all. Even when he went down to go get his brother, he wasn't the aggressor. He didn't start shooting as he was walking down to go get him. He got down to his brother, and according to his testimony and his brother's testimony, two people in the car had guns pointed at him and his brother through the windshield. One had through the windshield, one was out the passenger side door. Or driver's side door, I'm sorry. And when he seen that, he sprung into action. He let that AR go. And unfortunately, it cost the life of one of these dickheads who came to come kill him. Or allegedly come kill him or fuck him up or whatever it was. Because according to the text messages, it said it had go shoot his shit up. So let's recap that. Let me see if I can't find it real quick before this trial starts. We're still waiting on them to start. Let me see. Anyway, sound off in the chat. Sound off in the chat. One's in the chat if you think Travis Rudolph is justified in his actions. One's in the chat. Matter of fact, I'll probably put a poll up in a second. Let's see. Give y'all a nice little recap. There you go.
Count how many times my brother shot because I was such.
Oh, sorry.
Like, in a state like.
Wrong one. Sorry. Not the right one. Where is it? Let's see. Bear with me, people. Here it is.
Made threats towards Rudolph. emergency?
I just heard a ton of shots behind me. I just heard shots fired.
It sounded like 10 gunshots.
It's a guy out here saying that he's just been shot.
April 7th, 2021. 911 calls for help flood into dispatch around midnight.
Things escalated so quickly.
For the first time, Travis Rudolph talks about the night he says 4 men showed up at his front door.
I just heard a loud bang, as if like the police was at the door.
In exclusive video, we can now see everything playing out on security cameras.
This all happened within seconds, so my brother was the first one to get to the door, so I was worried about his safety as well.
Who is it? Travis at?
According to court records, Rudolph and his then girlfriend, Dominique Jones, got into a fight earlier that night.
Open this door, bro, because this got me. Dominique, stop.
Who are you calling it, bruh?
Afterwards, she texted her brother, Keyshawn Jones. Evidence shows they both made threats towards.
So can y'all see that? So Kie or Keyshawn, that's the brother in green, says what? Travis is a dead man walking, and then in blue is the girl, Dominique Jones, saying, please go shoot his shit up. We now know it says shit up. They incriminated themselves during text messages. You also saw the footage of them at his door.
It's Rudolph.
As soon as I came outside, literally, Tyler, like, he sucker punched me to my left eye. It was Tyler and Sebastian. It was like kind of trying to corner me in. And Tyler, he had pulled out his firearm. And during that time, Tyler pulled out his firearm. Sebastian was like, you messed with the wrong girl. You're gonna die tonight. And that's when I went back inside and grabbed my firearm.
The fight spilling out into the street. The video shows Rudolph then running off his property with an AR-15.
I had to do what I had to do, you know what I'm saying, to protect me and my family. My brother was on the ground getting jumped by 2 of those guys getting kicked. So that's the reason why I went down the street. While they're all in their car, I see 2 firearms pointing at me and my brother. And I couldn't believe it. And it's just a split decision where I just felt like it's either me or my brother or these guys that's, you know what I'm saying, gonna get hurt.
Rudolph firing 39 rounds, the 4 men speeding off.
I know people at home are going to question, okay, he has an AR-15 and he fired 39 times.
This is what they're worried about. That's what they're worried about. That's what they're worried about. What's up, Jay? What's up, bro?
What's good? What's good?
Not much.
Man, yeah, they're harping on the AR-15, right? They can't be seen protecting someone's 2A if they had an AR.
Exactly.
They think that's a weak move, and that's not from the orders on top or orders on high. They got to make it look like they're the assault weapon. That's the weapon of war. That's the evil weapon. That's the scary looking one. Remember what she said? The prosecutor said, "Does it look scary, Judge?" Remember that? Right. The black woman said, "Does this look scary, Judge?" When she was swinging it around in the courtroom.
Right. Mm-hmm. He's like, please put that gun down, please, ma'am.
Explanation for that.
I can't even count how many times I shot, to be honest with you. I got fast reflexes. You know, I play football. And on top of that, I mean, I felt like I had to keep shooting until the threat is no longer a threat anymore.
Did you?
Which is crazy to me, right, Jay? Because what do you say to the people that said you had an AR-15? Like, what the fuck does that matter that he had an AR-15? Somebody
what do you say to the people? What do you say to the people? It's a tool? It's my gun?
Right.
I mean, what do I say to the people?
This shit is nonsensical to me, yo.
Oh, it goes back to what they want to project for the normies and the people that aren't 2A aware or don't know, you know the original, that a lot of people are fearful, right? Fearful of tools and fearful of weaponry and stuff like that. And they don't have a lot of experience around them and just see what they see from the news media, right? So that's their come off. So that's where the jump off is for the news media, is to keep pushing that fear narrative. Because ultimately, what's the goal? What's the agenda here ultimately? Ban all. That's to take an inch so we can take a mile. Give them an inch so we can take a mile. That's where they're leading with it.
Right.
They want us to be in the situation that Australia's in. They want us to be in the situation that Canada's in, where you got people just running up on each other with knives.
Them, claiming Rudolph had
a my bad. Let me hit that on mistake.
Oh, it's good. You're good. I'm just saying that's where they want us at. They wanted to lead us down that path because we're already living in 1984 in George Orwell's dystopian world.
Right.
Now that's the blueprint, though. What's the next move?
Facts. So here goes the other video where they said witnesses say witnesses. They trying to call
The shooters
witnesses, bro.
witnesses, the armed prowlers, like she said, the armed brawlers.
The witnesses say he and others did not intend to shoot former Travis Rudolph during deadly encounter.
That's right. Today, prosecutors show the jury some surveillance video that they say that shows that Travis Rudolph was the aggressor, that he was shooting at 4 men who came apparently to shoot up his house. Although one of those men testified today saying that just meant they were there for a fist fight, not murder. Prosecutors say Travis Rudolph was the aggressor the night in April 2021. 4 men showed up at his door, Rudolph shooting 39 rounds as they fled following a fight, showing jurors this surveillance video of bullets flying from Rudolph's semi-automatic rifle as he chased them down the street.
Murder begins when self-defense ends. Now, that was a simple sentence said many, many years ago, but that simple sentence perfectly encapsulates
He looked like a pedophile.
Why this defendant right there, Travis Rudolph, is sitting in the chair that he's
All he
sitting
needs is a pair of Jeffrey
The 4 men
Dahmer
arrived
glasses.
when Rudolph's girlfriend contacted them, claiming Rudolph had assaulted her after she found texts from other women on his phone, telling them to come shoot up the house. One of those men, the girlfriend's brother, testifying he was throwing punches at Rudolph during the fist fight, but insisting no one pulled a gun and all 4 ran and got into their car. But Rudolph's attorney insisting Rudolph was acting in self-defense.
Isn't that a fact?
Look at
that
him.
you guys
Yeah, it's a picnic
immediately
basket. Look
attacked
at
him,
him.
never giving him a chance to do anything?
No.
Rudolph's attorneys say he never began shooting until 2 of the men in the car pointed guns at him through the windows, and he was in fear for his life.
They were vigilantes. They were 4 men who went there to retaliate and kill, just as they were ordered to do.
But Kashawn Jones saying he was in the front seat and did not see Sebastian Jean-Jacques lean out of the back seat and point a gun at Rudolph.
I'm telling you that I didn't see any guns pointed.
He lying his ass off. Look at him.
And 2 of the men did apparently have weapons. Testimony in this case will continue throughout the week.
Apparently did have
Live in West Palm Beach, Terry
They
Parker,
had guns.
WPBF.
You can't call them weapons of war or assault because that doesn't fit the current narrative.
Exactly.
They're
Now,
so full of it.
Shout out to my man Protocol in the building. Protocol sent me this footage of this of the girl who started all of this bullshit, Dominique Jones. Listen to her being questioned by the lawyers in the courtroom.
Yesterday, you testified to this jury on direct examination that Travis manhandled you, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes. You've also testified that he picked you up off your feet and slammed you to the ground 2 times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So he literally picked you up off your feet and then slammed you to the ground on 2 occasions.
Correct.
And you testified that he was disrespectful yesterday. That's the
Judging by the size of them forearms, I don't know if he was able to pick her up. He ain't that big of a dude. Them forearms tell me she at least about 260, 160, 170, maybe 180. I'm just saying.
moral of the story. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't the moral of the story is that you sent your brother and his friends to go kill Travis?
No, the moral of the story is him putting his hands on me. That is really the basis of everything. And I didn't send my brothers to kill him.
No, you just sent a text to go shoot up his right?
I didn't say shoot him.
You sent a text to
Listen
go
to
shoot
this.
up his right?
Correct.
Tell the jury what is.
When you're angry, you say things. I'm sure everyone in this courtroom has said something when I'm trying to speak. If you want me to answer your question, you have to let me answer your question.
Well, if you were responsive to my question, I wouldn't have.
All right. Answer the question, please.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
Question was, what does mean in the context of that text?
Anything but him.
Okay. So it could have been His brother?
No.
It could have been the house?
Nothing violent toward a person.
It could have been his mother's house, right?
I was upset and my adrenaline was running and I said something that I didn't mean. That's the bottom line of that. I didn't mean for my brothers to do any of that. That's why when my brother left the house, he did not have a firearm on him.
So you're not answering my question again.
Okay.
You told the jury that meant anything other than a person, right? That's what you just told them. You remember that?
Okay, can I clarify the jury?
Finish my question.
Okay.
Didn't you just tell the jury that meant anything other than a person? Yes or no?
I would like to clarify that.
Well, answer yes or no, and then you can clarify. Did you not just tell them that?
I did tell them that, but I want to clarify what I mean.
Okay.
When I said that, I was upset. I was angry, and I said something that I didn't mean. My adrenaline was running. I am clarifying my answer. Am I not?
Go ahead, finish.
So I was upset, and I ended up saying something that I didn't mean. Like, people say things when they're upset that they don't mean all the time. But since the situation has happened, it obviously blew up 20 times more. But I didn't necessarily mean for anything to happen to Travis, his family, his house, or anything. It was like my second home. I would not want anything to happen there.
Now, you didn't just say something, shorty. You didn't just say something. That was a call to action. You told your brother to go shoot his shit up.
Yeah.
That's like me telling somebody I'm gonna bust you in your shit. It could mean I'm gonna bust you.
But you don't mean anything violent by it.
But you don't mean nothing violent by it.
Peacefully. I'm gonna peacefully bust you.
Kay said, no, you weren't. You're a married ass wanting him unalive.
That is so freaking crazy. She's married, and she's just a whole mess.
What's up, Papa Hotep in the building?
Salute, Papa Hotep.
Protocol says, so why they knock on the door and ask for him by name?
They were going to call him out for a gentleman's duel.
We're just going. Who's going to talk it over a couple of Bud Lights?
Man.
Steph Colonel says, what's up, Steph? He says, saying something that you don't mean and calling up goons to do something are all, all the way different things. Exactly.
Got the goon squad on them. Let's get these goonies out here. See what we can do.
Child for
on demon time.
Yeah, we on demon time. Like, that's the shit. Like, this is what this is. Is that the end of it?
Still with me, trial attorney Cannon Kearney.
That was it for that. That shit's crazy, bro. That shit's fucking crazy. You know what I mean? Like, excuse me. Like, I don't understand. Like, why? First off, the brother nor her are on trial for anything, bro.
Nothing.
For nothing.
Good people. That's all they are. Just good people.
They just good people, right? And they just good people. This shit is crazy, man. This shit is nuts.
It's backwards world. Bizarro world.
Backwards, bro. Ass backwards, bro. So I don't know what's going to happen. The closing arguments are going to be very interesting. I think the prosecution did a fucking horrible job.
Good.
I think the prosecution did a horrible job because they couldn't disprove his self-defense argument. Right? All they kept saying was, well, they didn't have a round chambered in the gun. That don't fucking matter. They had a gun, but they didn't shoot the gun. Doesn't matter. They had a gun, and I seen it.
Why didn't you wait for him to shoot you? Why didn't you wait? Where should you have been? And why'd you have your shirt off?
Right.
Some of the arguments.
Right. Why was your shirt off? Because I was in the house.
Oh, well, so you were trying to intimidate them with all those muscles. What's wrong with you? Why were you in your boxers? We trying to get some drawers?
That shit just tripped me out, yo. It tripped me
out. They were coming with that jealous female energy. The questions it was emotional questions that didn't make any sense and didn't pertain to what was the facts.
No, and then you got the prosecutor. She acting like a goddamn oh shit, hold on, my bad. She acting like a goddamn, like she jealous, like she has some skin in the fucking game.
Right. Remember she said you deserve those hits, didn't you? Did you not deserve those hits that you got? Who deserves some hits?
That's exactly what she said.
Flip the genders, all right? Flip the genders, and let that be a woman going into the house and the man behind her just busting her in the head. Would she deserve the hits then too?
Right.
Is
Right,
it is
exactly.
it equality? Is it equal opportunity or not? Is it? Make it make sense. They're not making any sense at all. None.
At all, bro. At all. At all. That's all I'm saying. Hold up a second. Let me see. Hold on, Jay. Like they getting ready to start.
Mm-hmm. I see them lining up.
They invited me upstairs for food and bagels. I appreciate that. All right, let's unmute this and see what the fuck going on.
All the instructions of justifiable use of deadly force. This was a first-degree murder case and also multiple counts of attempted murder and robbery. So
Let's go back. Did he say one way or another he's being sentenced? What did he say?
out.
Yeah.
Typed out, and I did. I said other instructions that I wrote out.
Yeah.
Typed out.
I'm just trying to get to the right part, Joe. I'm sorry. Fuck it, it's cool right here. We got Rudy the Vet Russo in the building. What's up, Rudy?
That I wrote out.
Yeah.
Typed out, and I did. Send them to the CAG. If you don't have a copy, can I approach?
Yes, you may.
Do you need a copy?
So they took his stand your ground away from him. They forfeited his right to stand your ground in this trial. Pop.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Okay, thank you.
They literally let her go on the stand and admit to conspiracy to commit murder, essentially, and they're not being charged for it.
Right.
Kay said Mama Rudolph didn't hire them old church ladies to whoop old girl with that spirit of Jesus. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yo, this is a fucking sham trial, bro. I swear, yo. I hope they don't find this man. I hope like they do all this shit. They have the closing arguments and they give the jury instructions and the jury go back. Well, we made our minds up like 7 days ago. It's not guilty.
Okay, so look, there's a lot of paper here, so cut to the chase. What should I be looking at?
All right, Paige, Judge, this is State versus Rios de los Santos, and case number is 2012 CF 005-480. Was in front of our chief judge, Judge Kelly, and the prosecutor was now Judge Lauren Godin.
Division, apparently. Yeah, okay.
27.
Judge, like I'm over this
All the
shit.
instructions of justifiable use of deadly force. This was a first-degree murder case and also multiple counts of attempted murder and robbery, so it's similar fact pattern.
Okay.
Showing the precedence.
My proposed jury instructions, including principle that the state said is reversible error, was given in that case. 35.
Because I think I've already covered the.
Make sure y'all hit that like button.
Various,
Make sure y'all share the stream out. Let people know we live.
Circumstances under which the use of deadly force is justifiable. I think I've already covered that adequately.
You did, and I object to that, Judge. I'm
Why?
I'm asking for my instructions, my proposed that I have in writing, because it has the actual names and details.
Yeah, but that's going to do nothing but confuse the jury. And with all due respect to my good friend and colleague, Mr. Judge Kelly, I would never have done it this way.
All right. Well, I'm asking for a judge, and I know the court's denying it. As long as my objections can be noted, and
they are,
and the proposed can be filed in the court file if they're ever needed.
Sure. Okay. So now, with respect to the issue of principles, where is that?
Page 33, Your Honor.
30 what?
33.
Thank you. Okay, I'm there. All right, State. Well, do you think that was a reversible error? Did this case go to the 4th District, or was he acquitted?
It was a hung jury and then
A deal afterwards?
the deal afterwards, Judge. There was other cases too, but unfortunately, I don't know why our court system doesn't have jury instructions.
What the heck happened on Rumble?
They're not in the public record, so I
Really?
I have them for my files, but I can't tell the court I definitely filed them and they were given because I need to confirm it with the clerk, but they're not in there.
I'm surprised to learn that, because at the conclusion of every trial, I hand over the jury instructions that I've read to the jury,
Oh,
to
that's
the
still going
clerk,
on.
and as far as I know, they were filed.
Of course, but I've been doing this for 35 years, so maybe because some of the 10, 15, 20-year-old cases, they're not in there. I don't know, but they're not in there, so I can't. This is the only one I could find that were definitely in there and was definitely given.
All right, so what's the objection then?
Or maintains its objection to this instruction.
Okay, just keep it up. Voice up.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yep.
The state maintains its objection to the requested instruction, arguing that there's no case law or statute that provides for such a thing.
I would have liked to hear the case law he was trying to
The
cite.
board is inclined to instruct the jury regarding this. So be it, but that's the state's position.
And Judge, I have one more case if I may approach. I gave the state a copy. This is Nelson versus State.
Okay.
4th DCA case 853 7 2nd 563 2003. Thank you. It's not directly on point in the principle, but it does stand for the proposition that.
That what?
Well, give me a second, Judge. I have to find it. Talks about a defendant's entitled to any jury instruction that goes to the heart of their defense. And this case was reversed because it was sort of a transferred intent killing where the defendant
I said the same thing.
shot
Kay.
at one person and hit a second unintended person by a random shot fired. And the law is clear from the 4th DCA and other courts that the killing of a party intended to be killed under all circumstances could have been excusable or justifiable homicide in the theory of self-defense. Then the unintended killing of a bystander by a random shot fired in the proper and prudent exercise of such self-defense is also excusable or justifiable. So that was really akin to my argument that there's no way without that principle instruction I can argue to the jury that if Keyshawn Jones was shot at and he's just driving a car, the state's saying he's an innocent victim. Then he's automatically guilty of attempted murder. There's no defense to that. And likewise for Christopher Lowe, at the moment he was shot at, they're saying he was an innocent victim.
But they weren't
That's
innocent.
not
They all showed up.
the state of the law if the jury finds
They all
they're
showed up
acting
to
in
do
concert
him
with each
wrong.
other.
They were
And this
all.
case makes it clear.
This is what I don't understand.
State?
How are they
Respond,
victims?
Judge? Respectfully, I've read the case.
I don't understand that,
It stands to the
Jay.
proposition
They
that
all showed up to
court
his house.
should
They
have
all were
considered
involved in the fight. They all
self-defense
were
being given
acting
as
based
an
off of her
instruction to the
text
jury
message.
because the
They're not
defense had
victims.
essentially presented
They weren't
sufficient
innocent
evidence of that
bystanders.
claim, and the refusal
They were
to do
directly
so
involved in
led
the
to
altercation
reversal.
that
It
resulted
does
in the
not
death of that
stand
one
for the
guy.
proposition that any quote request from
This
the
is
defense
crazy.
for an instruction should always be given.
Okay, we will use I haven't heard any argument one way or the other from the state on the revised jury instructions that I worked on last night to
Judge sounded like
with
he had a
respect
bad
to
night.
the definitions,
You ready to get this shit over with?
the elements of the crimes that are purportedly being committed by an alleged victim when the charged defendant utilizes deadly force against them. So what's your position on that?
For the record, the state has reviewed the jury instructions and has no objection as currently written.
Okay, very well. All right, so I guess it's over the objection of the defense. We'll use that language. I will include, however, the principal language because I don't think that will be confusing to the jury. There is no question in my mind. That's probably, well, I shouldn't say anymore. I won't. But I don't mind using the names of the 6 individuals in the principal instruction. I think it was probably confusing. I know it would be confusing to use them as proposed by the defense. There's no question in my mind they would have confused the jury.
Judge, you mean
So
the
what I
four-
got, huh?
The 4 individuals?
Well, 6, because the jury instruction that was proposed, jury instructions that were proposed named both the defendant, Mr. Rudolph, and his brother. And then the 4 alleged victims. So that's how I came up to 6. All right, anything else? Because I'm going to plug in the principal instruction there, and I'm thinking of putting it in after the justifiable deadly force instruction. And I will use the names in the principal instruction. Any?
Just an inquiry, Judge. Do
Yeah.
you plan on reading the instructions prior to closing?
Of course, I always do that. All right. So now answer my question, both of you.
No, I'm not sure what the question is.
The question was, I'm going to put the principal instruction over your objection, put the principal instruction in using the 6 names after the justifiable deadly force instruction. So I'm really asking about location, nothing else.
Don't you think it should be in the self-defense instruction with the crimes that are alleged?
Well, that's where I'm putting it.
I have no objection, Judge.
That's the justifiable use of deadly force. Yeah, I'm going to put it right after that. Yeah, right after it. I mean, if you think it's more properly placed somewhere else, I'll be happy to do that.
This really isn't an issue.
Okay, Mr. Shiner, that location good for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so it's going to take me a few minutes to set this up, not to mention photocopies. Don't make me make all these copies and come back here and have another change. Everything else okay with these things?
No, hold on. A couple things I saw.
Double check.
Yeah.
And the copy that I have printed out is on page, let me get to it. On page 10,
Okay.
first paragraph, manslaughter is underlined and highlighted.
Oh, yeah, glad you caught that. So that's not one of the crimes, the enumerated crimes in the justifiable deadly force instruction. That's why I did that. I'm glad you caught that. Thank you. You all tell me, should I eliminate that? Because there's no definition of the elements of manslaughter in the justifiable use of deadly force instruction.
I don't see anywhere the state's asking for manslaughter. Correct me if I'm wrong, as a lesser.
The lesser is to count 1.
Well, if it's a lesser, certainly that's a proper defense.
Well, I don't know. That's why I highlighted it and emboldened it to bring it to your attention.
I would object to them even asking for manslaughter as a lesser. We're not requesting that, the defense.
Okay, well, then it's going to be a lesser for count 1. So beyond that, talk to me about whether or not it is properly includable in the section under justifiable use of deadly force.
Go ahead. Wait first. Judge, it has to be included because otherwise there's no defense to manslaughter. He'd automatically be guilty, and it's similar to the case I just handed the court. And it would defy logic or common sense that you can't use self-defense in a manslaughter case. Of course you can.
The state's response, Judge, is that manslaughter, just like all the other types of homicide, does carry with it self-defense as a full defense.
Yeah.
So I don't know why that's not properly included if Your Honor didn't see it, but it should be there. I agree
What do you mean
with the
if I
defense
didn't
on
see it?
this.
It's not in the instruction.
Understood.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not is basically what I'm saying because it should be.
All right, so then I'm going to need the elements of manslaughter to be included then in the justifiable deadly force justifiable use of deadly force instruction as well. I'll take those out of the standard jury instructions.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thanks for catching that. We're in recess for a few minutes. Court's in brief recess.
What you guys in chat got to say about it? Let me see. Steph says, free the homie. Judge got that Millie case next.
Yeah, he did.
YV pulled a gun and robbed a bank. AJ, you got any Ronald Jones? I don't know. Let me see. Who's Ronald Jones? I don't know who Ronald Jones is off the bat.
So the judge is getting ready to read like all 27 pages of the jury instructions, essentially. So right now the judge is finalizing the instructions.
Okay.
So we're just waiting on it. So I'm gonna jump over to let me see. Let's go over to what is this? 1748. Legal Vices is live, so he's reviewing the he's reviewing the what's her name? The crazy bitch. I can't remember her name now. Dominique. So
the girl. Okay.
Yeah. So hold on.
Married girl.
Yeah.
Who was messing around.
Yeah. Let me see.
She wanted everyone to peacefully shoot things up with their super soakers and their orbits.
Right. What what Tyler Durden say? It's my hugging gun.
He just came over to have a friendly duel. That's all.
Yeah,
nice friendly duel.
I brought my hugging gun.
Going by 1865 rules.
Younger.
Can't.
He is years younger than me.
And how would you describe your relationship with Keyshawn?
And Keyshawn was the first witness,
close.
and he
We have
had a little bit of gender
siblings,
fluid on him,
me.
if you know.
What I told
Older
y'all,
brother,
boy,
did he
that boy
live with
gay
you
as
around the
a
time
bastard.
that this happened back in 2021?
No.
So who was living in the home in Delray at the time?
Oh my goodness.
Me, Keyshawn, my mom, and her husband at the time.
So tell us a little bit about your brother. Was he in school? Was he working around the time this happened in April of 2021?
He's been a full-time
He was a little
student
light in the
even up
loafers.
till now. He
a little
goes
light in
to
the
the
loafers.
honors college at FAU.
What about yourself? What did you do for employment back in April of 2021?
I was a realtor.
And do you still have that license?
So this day, I sold real estate.
Okay.
To this day.
I'm tired of her and
Yeah,
the girl
she-
Back
voice.
in
They both sound
April of
alike.
2021.
On cross-examination, it comes out that she sold one house. Well, she didn't even sell a house. She rented
yes?
one house since 2020.
And did there come a point where you could no longer sort of go out every day
Use
and
that
do
PPE
realty
loan.
work?
That's what she used.
Yeah, so I got my license in March, and then COVID kind of happened in April.
Oh
So
yeah,
they
that would
closed
make
the
PPE
office
loan.
when that happened.
And I used the
So
PPP
I really wasn't
loan to
working
buy a
during this
house
time.
illegally.
So you mean March of 2020?
I can't stand when girls talk like that.
Oh,
And
that
then by the
Kardashian
time
style
this
talk.
instance
Yeah.
is happening almost a year
Where it goes
later,
up and down like
sort
that?
of
Well,
things
it's like
haven't
Andrew,
fully
do you want
opened
to
yet.
pop in
No.
for shits and giggles?
I can't.
Tell
I
us a
can't
little
do
bit.
it.
Do you know someone by the name of Travis Rudolph?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
We were dating.
And can you tell us, did you know Mr. Rudolph prior to starting a romantic relationship with him?
I met him. I've known him through mutual friends, but actually meeting him one-on-one, I met him at a club.
Of course he did.
And can you tell us approximately
I
when
hope
your
he-
relationship
I hope
began,
he
the
learned his
romantic
lesson.
relationship?
I would say that
We
I
already
was like
watched the
sleeping
legal. We already
over.
watched.
I was
We've watched
around
the whole.
him consistently
You also have to go
for
back in time
the beginning
if you want
since
to
like
watch our
March.
review of the lead
But
detective.
I would say like the relationship actually started around November.
We've
So
streamed
when
the
you say
entire
March,
trial.
you just have to make sure we put it in context of time. Are you talking about March of 2020?
Correct.
So that's around when COVID is hitting.
Yes, I'm at his house every day. I'm sleeping over every day. I'm around his family, etc.
Tell us a little bit about that family. Did you come to meet his mother, Linda Rundle?
Etc.
Or Rudolph, sorry.
Etc.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Yes. Did you come to meet his mother, Linda?
Yeah, me and her were pretty close, very close.
Would you say that you
Yeah,
considered her
they're
sort of
very
like
close.
a
I
second
can't
mom,
take
or
that
did you
voice,
not
though.
have that type of close relationship?
If I ever
No,
like,
we had a very, very
I'm
tight,
happy I'm not single. If
tight
I was single and I went on a
relationship.
date with a girl like that, that spoke
Anything
like that,
about
I'd just be
Travis,
like,
she
check,
would come
please.
to me, she would talk to me about it, things like that.
All right. And did you also feel comfortable enough to talk to her about things?
100%.
What about
Why are
any
we
other
pathetic,
relatives that were living in
Vicky
the home?
Sipple?
Where was
Enlighten
Travis
us.
living?
Why are we pathetic?
At his mom's house.
Legal Vices is
And mom
hilarious,
lived where exactly, if you remember, what city?
Lake Park.
So that's the 550 Teak Drive address?
Right.
All right. And how many bedrooms, if you recall, were in that residence?
I believe 3.
And would that mean that Travis had his own bedroom?
Yeah, he had his own room. His mom had her own room, and then his brother had his own room.
What was Travis's brother's name?
Daryl.
Does he sometimes go by the name DJ? Have
Yeah,
you ever heard
DJ,
people
yeah.
refer to him? Okay. What about your relationship with DJ Daryl? How was that at the time?
I guess he looked at me like a sister, he would say. He said that plenty
Well,
of times.
gee, we actually paid
he's pretty
attention to the
to
entire
himself and
trial.
quiet,
Vicky. And by invisible guns, you mean the one
You
that,
said
he
that
lied
there
about
came a
and the
point in your
dog
relationship
found,
where
and
you
then he had
spent
to
a
admit he
lot
had
more
it because
time
he
over at
threw it
Rudolph
away?
residence.
Facts.
That invisible
That's
gun, the
over at
invisible gun he
night?
actually fucking
Yeah,
had?
stuck there,
That
sleeping
invisible
over
gun?
basically every
Okay.
night. It was
That's
COVID.
facts.
There was
Did you
really not
also
much
want to
to
look
do.
at
So yeah, I
the
was there a
bomb
lot.
just immediately thought?
And
Hold on, guys. Hold on,
you know,
hold on,
obviously
hold
this
on,
is a
hold on,
personal
guys.
question, but did you
I
believe
want to
at
pop
some
over to this
point
one.
that you
This
were
the
in
one I
love
want to
with
see.
Mr. Rudolph, Travis?
Of course.
I can't stand it. I just can't stand that voice. I can't do it. So this is her brother. This is her brother. Look,
Oh,
he
the one
like
with the PTSD.
yeah. Look, he ready to take a grape soda and tell on every goddamn body.
He just needs to put the shirt over at the top over his head.
Motherfucker got on
Good
a
to go.
Nino Brown turtleneck. He putting on right now. He
All
just
right.
like he's so
5-0.
distraught.
All
He's
right,
so
States
distraught.
5-0, 50.
He's so distraught. But you was on demon time that
I'm
night,
sorry,
wasn't you?
CD of 911 call.
You was on demon time that night, right? That's what you said. That's what you said, right? Am I wrong? He's still waiting for the judge to come back out. Look at him. Look at him.
We need ambulance. Where are you? We're on 30th Street and I don't know. We're in North Lake, 30th Street and Broadway. Broadway, yeah, 30th Street, Broadway. What's going on? We have someone who shot. He has a DSW. He shot? He's not moving. Yes, he's not moving. All right, shot. Let me get the line. One moment. Please hurry. Yeah, I'm dropping it now.
Yeah, he is, Montoya. Or at least he want to appear
It's
weak.
West Palm, 40th and Broadway. See a male shot. He's not moving. Do we know where he was shot? What part of his body? I'm not sure. I can't tell. But he's not moving. And he's the only one that's injured there? He's the only one that's shot. Yes, please. Okay. We have help on the way to you. We're sending police and paramedics. And you say you can't tell where on his body he was shot, right? I can't tell. All right. And he's laying in the road Broadway or on 40th Street. 40th and Broadway, there's a gas station, then Auto Park,
I
something.
can't, yo.
40th Street and Broadway.
Look at him. Oh my God, I'm reliving the trauma.
We are on 30th Street and Broadway. It's the intersection. I hear police sirens.
I can't with this dude, yo.
West Palm will stage for you. All right, no problem, sir. Did you see the person who shot him? Travis Rudolph. Sir, he pulled off? No, his name is Travis Rudolph. He shot at him.
He shot at him.
Travis Rudolph shot at him? Yes. Okay, is he black?
Okay, that explains how they got the name.
Black. What was
Snitch.
he wearing today? I don't even know. He came out the house in no shirt. Okay, what house does he live at? He lives at 48th and Broadway? No, he lives in Northlake somewhere. I'm not sure. Off like Northlake and up the Costa Riviera?
Yes, this is the dude that was on Demon Time.
Okay, but I understand they're going to come help in the medic turn route as well, but you're saying Travis
so
Rudolph shot him
scared.
here, so was he in a car? He shot him around his neighborhood. He came outside with the gun and shot at him. Shot at us. Shot all of us. Okay,
Bro.
but where did that happen? You guys drove to this location? Yes, we were trying to get to the hospital, and we came down the street, and the car stopped working.
What?
Okay.
Huh? Oh, he was trying to get to the hospital and the car stopped running.
I don't think I'm
Gotcha.
shot. I'm not shot. Just hurt.
I'm just trying to
Do you
figure
know
out.
Travis's address? No, I'm not sure. Okay, so
He know that address because then they text the other guy the address that was supposed to meet him.
to this location? We came to talk to him. He came outside trying to fight. We were trying to get to the car, and he went back into the house, got a gun, came outside. We were in the car driving away, and he started to shoot at us. Okay, now, how many other people are with you right now? 2, and my son who was with us, I don't know where he's at. He drove away as soon as he started shooting. Yes, please. Okay, you see the police? Yes, we see the police. All right, go ahead and flag them down, okay? Flag them down. Please,
Oh
please,
my
please.
god.
Right here. He's gonna
My oh my, how they turn bitch real fast, right?
Please.
My oh my, how they turn bitch real fast.
Oh my gosh, I love you, bro. I love you.
Oh man, they switched up a lot.
Here come comb over.
Switched up a lot.
Yeah.
So now you recognize that call,
Yeah.
and obviously that's you seeking help for Sebastian. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
I need to fix that
Now,
posture.
When you, after you made that phone call, towards the end of the call, we can hear you say, "Yes, please." Or do you recall who you were referring to, who you're talking to at that point?
Police officer.
So at that point, law enforcement started to arrive where you got.
Right, exactly. Yo, keep that demon energy
At
up.
this point, at the point where you're on Broadway and law enforcement starts to arrive, do you know where Tyler is?
No.
What's that they were doing? Selling wolf
When
tickets
law
the whole time,
enforcement
right?
arrived at the scene,
Apparently, but you can't
what
go out
did
there
they
if you ain't
do
about
with
that
you
life.
guys?
You can't be out there with no gun.
Did they separate you and
brandishing.
Chris?
It was pretend gunplay that they were with.
Yeah,
It was pretend Demon Tom that they were
And
on.
did you tell them?
Yes.
Did you tell them that you had a gun that night and you took a gun?
Travis
with you?
didn't know that.
No.
Travis had to come
Did you
ready.
tell them that you
Right.
went over to the defendant's house to confront him
Posturing.
about what he did
That's
to
what they
your
were doing,
sister
right?
earlier
Posturing
the
that they were
previous
going to
day?
hurt you,
That's
kill
when I
you.
went to talk to him. Yes.
Bullshit.
It
Did you
was all
tell
a front.
them that Tyler had a gun on him?
No,
And why didn't you tell them that?
because I didn't know he had a gun.
Bullshit.
Do you recall who you spoke with?
Detective Vanderland.
I'm going to show you what is going to be State's Composite 12A through G. And Judge, I believe these are in by stipulation as well.
All right.
Ooh, me.
Thank you. All right. 12.
They said the AR exercised them demons.
As a composite, multiple
Just-
photographs are
It was
admitted
exercised.
without objection.
Yes, Your Honor. And these
Oh,
are
they were
photos of the Cadillac that they were driving that night.
All right. So that's 7 photographs then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
This
And
shit is
permission to
bullshit.
publish,
They were
these
cosplaying
Yeah.
as shooters.
You may.
They weren't about that life.
At all.
So we're gonna look at now.
All right, like they back, so we about to jump back over here to the joint. Hold on.
I'm not sure. There's just so many shots. I don't know.
Oh, get out of my face.
Yes.
It is God's rifle. Y'all trip. Let's jump back over to the joint. Paused it real quick so we make sure we ain't miss nothing. Where the judge at?
And for self-defense. And
Those reflect the changes we discussed.
Judge, I'm confused. On page 11 for self-defense, and actually starting on page 10, it says the use of deadly force is justifiable if Travis Rudolph reason believed that
I'm
the force
kinda
was
right
necessary
there
to
with
prevent
you,
the imminent death or great
Montoya.
bodily harm.
What's that?
Are you? Page 10.
Page 10, the use of deadly force is justifiable. The one to
Yep, I'm there.
murder him and/or another and/or commit manslaughter, ag battery, or aggravated assault, and then I wasn't asking for manslaughter to be inserted there, Judge. And that's inconsistent with the instruction prior to that.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm confused, and I apologize to the court.
All right, so you want that taken out?
In that area, yes. It's on the top where it says attempted first-degree murder, second-degree murder, then manslaughter.
Yeah. And you wanted me to put that in.
Right,
There.
but
So
no,
why would I not put it in down here?
why? Because nobody killed the defendant or his brother. There's no such thing as attempted manslaughter. I don't know, but it wouldn't make sense to put manslaughter in that paragraph because he's not dead and neither is his family, the defendant.
State? Yeah.
Murder him or attempt to commit manslaughter, aggravated.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Well, yes, no died. It's talking about, well, to commit all the crimes that.
That's fine, but the way the court then interprets writes that the elements, you're talking about the defendant committing all these acts. It says defendant.
His defense attorney sound
That's
like
incongruous
Norm
with
from
that
fucking Cheers.
paragraph. I have no problem if you just leave attempt to commit manslaughter in there, but take out the paragraphs of what defines it, because you have the defendant there.
Oh, you're right a little bit. Huh.
That goes into the manslaughter where the state requested that as a offer, but not where the defense is asking for justifiable use of deadly force. Why would I want the defendant committed manslaughter and the elements of how the defendant committed manslaughter repeated again? Just repeated that the defendant did all this.
All right. So is the state opposed to my taking this back out?
Judge, I just want the record to be clear that the state believes that self-defense is a complete defense to manslaughter. If the defense does not wish to have it in this instruction, that is on them.
Well, I don't mind it in there. It just should be written properly.
It is written properly.
Well, it's written.
How do you think it's not written properly?
Oh,
Because, with all the respect to the state and defense, the state and the court, the other elements are just very simply, the way the court worded them are simply worded, not saying the defendant. It says someone intentionally unlawfully threatened by word of act. If this manslaughter said the same thing, I'd have no objection to it. This basically says someone is dead. The charged defendant committed an act or acts that caused the death of the person.
Yeah.
It's not the charged defendant.
It is the charged defendant in this context.
No, it's not. Not for self-defense.
For Rudolph, that's why I expressly did not use his name.
It should. Well, he's the charged defendant, Judge. There's no other charged defendant here.
No, because everywhere else, the reference to defendant is used by says Travis Rudolph.
Wow.
All right, so here, let's go look at the elements of attempted first-degree murder. Someone did some act intended to cause the death of the charged defendant or another person that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. Someone acted with premeditated design to kill the charged defendant or another person. And 3, the act would have resulted in the death of the charged defendant or another person except that the death was prevented or otherwise failed to take place, etc.
Well, why can't we add or another person to make it consistent with
Well-
the other instructions? This one says charge defendant, nothing else. That eliminates
The brother.
But Mr.
What are you trying to get at?
Forgive me, what's Travis's brother's?
Daryl.
Daryl did not do any act. He was just running around or whatever. He didn't do any act other than chase whatever Tyler's Robinson.
I get that, Judge, but why can't that? It says only the charged defendant under self-defense justifiable use of force. Why can't it be consistent with every?
All right, I'll put that in there, even though under these circumstances, Daryl did nothing, as far as I know.
That was
All right,
that was
so
not related.
I'll change the elements of manslaughter are someone is dead, the charged defendant, or another person.
Judge, the only thing I'll say is in the instruction, I just realized it has burdens in there, which is expressly forbidden. It says that the state has to prove. On page 11.
Yeah, I'm there.
In order to convict of.
All right, so the state is asking me, in essence, to remove that one sentence paragraph that reads, in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary. Do you agree? That should be out?
It's the last paragraph, Judge.
No, the one sentence paragraph next to last at the bottom of page, well, more or less bottom of page 11.
That was funny.
Well, I would have an objection to taking it out. I think it should just be crossed out. It's not necessary for the state to prove. That should be crossed out. A charged defendant or another.
I need both sides on the same frequency here. Do you want that one sentence paragraph out or not? I think Ms. Edwards is right. As I read that case law last night, it is probably reversible error to include any reference to burden of proof in there.
Well, I agree with that, but it's to say in order to convict of manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state
Is
to
the
prove.
jury
That should be
there or
stricken.
no?
Not necessary for
The
the state
jury's
to
not, right?
prove.
The jury should not be in there while they're discussing.
That should be taken out.
So the jury should be like in their chambers and not in there.
Yeah,
I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right. I don't
They
think
only
the
gonna come
jury
in.
there.
They'll bring them in once they get the jury instructions figured out. Once the jury instructions get figured out, then they bring them in.
Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness.
Charged defendant or another.
All right, is that what you want?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary. I'm sorry. You got me doing it.
They got to write down this.
They got to get the wording right. Yeah.
For
that a
future
charged
references and
defendant,
precedent too.
Or
Exactly,
another
yes.
person had the intent to cause death only.
Oh, glad when they let this man go.
All right, so the bottom line is I am adding, on page 11, I'm adding the conjunctional phrase, or another person in three places. In the elements of a manslaughter, someone is dead, the charged defendant or another person, and then section 3, caused by the culpable negligence of the charged defendant or another person, and then in order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary that a charged defendant or another person had an intent to cause death. All right, anything else?
Judge, that's all I got up to. I'm sorry. I know.
That's all right. Got to get it right. All right. Anybody else with anything else? Either side. Okay, we ready to go? Let me fix this and then we'll bring the jury in.
Just reading
My plan is, sorry, go ahead.
Just reading the principle. So give me 2 minutes.
Go ahead, yeah.
That looks fine, Judge. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right, so I'm going to make those changes. The only changes I'm going to make this go around are on page 11. Then I'll make the requisite number of copies. Just so you know, and I'll explain this to the jury when we bring them back in, my plan is to have the state give its opening and closing argument, if you will. Then we'll have the lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we'll have the state we'll have the defense give its closing argument, and then the state give its rebuttal closing argument. Good? That work for everybody? All right, that's what we're going to do.
All right, while they do, let's get back to Sugar Bear over here.
No.
Do you know what these defects are?
Bullet holes.
What? What did he say?
Bullet holes.
Oh, the bullet holes. Okay, I got them.
Yes.
Do you recognize this side of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what side? What angle is that of the vehicle?
Back seats.
Okay, so that is the rear, behind the passenger.
Yes.
Were these defects there before you went to the defendant's house?
No.
Or these defects.
What side of the car are we looking at right now?
Driver.
And that would have been the side that you would have been on, right?
Mm-hmm.
What up, Rami?
Yes.
Rami said he think the judge sounding incompetent too. He said, I watched the whole stream yesterday all the way to the end. He was sounding confused in the mud.
No.
These are supposed to be the least of our society, and they are most petty fuckers out there. That is facts.
No.
What do you? Sorry, they watching something that sounds like it's off the wall in the living room. I always got to get onto them. They got stuff on YouTube, you know, crazy stuff aimed at kids that they're really not supposed to be looking at.
Bullet hole.
I already know.
Yeah, that'll be the first thing they click on.
No.
Then they come running. Daddy, I had a nightmare. Saw that crazy stuff you watching on the YouTube. You're not supposed to click on Huggy Wuggy and all that stuff.
Right.
If you were to show it to me, yes.
The boogeyman said he was coming to get me. Why are you watching a boogeyman cartoon?
Yes.
I bet this nigga won't run up on nobody again, though. I bet he won't run up on nobody again.
Maybe he'll give his life to the Lord and become a street preacher.
Of that car, right?
Yes.
Sebastian's bag is still in the back of that car, in that car, right?
Yes.
So everything that you guys put in the trunk of that car when you drove to the defendant's house that night and put in the trunk, it's still there, right?
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Pop the trunk.
Oh, so when you went to the defendant's house and you put everything in your trunk, were those bullet holes there? Like, this is shit I'm talking about, man. I don't understand it. This is ass backwards. I don't know how you do this. I don't know how you what's the word? Defend this.
Oh yeah, because they're just four sweet, misguided young men trying to live their life the best way they could.
The best way they could. They thought this shit was gonna be easy. They said, "Oh, we saw this shit on Minister Society."
We saw it on Minister Society. They're a little bit too young for Minister Society, I would think.
I saw this on that movie, that documentary, Boys in the Hood.
Documentary.
All we gotta do is run down on them, scare them a little bit. Just pull your gun out, let them see it.
Yeah, just show it to him. He'll get scared.
They went and got their chai tea lattes from fucking Starbucks before they went over there.
Oh,
Had a good sip. Hold on, yo. Let me take my shirt off. I saw this shit
That's
on
what
YouTube.
I'm about to say next. Hey, bro, take off your shirt so it looks super intimidating.
You got your tats, yo. The tats gonna give you extra XP points in the fight.
That's what's up. There you go. Take them loafers off. Here, put on these J's.
Future said he looked like his mama whooped his ass before he got on the stand. He said he going back to school after this. He done changed his whole life around after this one, right?
I hope so.
Shit is crazy, bro.
Because the street life is not for them.
It's not for them. It is not for them.
It shall not prosper them any.
Well, we didn't really want to catch a body, but we just gonna scare him with the gun. I didn't know the nigga had a bigger gun than we did.
Our tools was empty. We were just there to fighting people.
Right. I mean, I was gonna bring the sock and boppers, but you know, didn't think it was gonna scare him too much. I mean, because they're more fun than a pillow fight, you know. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, I don't understand why this is a trial. I don't understand why why they going through this shit. This is nuts. Steph says off topic. Supreme Court rules that IRS can access taxpayers or their relatives' bank records without notice. That sounds like a violation of Fourth Amendment. Guess they're gonna start weaponizing the IRS again. But this is crazy, bro. Like, I don't understand how he have all this evidence to the contrary that he didn't defend himself, and it wasn't self-defense. And you still run with the narrative. That's the crazy part. All the evidence the state provided, the witnesses the state provided.
Witnesses.
Oh my God. All help Travis Rudolph's case. And somehow we're still here.
Well, seems like the detective took it, seems like they were taking it like personally about a lot of different issues, right? So they were taking it personally that the mom didn't call the police.
Mm-hmm.
They were taking it personally that the mom said, I'm going to lawyer up and not talk to you. Good day, which she have every right to do. They took that personally. Took it personally that he had the AR.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think, and the female detective's incompetence plus her.
You were fucking other bitches behind my back. I mean, behind her back.
Yeah.
Like that's
how it came off. So a lot of personal vendetta went into this. It seems like from before we even get to the trial with those two black women prosecutors right there that are taking everything super personal themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Before we even get to that point, they had like a vendetta out to get this guy over this stuff because they were mad about not the mother saying, I'm not talking to you, police, right? That's got to be part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she didn't want to talk to us. We got something for her. You think so? I think so. I think that's part of it. What you think?
I think you got a point. But that's the thing.
Then them being a black family, and then them him being a football player. I think a whole lot of it just played a lot of personal issues for all these jealous people in the state.
Right. They're looking at his black privilege.
Yeah. Oh, you're a football player, huh? Oh, your mom doesn't want to talk to us, huh?
Oh, you were talking to two women at the same time. I got a daughter. I got a daughter.
It's a lot of it's
with the changes that we've made. I understand that there's a request to utilize one of the firearms during closing argument by holding it without a glove, I gather, and keeping it pointed in a safe direction at all times, meaning the ceiling. And that's by the defense. Is the state opposed to that? And if so, why? Okay.
Should always be handled properly.
Of course.
And frankly, if there's an issue with
Oh, they must be talking about when her ass was just swinging the gun around all willy nilly. I mean, it was in the box, but whatever. Real Time says, I watched the entire trial. The police investigation was sloppy. The prosecution trying to cover for police, and now a judge trying to cover for them all by railroading Travis. Ooh, gone to
Judge,
March.
the state had their opportunity in 2 years to test it. They've already taken swabs. They haven't been tested at all. They have the swabs if they want to test them. So whether my DNA is on there or not, it's irrelevant. At this point, I don't see how that could even possibly be relevant to anything in this case. The problem I'm having is I tried doing this with one of the witnesses where I put the glove on to show the witness my fingers coming off that gun looks exactly like the decedent's in this case. With a glove, it's virtually impossible to replicate that. I had a very difficult time. That's why
I understand.
I could actually do it not with that gun. I can do it with my client's other gun, so there won't be an issue. That was never even really relevant to this case. The second gun,
Client's other gun.
the handgun, not the rifle, the handgun.
Well, there would be no point in doing it with the rifle. There's no allegation that any of the other gentlemen involved in this mess had a long gun on them.
It don't matter.
I don't want to use the rifle, Judge, for that purpose. I'm sorry if the court misunderstood me. I said I could, instead of using Tyler Robinson's gun, I could use my client's handgun without a glove, because how could there be testing that firearm in any trial?
The state's concern is DNA in the event of a retrial.
If I could be more succinct with that,
come on,
Director, to the point.
Come on.
Typically, when there is an appeal and the issue is ineffective assistance of counsel, new counsel is appointed and then decides to do new rounds of testings potentially. If defense counsel wants to use his client's gun, that's obviously a waiver of the issue.
Why they need
for
DNA?
that
There's
gun,
no question that it's
but
his
I would
gun.
strenuously object to Mr. Robinson's
Especially the
firearm
handgun
being
that
the
had
one
nothing to
utilized.
do. Why not?
I'm not looking to use Mr. Robinson. I certainly can use my client's other gun, Judge, and as ineffective, that's maybe this is a first, but it hasn't happened to me before, where someone's successfully won that. So I doubt
What's up,
court
Ron?
sees how vigorous I'm representing my client. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. And what issue could there possibly be with the second gun, the pistol that was found in my client's drawer?
It wasn't used.
His underwear was. That was never really an issue in this case.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'll allow you to use Mr. Rudolph's handgun for purposes of your demonstration. Use it as a demonstrative aid, really, during closing arguments, because that weapon was not used for anything, so far as I am aware, in this case. And I will allow you to do that with a glove on. Well, I'll allow you to do it without a glove on. All right, allow you to do it without a glove on, but at all times, that firearm is to be pointed at the ceiling, not swinging it past the jury, not swinging it past me, not swinging it past the gallery out there. It's always to be pointed in a safe direction, because as every reasonable person knows, every firearm should always be treated as if it is loaded. All right. Anything else before I see if the jury instructions are printed?
Or I'm sure, like, I would have brought a cert gun. I'd have brought a cert gun or a fucking water gun or some shit like that. We got Jimmy Dawson in the building with the $4.99
Sup, Jimmy?
super chat. I appreciate you, Jimmy. He says, wanting DNA evidence on a new gun, on a gun now after they didn't collect it at the scene. The state is trash. That's true. They didn't collect any evidence at the scene, any DNA at the scene. Left-wing ideology is deep in America law schools. This is what's coming to a town near you. I hear that, Rudy. More like a mistrial. Also, the judge can say all firearms are to be treated as loaded. But if you Travis, it was no round in the chamber. You right, yo. You right. That's right. Every firearm is to be treated like it's loaded. But that's the judge saying it. And I feel like that might have been a dig at the state when the judge just said it. Because all reasonable people know that you should treat every gun as if it's loaded. I feel like that was a dig at the state from the judge. I think the judge had enough of this shit. He tired of everybody. The four thugs come to Travis' house and at midnight, and about 4 a.m. he was formally arrested. Yep. Shoddy police work, bro. No, what's the word? No due diligence. They didn't go. Oh, they tried to tell the family, well, why didn't you go and go down to the police station and give your sworn statements? Because that's the detective's job.
Yeah.
The burden of proof is on the state, like I said yesterday. The burden of proof is on the state. It's not on the family. If you want to hear testimony, if you really wanted to get down to the facts of the matter, what happened, you'd have contacted their lawyer. You'd have subpoenaed them to come give sworn testimony. But you didn't, because you wanted it to be one-sided. You wanted the entire story to be based on, 5 against 1.
Right.
Or 4 against 1, because the fifth nigga can't tell nothing because his ass in the ground. That's what they wanted. Meanwhile, nobody else on trial for nothing. To be fair to the judge, he said as much yesterday. He wants the verdict to be today. That's going to be interesting, bro.
He said as much yesterday. Okay. Well, that's some of the stuff I didn't get to find out. I didn't get to see what the husband looked like of Dominique, and I didn't get to see what Kayla looked like from his cell phones.
And I know, right? We didn't get to see the sex tape, none of that shit.
Right.
Well, according to Emmanuel, who wanted to see the sex tape, the judge did what you've been saying, Ken, and always treat every gun as if it's loaded. These police are probably make a conviction to close the books as a normal operating procedure. Yeah, they do it here in Baltimore. How many times does this happen and anybody knows about it? Shit, that was a whole goddamn season of The Wire. That shit actually happens here.
Open and shut case?
Yeah, they try to close the murders no matter what, just to bring the
things to a close.
The numbers down, yeah.
You know that so next year is when most states are gonna stop filing their police report stuff for different crimes to bring their crimes down, because you know how conservatives and everybody else has been harping all along
Jury
about look at all these
printed
states.
out.
Go ahead.
So their next year is when they stop that in most states. Most states are going to stop accounting to the FBI and to the other groups, law agencies. They're going to stop reporting. They're going to stop sending in those reports. So that's when they're going to announce next year, look how crime has gone down everywhere.
That's fudged the numbers, yeah.
Look how these Democrat states are safe. Look how these big cities. No, they're not. They're not gonna do arson. We talked about this with that Chicago with the Chicago incident, where it was like the carte blanche, basically, right across the board for whatever your crimes are gonna be. Where it's gonna be no bail, right? No bail, no jail, no jail time for crimes out there. So you're going to have across the board your arsons, your shoplifting, your small assaults. So if someone comes up to you and pounces you in the back of your head and you fall over, bust your head, but you get up and you survive, but you're messed up, they might not charge that, and they won't put that on the books. And that goes down next year. So that's ahead of time for the 2024 election. That can be nickel slicks in them's position. Oh, look at us. We're safer than those red states and those red cities. Look how bad their crime is. Right, because the blue states are going to stop reporting it.
Yeah.
And they're going to lump it all into just one thing. And
Yep.
some of them aren't even going to report the murders anymore. And in addition, what's the police killings of citizens up to? It's almost up to 2,000 now, 2,000 per
Yeah.
year, and no one talks about it, right? Okay.
Right.
They're going to stop reporting that here in a second. All the agencies that were all the BLM and all that other stuff that were all saying, hey, we're BLM all day, every day, and all those other all lives matter groups,
Mm-hmm.
they're cutting it off next year. They're going to stop reporting the police shootings of citizens, all on time for 2024.
Why? Yeah, you might got a point, Jay. Let's get to it. The judge about to start talking.
Deputy Lubinsky had a wonderful idea. They use for training purposes what they call inert firearms. They're essentially plastic guns that can't kill anybody. So
That's what I just said. They got
we've got
certain
one of
guns.
those coming up.
So you
His
certain
sergeant's
guns.
bringing one of those up. That's what you'll use.
Perfect.
Okay? All right. Thank you.
Andy toy gun. Canon Hotep Ben told you.
Well, I mean, it's going to take a few minutes to read through this. I'll leave it up to you. If you want to have lunch now and then start up right after lunch
Hold on, Judge.
with everything,
Okay.
I'm okay with that if both sides agree. I don't think the jury is going to mind one way or the other. I can do that too. I don't mind. All right, that's what we'll do. In fact, let's bring them in right now, and then for that purpose. You don't need to yet, because I don't have the jury instructions anyway. They're being printed. This is on, roll.
All right, jury entering.
All right, so here we go. The jury's coming in. They're gonna get their instructions. Or they're gonna hear closing arguments and get their instructions.
Okay, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats. First things first, I must apologize. I did not anticipate taking this long before I got you all in here. I know you've been cramped in there for 2 hours. So I apologize for that. I truly do. I'm sorry. It was could not be helped. Now, I've got a question for you. We'll put it to the democratic process. In other words, I'll have you folks vote on it. I believe the lunches are here or will be very shortly. As I discussed yesterday, you know that there are going to be closing arguments and they're going to be fairly substantial in length. So we have two options. We can break for lunch now. We get you folks your lunches now and you can enjoy them for whatever period of time we agree upon, and I'll get to that in a few minutes, depending on what you decide. Or as soon as the jury instructions are finished being printed, then I can read through the jury instructions with you. Then we could break for lunch. Or we could go one other option, and that would be I could read through the jury instructions with you. We can have the opening closing argument by the state and then break for lunch. I wouldn't go any further than that before we break for lunch, because it's going to be a fairly substantial period of time after that. So let's say option one is we break for lunch now. Option two is I read the jury instructions to you and then we break for lunch. Option three is jury instructions, opening portion of the state's closing argument, and then we break for lunch. So who's in favor of option one? Nobody. Who's in favor of option two? Everybody. Okay, that's what we'll do. As soon as those jury instructions are ready, we'll get you your copies, and then I'll read through them with you. All right. So go ahead back in until those things are printed.
27
And
pages,
that
bro.
shouldn't be more than a few minutes, and we'll start up.
But it's better than the 80-something pages with the dude from Wakesha, wasn't it Daryl Brooks? The dude that ran the people over.
Oh yeah.
What did I do with Curtis? I forgot. Oh, this was 30 and 5, right, Curtis? Or is that
Free Cannon Liberating. Remember?
It's 30 and 5, right? He's the mitigated?
Yes, coming back.
Yeah.
See your Sunday pictures, Cannon, on Twitter, and you look like
Yes.
you look like a businessman / politician in those joints. It's pretty clean.
I appreciate you. I think that was actually Father's Day.
Was it?
Yeah,
That's what's good.
Father's Day like a couple years ago.
Okay.
Yeah. What's the dude y'all say look like me?
Was it T.W. Shannon, the politician here in Oklahoma?
Shannon.
He got elected to a few positions, but they didn't let him have any of the big positions just yet.
See, maybe I should run for mayor. Nah.
There you go. They'll have you all over the what's his name? Oh, the press would love Cannon, huh?
I don't know. Sir, did you tell the LGBT community to eat a dick?
I think that's exactly the first thing they would look for is that video right there.
Well, it was the proverbial dick.
Yeah.
Well, the literal dick.
We try to
either way, they can still eat it.
Try
with all due respect.
You could try to blend it with some berry and some polish it up a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Oh my goodness!
Are you discriminating? Are you discriminating against people who eat dicks? You know. I don't think that's very progressive of you.
Be more stand up.
As we all know, the penis is a very majestic phallus, responsible for life on this earth.
You really try to polish it up.
Start going into my Jesse Jackson and my Al Sharpton soliloquies and shit.
Yeah.
Pause, everybody. Matter of fact, I'll put myself in timeout for a second.
Cannon Hotep is in timeout, people. Goodness, that is funny.
I agree, Rudy. I agree with that, Rudy. He said Democrats will use a police killing for political purposes if the race was white on black.
Oh, it's when the officers are. Because the majority of police killings in America is white on white. It's a white cop killing a white man. In some cases, it's a white man with their hands cuffed. They've done choking out. I don't know. I researched a lot of it. They did all kind of stuff and got away with it. But you don't see the conservative base won't touch it. So there's no uproar over it. Yeah, I still hear you. Can you still hear me? Just saying there's no uproar over the white on white when it's white policeman versus white citizen.
Oh, he good.
One on each chair. If you run out, let me know. And then
this one not working too good.
Okay. We got the rest. All right. Tables.
No, Emmanuel did not have a shiny suit. It was a nice. I don't know what color that suit was. A royal blue, nice royal blue suit, something like that, with a 3-piece. It was classy, Emmanuel.
Whoa, you all right?
I don't do the shiny suits.
The judge tired.
Yeah, he is. Just pissed.
He said, "Where's everyone going? What's happening?"
So all the lawyers and Mr. Rudolph have a copy of the jury instructions. Okay, great. So that's essentially an extra. All right, we ready to bring the jury in so we can read through the jury instructions together before the lunch break? All right, let's do it, please.
Hey Jay, how familiar are you with what is it?
Yep.
With StreamYard?
I was going to
now?
give you mine when I'm done. I don't care. You can have that one.
I don't know
Just
StreamYard.
probably tear the
I haven't
corners
tried it
and
yet.
Take the staple out.
All
It's
right.
up to you, though.
So I'm gonna listen to them read these instructions, and then they're gonna take lunch. I gotta run to one of the ports, so I'm gonna probably end the stream and then pick it back up. We'll close it and do a closing argument stream after they finish this one.
Okay.
No, I just want to know so you could run the video part of it. Like, could you at your computer, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because all you would have to do is just hit present down the bottom, hit present, and then you would just select the YouTube video, and then you could just play it like that, and just have you run it while I'm
share screen or something.
Yeah, it'd be share screen, and then you would pick when you would when I was
Okay, go ahead and take your seats,
and then
please.
you run the video from your side.
All
and
right.
continue to close the argument.
Option one, about to commence here. We're going to go through these jury instructions together. I will read them out loud. You all follow along, silent copy of the jury instructions to take back with you into the jury room for your deliberations. You may if you wish, and that'll become clear here as we get into the jury instructions. So let's begin. Members of the jury, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. After I read through these instructions with you, the lawyers will present their closing arguments. Please remember two things. First, remember that each of you will keep your copy of these instructions with you in the jury room for your reference during deliberations. Keep this in mind so as far as your note-taking is concerned. Second, remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time or its time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Thank you for your attention during this trial. Please carefully listen to and read these final instructions I'm about to give you. Travis Rudolph, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of first-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm premeditated. In considering the evidence, you should consider the possibility that, although the evidence may not convince you that the defendant committed the main crimes of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute lesser included crimes. Therefore, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will next need to decide if the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder with a firearm are second-degree murder with a firearm, manslaughter with a weapon. The lesser included crimes indicated in the definition of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm for counts 2, 3, and 4 are attempted second-degree murder with a firearm, aggravated battery with a firearm, or aggravated assault. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of exhibits in evidence and these instructions. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job, that is my job, to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I prefer one verdict over another. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the indictment, guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form for each count that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then, of course, your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. The verdict must be in, never saw that before. Sorry about that redundant sentence. Only one verdict may be returned as to each crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, a facsimile of the necessary verdict form has been reprinted here. Verdict. We find the jury, hang on one second. We find the jury, we the jury find as follows. As to count one, we find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following three questions. 1, during the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? 2, during the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? 3, during the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused death or great bodily harm to Sebastian Jean Jacques? Yes or no? Guilty of second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following three questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused death or bodily harm to Sebastian Jean Jacques? Yes or no? Guilty of manslaughter, a lesser-included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following question. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess and use a firearm or deadly weapon? Yes or no? Not guilty. As to count 2, we find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following three questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused great bodily harm to Tyler Robinson? Yes or no? Guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following three questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused great bodily harm to Tyler Robinson? Yes or no? Guilty of aggravated battery, a lesser-included offense. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following three questions. During the commission of this crime, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm which caused great bodily harm to Tyler Robinson? Yes or no? Not guilty. As to count 3, we find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Keyshawn Jones. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following two questions. During the commission of this offense, you must answer the following two questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? Guilty of aggravated assault, a lesser-included offense. Keyshawn Jones. Not guilty. Count 4. We find the defendant guilty of attempted first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Christopher Lowe. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following two questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? Guilty of attempted second-degree murder, a lesser-included offense. Christopher Lowe. If you find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must answer the following two questions. During the commission of this offense, did the defendant actually possess a firearm? Yes or no? During the commission of this offense, did the defendant discharge a firearm? Yes or no? Guilty of aggravated assault, a lesser-included offense. Christopher Lowe, not guilty. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately, and a separate verdict must be returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crime charged. Introduction to homicide. Travis Rudolph is accused of first-degree murder with a firearm. First-degree murder includes the lesser crimes of second-degree murder and manslaughter, all of which are unlawful.
No, but I do
However,
agree
a
with
killing
you.
that was excusable
I don't like the way he
or that
worded
was
this.
committed by the
I don't like the way they got
justifiable
all these
use
other
of
charges
deadly
in there.
force is lawful.
Because the way it's
If you
worded made
find
it seem like
Sebastian
no matter what,
Jean-Jacques
they're
was
gonna
killed by
find him guilty.
Travis Rudolph, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing in deciding if the killing was first-degree murder with a firearm or was second-degree murder, manslaughter, or whether the killing was excusable or resulted from justifiable use of deadly force. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following three circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent, or when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden sufficient provocation, or
I don't agree
when
with
the
that,
killing
y'all.
is committed by an accident and misfortune resulting
Crime
from a
of
sudden
passion. This wasn't a crime
combat,
of passion.
if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. The killing of a human being is justifiable homicide and lawful if necessarily done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in any dwelling house in which the defendant was at the time of the killing. Justifiable use of deadly force. It is a defense to the crimes of first-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, including lesser-included offenses, second-degree murder with a firearm, manslaughter, attempted second-degree murder with a firearm, aggravated battery, and aggravated assault if the actions of Travis Rudolph constituted the justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Travis Rudolph does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. Instead, for you to find that the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. The law on the justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force in Florida is as follows. Travis Rudolph was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force or threat of force was necessary to prevent either imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted murder or aggravated battery, and or aggravated assault against himself or another. If Travis Rudolph was not committing any crime other than the alleged first-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, for which the defendant is claiming self-defense and or defense of others, and if he was in a place where he had a right to be, then the defendant had no duty to retreat before using or threatening to use deadly force. If the use of deadly force is justifiable, the use of deadly force is justifiable if Travis Rudolph reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another while resisting any attempt to murder him and or another, and or commit manslaughter, aggravated battery, and or aggravated assault upon him and or another. The elements of attempted first-degree murder are: 1, someone did some act intending to cause the death of the charged defendant or another person that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. 2, someone acted with a premeditated design to kill the charged defendant or another person. And 3, the act would have resulted in the death of the charged defendant or another person, except that death was prevented or otherwise failed to take place. A premeditated design to kill means that there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time the act was committed. The law does not
We have
fix
that.
the exact period of
From
time that must
Keyshawn
pass
Jones and
between the formation of the
Dominic Jones.
premeditated intent to kill and the act. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the act was committed.
We have
The
that.
question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence.
Am I wrong?
It
We
will
have that
be
with
sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the attempted killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the attempted killing. The elements of attempted second-degree
Steph,
murder
right?
are
Steph said, I think
one,
that shoot 'em up
someone
is
intentionally
sufficient.
committed an act which would have resulted in the death of the charged defendant or another person, except that the death of the charged defendant or another person was prevented or otherwise failed to take place. And two, the act of someone was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrated a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions. Please turn that alarm off. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and two, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and three, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. The elements of manslaughter are: one, someone is dead; two, the charged defendant or another person committed an act or acts that caused the death of the person; and three, the death of the person was caused by the culpable negligence of the charged defendant or another person. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. A charged defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I've previously explained or instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary that a charged defendant or another person had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or the safety or persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. The elements of aggravated battery are: someone,
this is the link that you sent me that's
actually
going to
and
be able
intentionally
to
touched or struck the
help me
charged
to open up
defendant
the video.
or another
Yeah, and
person
also put it in your
against their
Twitter.
will. Or two,
'Cause in a minute I'm gonna have to
intentionally
run
cause
to a,
bodily harm to the charged defendant or
I'm gonna
another
have to run
person.
to a
And three,
location, so I'm
in
gonna need
committing
you
the
to
battery intentionally
Okay.
or
For the
knowingly,
closing
A,
arguments and stuff, just in case
caused
I'm not
great
back.
bodily harm,
Okay,
B,
so
permanent disability,
I'll
or
click,
C,
I'm gonna
permanent
click present.
disfigurement to the charged defendant or another
I'll click
person,
present.
or four,
Yeah.
Okay.
used a
Hold
deadly
on,
weapon.
hold on.
A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily
hit
harm
present,
if
you wanna
used or
hit,
threatened to be used in the.
You want to hit share screen?
Okay. So I'm gonna hit present, and then I'm gonna click share stream.
And then click on the open up the window.
Okay, share stream, and then I'm gonna click on the murder trial.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This right here.
All right. Did you do that already?
Yes.
All right. Now once you so I'm gonna add the stream. Go full stream it. Full screen it.
Okay. Like this.
Yep.
All right.
And then let me see. You should be able to turn your sound on.
On the trial.
Yeah.
Threatened use of
Hear
force against Travis
Yeah, I can hear it
Rudolph
now. There we
and
go.
or Daryl Rudolph,
Cool. So now you running this part of it. So I'm gonna keep it.
who because of threats or prior difficulties
You
with
gotta
Jones
stable,
and or Tyler
Wi-Fi.
Robinson
So
and
now
or
you're
Christopher
running it.
Lowe and or
And then,
Sebastian Jean-Jacques had reasonable grounds
I
to
can run
believe
and do what I
that
need
he
to
or
do.
another was in danger of death
I'll still be engaged from
or
my
great
phone.
bodily
So, like,
harm at the hands
my
of
camera, my
Keyshawn
screen
Jones
is on my
and
phone,
or
and
Tyler
I'll
Robinson
start in
and
and
or
then we
Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques. You may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of Travis Rudolph were those of a reasonable person. If you find that at the time of the alleged attempted murder and or aggravated battery and or aggravated assault, Travis Rudolph knew that Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Christopher Lowe and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques had committed an act or acts of violence, you may consider that fact in determining whether Travis Rudolph reasonably believed it was necessary for him to use or threaten to use deadly force. In considering the issue of self-defense and or defense of another, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Travis Rudolph, Keyshawn Jones, and or Tyler Robinson, and or Christopher Lowe, and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques. Principle: if Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques and or Christopher Lowe helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, then he or they is or are a principal and must be treated as if he had done all of the things the other person did or persons did if one, Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques and or Christopher Lowe had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques and or Christopher Lowe did some act or said some word which was intended to and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to act, attempt to commit the crime. To actually attempt to commit the crime. To be a principal, Keyshawn Jones and or Tyler Robinson and or Sebastian Jean-Jacques and or Christopher Lowe does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Travis Rudolph may be found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm or any lesser included crime. To prove the crime of first-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Travis Rudolph. There was a premeditated killing of Sebastian Jean-Jacques. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you, beyond a reasonable doubt, of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. The issue in this case, or an issue in this case, is whether Travis Rudolph did act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost the self-control, normal self-control, and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. And there was a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that caused death. And Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that caused the death of Sebastian Jean-Jacques. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should find him guilty of first-degree murder. I'm sorry, you should not find him guilty of first-degree murder. Second-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Travis Rudolph. 3, there was an unlawful killing of Sebastian Jean-Jacques by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to, or may readily be converted to, expel a projectile by the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not
Oh, I'd be about ready to fall asleep on this joint.
and a reasonable
This is
person
a
would
long-
not have cooled off before committing the act that
The
caused
long
death,
running of these
and
different probable causes and all that different thing.
before he committed the act that caused the death of Sebastian Jean-Jacques. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion
Asking
based
myself,
on
what the heck does this jury look like? Who do they make this jury up of? You know, I hope that they do the right thing. Look at the judge drinking his water.
To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Sebastian Jean-Jacques, or the death of Sebastian Jean-Jacques was caused by the culpable negligence of Travis Rudolph. Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to kill, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care towards others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or gross negligence, or a grossly careless disregard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily injury. Introduction to attempted homicide. Travis Rudolph is accused of the attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. Attempted murder in the first degree includes the lesser crime of attempted murder in the second degree and attempted battery with a firearm, both of which are forms of attempted homicide, and all of which are unlawful. However, an attempted homicide that was excusable or that was committed by the justifiable use of deadly force is lawful. If you find that there was an attempted homicide of Tyler Robinson, Keshawn Jones, and or Christian Lowe by Travis Rudolph, you will then consider the circumstances surrounding the attempted homicide and deciding whether it was attempted first-degree murder, or attempted second-degree murder, or aggravated battery with a firearm, or aggravated assault.
87 pages.
87?
The attempted homicide.
How many pages do they say this one is?
Resulted from the justifiable use of deadly force.
20-something pages?
Yeah, Dale Brooks also had 85 counts against him.
An attempted homicide is justifiable
that'll leave the judge
and
reading those forever in a
done
day.
while resisting an attempt
Now,
to
I
murder
agree with
or
Montoya.
commit a felony
The
upon
crime
the
of
defendant.
passion, I didn't agree either. But the defense asked for it to be put in. I'm like, for what?
A crime of passion?
I don't like that. Did you mute it?
Yeah,
When
for a
the
second.
attempted homicide
Yes, so I could hear you.
committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by any lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent.
When you're talking, I
or
couldn't hear you.
two,
I'll
when
turn
the
it down a
attempted
little
homicide occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. 3, when the attempted homicide is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used and the attempted killing is not done in a cruel and unusual manner. A dangerous weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Travis Rudolph may be found guilty of attempted first-degree murder or attempted second-degree murder or aggravated battery with a firearm. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Tyler Robinson that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. Travis Rudolph acted with a premeditated design to kill Tyler Robinson. The act would have resulted in the death of Tyler Robinson, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing.
At Alliance Defending Freedom, we work, we march to give every child their moment to grow into the remarkable
Decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time the act was committed. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the act. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the act was committed.
YouTube Premium, you fancy, huh?
The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the attempted killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the attempted killing. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime.
Excuse
An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that constituted the attempt to cause death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that constituted the attempt to cause the death of Tyler Robinson. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted first-degree murder. Attempted second-degree murder, a lesser included offense. To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Tyler Robinson, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Tyler Robinson, or he failed to do so. The act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and two, is done from ill will, hatred, or spite, or an evil intent, and three, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict the defendant of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or fire alarm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on inadequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that would have resulted in death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that would have resulted in the death of Tyler Robinson. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted second-degree murder. Aggravated battery, lesser included offense. To prove the crime of aggravated battery, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first element is a definition of battery. Travis Rudolph, A, actually and intentionally touched or struck Tyler Robinson against his will, or B, intentionally caused bodily harm to Tyler Robinson. 2, Travis Rudolph, in committing the battery, A, intentionally or knowingly caused great bodily harm to Tyler Robinson, permanent disability to Tyler Robinson, or permanent disfigurement to Tyler Robinson, or used a deadly weapon. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual contemplated manner by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great is distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. An intentional striking or touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his or her act. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. Attempted first-degree murder, count 3, Keyshawn Jones. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Sorry, 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. What? Okay, yeah, there have been several. 1, Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Keyshawn Jones that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. 2, Travis Rudolph acted with a premeditated design to kill Keyshawn Jones. 3, the act would have resulted in the death of Keyshawn Jones except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Keyshawn Jones, or he failed to do so. A premeditated design to kill means there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time the act was committed. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the act. The period of time must be long enough to allow for reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the act was committed. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient of proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the attempted killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the attempted killing. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler, any firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing an act or the act that constituted the attempt to cause death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked that he did not cool off before he committed the act, an act or the act that constituted the attempt to cause death of Keyshawn Jones. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted first-degree murder. Attempted second-degree murder, count 3, lesser included offense. To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Keyshawn Jones, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Keyshawn Jones, or he failed to do so. 2, the act was imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions related from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict the defendant of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. The issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on adequate provocation.
Yeah, I got to work in the car.
In order to find that the defendant did not have a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that would have resulted in death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act which would have resulted in the death of Keyshawn Jones. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on inadequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted second-degree murder. Aggravated assault, count 3, lesser included offense. To prove the crime of aggravated assault, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first 3 elements define assault. Travis Rudolph intentionally and unlawfully threatened, either by word or act, to do violence by Keyshawn Jones. To do violence to Keyshawn Jones. 2, at the time, Travis Rudolph appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat. 3, the act of Travis Rudolph created in the mind of Keyshawn Jones a well-founded fear that the violence was about to take place. 4, the assault was made with a deadly weapon. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce a well-founded fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then Keyshawn Jones may be found to have been in fear, and actual fear on the part of Keyshawn Jones need not be shown. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. It is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to kill. Attempted first-degree murder, count 4, Christopher Lowe. To prove the crime of attempted first-degree murder, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Christopher Lowe that went beyond just thinking or talking about it. 2, Travis Rudolph acted in a premeditated design to kill Christopher Lowe. The act would have resulted in the death of Christopher Lowe, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Christopher Lowe, or he failed to do so. A premeditated design to kill means that there was a conscious decision to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time the act was committed. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the act. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the act was committed.
They're still going over those things.
Premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the attempted killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the attempted killing. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. The frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, or any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is used in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on inadequate provocation. In order to find that the defendant did not act with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on inadequate provocation, there must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury.
I thought they already went over that.
There was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off.
There's a lot of repetitive.
A reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that constituted the attempt to cause death, and Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked, and he did not cool off before he committed the act that constituted the attempt to cause the death of Christopher Lowe. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill because he acted in the heat of passion based on inadequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted murder, attempted first-degree murder. Attempted second-degree murder, count 4,
And the Trillo
lesser
collection
included
just
offense.
These ones.
To prove the crime of attempted second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Christopher Lowe, except that someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing Christopher Lowe, or he failed to do so.
Maybe they voted.
The act was
the jury
imminently
would
dangerous to
find him
another
guilty.
and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from or performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and it too is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent, and 3, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict a defendant of attempted second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. A firearm means any weapon, including a starter gun, which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action. By the action of an explosive, the frame or receiver of any such weapon, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer, any destructive device, any machine gun. The term firearm does not include an antique firearm unless the antique firearm is in the commission of a crime. An issue in this case is whether Travis Rudolph did not have a depraved mind without regard to human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation.
Yeah.
In order to find that the defendant
If
did
I was
not
on
have
that
a
jury, I'd be
depraved
splashing my
mind
face with
without
water trying to
regard
stay
for
up.
human life,
I
because
think
he
the
acted
jury
in
made
the
their
heat
mind
of
up.
passion
I hope
based
Hey,
on
I'd have the
adequate
water bottle out,
provocation.
hitting myself in the face with
There
it.
must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person, and B, a reasonable person would have
Maybe they're
lost
just sitting there
normal
zoned out.
self-control and would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury, and C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off, and D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off before committing the act that would have resulted in death, and E,
When you hear shoot his
Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed the act that would have resulted in the death of Christopher Lowe.
They jumping.
If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant had a depraved mind without regard for human life because he acted in the heat of passion based on an adequate provocation, you should not find him guilty of attempted second-degree murder. Aggravated assault, count 4, a lesser included offense. To prove the crime of aggravated assault, the state must prove the following 4 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The first 3 elements define assault. 1, Travis Rudolph intentionally and unlawfully threatened either by word or act to do violence to Christopher Lowe. 2, at the time, Travis Rudolph appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat. 3, the act of Travis Rudolph created in the mind of Christopher Lowe a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. 4, the assault was made with a deadly weapon. If the circumstances were such as to ordinarily induce a well-founded fear in the mind of a reasonable person, then Christopher Lowe may be found to have been in fear, and actual fear on the part of Christopher Lowe need not be shown. A deadly weapon is any object that will likely cause death or great bodily harm if used or threatened to be used in the ordinary and usual manner contemplated by its design and construction. An object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a deadly weapon if it was used or threatened to be used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm, and as such does not include mere bruises. It is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to kill. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have
Dude, when I'm at, he was like, nah, yo.
gone through the jury instructions essentially the substantive jury instructions. Now it's time to take
You
a
got people
lunch
coming to
break.
your house?
We'll take a break for, let's say, 45 minutes, so that at 2 o'clock, hopefully that's enough time. Do you all need more time? No. Anybody want less time? I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Well,
This
okay.
actually need to be
If you
on
want less
trial.
time, stick your hand up and hold it up so I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's nigh on unanimous. So we
jury
will take less time.
Once
Be back.
done,
Eat your lunches and
Right.
don't get indigestion.
Hold tight,
But
Jay.
eat your lunches and be back here at let's say 20 past 2. That's sort of a compromise. 20 past 2. Now, remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. You've had all the evidence. You've received all the evidence. However, you have not yet heard the closing arguments. They are important. Do not form any concrete opinions as to anything until you've heard those until you've heard those closing arguments. Obviously, do no research of any kind and don't discuss the case. You can talk about the NBA playoffs, talk about football, you can talk about the weather. I really don't care. Just don't talk about this case. You will not run into any of us out there, so we don't have to worry about that 4th cardinal rule. Yes, sir? What did I say? 20 up. Well, wait a minute. Hang on. That's not enough time. Let's make it 10 minutes. 10 minutes to 2. 10 minutes to 2. All right? 10 minutes to 2. Remember to obey the 3 of the 4 cardinal rules.
Leave everything on your seat face down, numbers facing up. Your jury instructions will stay here as well. Yes. Get a quick lunch. And we'll pick you up at 1:50. No. Yeah.
All right, so they went to lunch.
yeah.
All right. 1 second, y'all.
All right. They have gone to lunch, and they wanted a short lunch because they're tired of this nonsense. They opted for the short lunch. We used to have, when I worked at Obamacare, we had, in our first weeks, we had like an hour lunch, 2-hour lunch one time. It's a lot of fun.
They want that short lunch because they probably already got the imam made up, yo.
That's exactly right. They want that short lunch because they're tired of this and they're ready to get it over with. They're ready to make their voices heard and keep it pushing.
Like I said, if I was on the jury, I'd have had my mind made up. I know I'll only be 1 to 12 people, but I'd have had my mind made up that when the minute the girl took the stand and said, "Yeah, I told him to go shoot this shit up."
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, "Oh well, shit, case closed then, bitch."
Case closed.
Not guilty. Not guilty, and when's her trial start? That's how I'd have been. I'd have been not guilty, and when does her trial start?
Yeah, I heard that.
I got to install a voice phone in one of the booths here.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I still don't understand how you can. They not on trial for that shit. Like how you gonna put a hit on somebody, but you the witness, you the victim. That's the shit I don't understand, bro.
No, it hasn't made much sense
At all.
I hope the jury though on point.
I hope so too, for his sake.
That would be jacked up if they want. That would be jacked up if they come back guilty.
Right.
If they had their mind made up that he was guilty because he had that AR, because he's a football player. If it's a bunch of, it's a bunch of disgruntled sister girls on the jury.
Bro, I hope that's not the case, yo. Like any yo, I swear, yo, I think any like rational person would be like, nah, they tried to kill him. They came to kill him.
Yeah.
Shoot his shit up could be anything. And even though they talk about something wrong, it don't mean him. It's like, okay, but what if he was in the, he get hit with a straight bullet? You know?
Let's find out that whole jury looks like Dominique.
I couldn't take her voice, yo. I couldn't do it. Her or the prosecution. It's annoying. Like you said, they talk like it's like that Kim Kardashian like
Style?
upspeak voice. I can't stand that upspeak voice, yo. That shit ain't cute at all. To me, it make you sound dumber. You know what she sound like? Don't you know like on Key and Peele when he be like when Jordan Peele be doing the female voice? That's how she sounds. That's how they sounded.
Shoot, they got a lot of men out here doing that voice too.
Exactly. Don't say he got a little gender fluid in him.
Yeah. About whatever that other cat's name was, the turtleneck dude.
Yeah, Keyshawn Jones. That's her brother. That's the one she called to go shoot your house up.
That's the Demon Time dude.
Yeah, now all of a sudden he the victim. He's the hole in his head. Like, oh my God, I'm traumatized.
Traumatic experience.
He wasn't traumatized. And you was up there talking about he a dead man walking, posturing, doing all that bullshit. When it came down to it, you ran to the police.
Exactly.
Help me, please. Somebody help me, please.
Who called the police on George Floyd? That whole store, right?
The whole store, yeah.
Wasn't any white people in there, right?
At all. Not that I know of.
Right. It was just
Not
black
that I know
folks
of.
calling on.
An Asian dude, right?
Yeah, I think one, maybe I saw.
The guy that owned the store.
Then when they went outside, it was
Yeah.
white. It was a white person filming on their phone.
Right.
Some very, very preventable stuff going on out there, man. Very preventable.
Very preventable.
All this unnecessary stuff.
Hold on. Trying to get this phone to function, right? But yeah, I don't know, man. So how long they say they was going for lunch?
Was it the 20 minutes or something like that? Did you catch it, chat? Was it 20 minutes he said?
So 20 minutes.
Hmm?
All right. Yeah.
24?
Give me 1 second, people.
I used to work for I used to work for, just like what Cannon's doing, basically, of an office environment for the Obamacare system. We had 700 workers here that were brought in. Check and see where's this at so we can hear. Oh no, they're not back yet. 22 minutes left. Okay, little countdowns on the stream. We had 700 workers there, and remember, you got to remember that it was a project originally started by Mitt Romney, and so we had some big wigs that came through from, I believe, Maine and Rhode Island, possibly Massachusetts. So we had some big wigs that came through from those different spots, and they came there to our location to see us get things off the ground here. So
Jay talking to y'all, telling y'all about when he was a liberal.
No, I'm talking about the Obamacare system. So I worked for the Obamacare system when we had, just like in your office space kind of thing like that. We had a big office space here, and we had 700 workers for it. And so it was a Mitt Romney pet project. So some of the bigwigs that came to our city were actually GOP, but they were basically, in cahoots with the system, the way it worked, though. And so I know my mom had prayed over me before I started, so that when I went up there, we had a huge meeting at the Hiltons. So we had 700 people come out there. Then we had the big wigs. We had all the top executives. We had some Congress people. And the wild thing is, when we went up there, they kept having me come up onto the stage to address people. And I was just a day one. I was just a sitting in my seat, just like everyone else. But they said, Jay Pylon, we'd like you come up here and address, and we're glad to have you a part of the team. So
Jay indoctrination days.
They would have me come up there, and they would have me address all the crowd and stuff like that, like the people that were sitting and stuff. So, and I still have some of my speeches that I wrote in my little dresser shelf over here. I kept some of the speeches that they had me write, or they wanted me to make an addressment to the crowds. Plus, I came from a management background originally, and I have a good speaking voice, I would say. So for a large audience, a large crowd. So I came out there, and I'm not afraid of anything. So I came out there and I addressed everybody. And then they would, the bigwigs would talk about me. And they'd say, he did really well in high school and this and that and the third. So I had the Congress people were hyping me up.
And shit.
You said what?
You said you look like Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Maybe.
From Inception. So when you say Joyce,
that was
from Third from the Sun and shit.
Huh?
Remember, you were trying to picture your prom
yeah.
You said,
I'm
like Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Let's see. I got my prom pictures over here. Let's see if I want to pull them. See if I can pull some of those out real quick or not. I don't think the audience hasn't seen it before. The chats. Got a manual in here. Jay, are you on Instagram? No, I'm not on Instagram. I think I am on Instagram with my ball cards. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I try to start something on there, but I don't know that I have the I don't have the password or something for it. I'd have to go back there and look. So I'm not really heavy. I'm not heavy on it, I don't think. I was joking with Cannon, my back in the day pictures of me as a high school person. I don't even know if we could see this in the cameras or not. Let me see where we're at with the StreamYard. So here's one of my prom pics. I don't know if this is gonna come up in the picture too good. There I am at prom. You can see me with my little vest on and things like that. I'm rocking some glasses, some reading glasses there or something. There I am. You guys can see that in the chat. Here I am with my there I am with my buddies at the deal. This was my best friend James Green on this side. He played football. Then Joe He's a wrestler. I was the best Obamacare salesman out there. Yeah, they had me on the stage for it and stuff like that. So the bigwigs that came down, they were talking about how they were carrying on the program from what Mitt Romney had started and stuff, and they were happy to have me there. They're a part of the team and things like that. And so I saved some of the little speeches I did, and they had me do a skit too, where I played the part of. They had me do a skit, so they had they brought on one of my teammates whose name was Morgan, and she played Goldilocks. She had blonde hair, and I played the Papa Bear, and we did this kind of skit on the stage for them. So they had me do a lot of different things, but I think it was funny though, because you know that the prayer that you may find favor with both man and God. I didn't know those people from Adam, but then when I came out there to the hotel, they kept on having me doing the presenting and talking to the different people like I was one of the big wigs. So when I came out there wearing my on the floor with the 700 different workers, when I came out there in my suit one day, they started a rumor and they said he's actually they thought I was undercover boss. They were like, the workers were there. They were like, oh yeah, Jay's really an undercover boss. He's really running the operation, which I wasn't. Which I would like to have gotten that pay if I was. That'd have been funny. But I was just a worker, just like them, just starting out with it. But I spent 5 years there. The managers all liked me. It was a really good fun time, and I enjoyed doing it. So what I would do there is I would call people, and I'd help them try to fix their fix how to get into the Obamacare system, whether it's online or whether they needed to send in some paperwork. And so a lot of people got left behind, especially the older people and some people that may have had. So I talked to a lot of different people, and there's a lot of different people out there that have a lot of, I guess, a lot of issues, right, going on in their life. So I would talk to them and try to help them work out how to fill out paperwork and how to get their little forms together so that they could get their coverage. So that's basically what I did for the Obamacare system. And I'd give them phone calls and tell them, hey, I'm going to help you out. Let me find your documents. Let me look over them. And a lot of it came down to like accounting, basically like doing like a tax procedure, like looking over their income taxes and seeing if that qualifies them for stuff. So that's what I did out there. And they gave me a little bit of an awards a couple times. But I stayed at my entry level. I didn't want to move up in that thingy, because if you moved up in that deal, their hierarchy or whatever like that, you had to be a real kiss tail, and they didn't want you to have your own. They didn't want you to have your own belief system or have your own things that you would do. So they just wanted you to just follow orders at all time, and I wasn't about to do that, especially if it's something that's morally corrupted. If I saw it that way, if I viewed it that way, then I'm not going to do it. I'm going to always be true to myself. I'm not going to do just something just because you're telling me to go do something, and I'm not going to go turn around and lie to people either. So that's just not for me. So we had a worker that came out, not a worker, but a manager came up there, and like I told Cannon, he came up there rocking that book, Behold the Pale White Horse. And so he was a little bit of a Hotep, and they got rid of him. And he was a real nice manager, but he was one of those people, I think he wasn't going to just strictly follow orders. He was going to do things how he saw them to be morally fit for his character to do them. And I kind of agree with that. I like consistency. I like people that are consistent. I like it when you see people that keep the same energy, that they're not just wavering just because they're told to, or they're just going to fall off. Let me see where we're at now. 14 minutes out. Well, this case doesn't have the type of juice that the OJ trial did, does it? does not have the type of juice that a lot of these other trials have had in the past. So I don't think that we're going to see anybody collectively up going crazy out there in these streets for this. It's not the optics that the grift game was looking for. That's why there's not a lot of people covering it. It didn't have that white versus black dynamic that the race baiters are looking for, the divisionary tactics that everyone likes. But they did try to target this man because why? He didn't call his mom couldn't call the police. She said, we're going to lawyer up. That's one of the factors, I think, why they targeted him in this. It's probably the primary, I would guess. I would say that may have been one of the primary. What's good, Cannon?
Yeah, my bad. I had to take care of a call. But yeah, I don't know if that's the primary or not. I know that that's a possibility. Also, the fact that they responded to
them first.
To them first.
Okay. And the detectives, right?
Yeah. So it's like they immediately had a bias the minute they went to
That's what I'm saying, though. I'm saying that all plays into it. I'm saying when the mother said, I'm going to lawyer up, I'm saying that played into their bias of, oh, we got something for you. That's what I'm saying, thinking that their mentality was. Their mentality from the jump, going over there and seeing these people.
She going to lawyer up, they must be guilty.
Yeah, and these people seeing the four of them with the one dead and them playing victim over there. Them sitting over there, oh, we just came over to talk. And he just started shooting for no reason because he's a big bully who plays the NFL. Right. Okay? That's what they did. They sold it. They sold it to them off the bat. And without them trying to say, let me see both sides of the story first.
Yeah.
I think there was some incompetence on their level, right? Would you agree that you think that there's some incompetence on their side?
I think it was some extreme. The fact that they didn't do any type of DNA on the gun initially. There was no real investigation into them. You got a gunshot victim in the back of a car. You don't check to see if they got guns on them.
Yeah,
there's a lot of shit that was missed, bro. There's a lot of shit that was missed. And that's what made me like, yo, what the fuck? Like, did somebody know somebody at the police station or whatever, in the department or whatever?
Yeah,
but it never made sense to me, and it still don't. It's just incompetence. It's laziness and it's incompetence, in my opinion. But even after the fact, when you had all this discovery, you discovered these text messages, which the detective told the girl, hey, you can keep your phone, just don't delete nothing. And then the girl went to delete the evidence.
It's off the wall.
That should have told you something right there. Hello. No, I'm going right here to the office, cruise office. Tina. I'm with the port. Cows, yeah. I got access to everything. Huh? Oh no.
Oh, I'm 4 away. Let me put my little thing in the chat here.
Yeah, Ashton, the one that just sent me over here. He said he got a guy that his power meter's not working or something on the network or something. Yeah, since I was at Locust Point, he just told me to swing through. But I don't know. He told me he don't even remember the guy's name, so now I'm just waiting for him to tell me who it is, and then yeah. So she never stopped me before. I was like, huh? It's the same car. Got my sticker and everything. Who knows? She might have forgot. It's all good. I think it's because I'm black. I know, right? No, Miss Penny, she just didn't remember who I was. It's been a minute. Yeah.
That's what I would have told him too.
Yeah, no, it's a network problem. He just want me to help somebody out with. Then I got head. Is that who it is? I have no clue. And I gotta go to the Marine Terminal and deal with that. I think that's what they're doing, but I'm not sure. He just like it's not connected to the network, so I'm gonna check it out. If I can't figure it out, he's gonna come back up here. So. Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm waiting for Ashton now. So. No, he gone. Ashton gone. I think so. You know, they're ballers. They can do what they do. Oh, man. I want to ask you, right? You hear about the Travis Rudolph case? The football player who on trial for murder? So, him and his girlfriend, who allegedly ended up being married, right? They got into an argument, and some words were exchanged. He called out her name. She got mad and swung on him, cracked him in the head with a Patron bottle. Nah, it's a lot worse. So, cracked him over the head with the Patron bottle. Said basically like your days is numbered. You F with the wrong D. I'm gonna get my brothers to come F you up and shoot you. Then she texts her brother to go shoot up his house or his shit, quote unquote. Her brother and his 3 friends show up to his house. 2 of them allegedly had guns. He come outside, they jump him. His brother jump in, and so now they fighting him and his brother. His brother said he saw the dude pull a gun. He said he saw the dude pull a gun.
Get some more paper.
Well, he ran in the house and got his AR and came back out. They beating his brother up down the street. He go down to his brother. Him and the brother said 2 guys in the car was pointing guns at them. So he lit the car, resulting in one of the guys dying. The gun dog found the gun that one of the guys had, which proved that they had the gun. And they found the text messages from the sister telling the brother to go shoot up his house or his shit. But they put him on trial for murder, and they didn't rule it self-defense. It is a lot. So, the girlfriend did. Yeah, text the brother, go shoot his shit up. The brother then says, no, not that any of the video showed. The whole time she was hitting on him. The Ring camera and all that other stuff. The Ring camera. Yeah. Right. People can edit. Yeah, no, this was the Ring camera. She broke the PlayStation and all that other stuff. So
Oh. Can it go off for a second? Let me tell. Mom is over here helping me with the babies. And my wife went to Dunkin' Donuts, so she's going to go pick up some Dunkin' Donuts and bring it home. She's probably going to get some of their drinks and stuff. I would really like to get some Dunkin' Donuts, but I've been on my diet, so I don't know. Should I cheat on my diet or not? And get some Dunkin' Donuts, huh? It's a debate. I've been losing weight, so that's the good thing. I was at 225. I don't know what I'm at right now. I need to get on that scale and see what it says. Let's see what they're talking about. Okay, my dad's always texting me about computer updates. Let me see what you guys can see if this comes in or not. It's my dad's text. It's about computer updates, home pro, education, workstations, additions, something. I really don't like it when I have to have those updates on the computer because sometimes I'm in the middle of working on some kind of project and then it'll interrupt it with those. I know I can reschedule it for another time. We're a minute out. I need that jury to come through and be like, not guilty. You gonna add me on the Xbox? Yeah, hashtag Big J South 580. Those little marks is my squad name, Hotep. "40 seconds out." Think they're gonna pop back in on the minute? Oh God. Three, two, one.
Yeah. Whenever they went up to their house, they put guns on everybody and they're on the Crawford property, yeah. Their house. They actually got in trouble. Yeah, and they shouldn't have. And they shouldn't have. Yeah. They own their property. We're defending your home. Yeah. And everybody was like, yeah. It's game on. They knocked down their whole fence. Yeah. Right. It's exactly what it is.
Canada taking the message to the streets. It looks like we're about to start something back up. Some of these police look like gang.
It's a lot. And I'm just sitting there like, so they're like saying they're trying to say he was the aggressor. I'm like, he was never the aggressor at any point. The minute you come to my house at midnight, banging on the door, yeah. They got the first punch on ring on the camera. It's crazy. It's a lot, but I don't think he should be charged with no murder. I think it's justifiable homicide. There's no point. There's no. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. And they sued him for civil. They civilly sued him. Yeah, right. That's not a good kid. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. No, it shouldn't. But it's just sad because, like you said, that's where we at now. The deviants are the victims now. And right. Mm-hmm.
They really had Nicki Minaj fall off though, didn't they?
Exactly.
Good.
Right. Right. Why'd you shoot him? Because he tried to stab me. But he didn't have a gun, but he tried to stab me. Right. Right. Exactly. That's what a lot of it is.
I need to get a 6-pack going. get me some abs still.
Yeah.
Should help. Losing
Right.
weight would help my knee for my walking, so I'll be able to walk a little better with my top body is a little on the heavy side because I work out a lot, so I don't know. It's probably. All rise. Oh, they jumping up. Judge is here.
You said where were they at?
Take your seats.
We're asking.
All right, you ready to bring the jury back, assuming they're ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's done.
When the state's done, is there a way I can do a second break or take stuff down?
Sure, 10 minutes maybe. Well, all right, then yes. Yes.
Hold on, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
All rise, jury entering.
Okay, everybody take your seats. Welcome back. All right, who's going to begin the closing argument for the state? All right, go ahead, Ms. Edwards.
Good afternoon. I want to start by saying from all of us, I think I speak perhaps for Mr. Shiner as well, but also for the court and the family members and everybody who's been here. Thank you so much. I know we promised you a lot when we started this process about how quickly this was going to go, how many hours you'd have to wait each morning, how much you would have to put up with throughout the entirety of this. And you have given of your time, you have listened, you've paid attention despite all the delays and everything that we've thrown at you. So literally from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. I want to start this conversation with you by talking about something that is obvious to all of us, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page. This case has never been about domestic violence between Mr. Rudolph and his brother. This case has never been about domestic violence. So we spent a lot of time talking about the anatomy of this relationship and what was going on that day. But this case comes down to something very important. Murder begins where self-defense ends. You will see as I go through my presentation here with you that the state will not allege that Mr. Rudolph did not have a right to be upset that night. You will see as we go through the presentation that there will not be an allegation that it's ever okay for people to just show up to their house in the middle of the night. It's not illegal, but I could see, everybody could see how that would make somebody upset. I want to start with what started the calls to law enforcement that day. Murder begins where self-defense ends. After the rounds of shots that we just heard in that shot spotter audio, the following happened to that black Cadillac. There was a gunshot defect into the upper right corner of the rear window. The driver's side window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. Right front headlights impacted. Passenger side A-pillar impacted. Passenger side view mirror housing impacted. Right front passenger door window 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 impacted. Right front passenger door impact. Right front passenger door window impacted. Right front passenger door. 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 Those are separate impacts. Right front fender. Right front passenger door, twice again. Right rear passenger door window. Right rear passenger door window again. Right rear passenger door window. Passenger side B pillar. Passenger side C pillar. 30 total defects to the exterior of this black Cadillac, housing 4 men. As we now know, Sebastian Jean-Jacques died as a result of this. We also know Tyler, who was inside the vehicle,
She's trying to be so dramatic.
got struck twice in his back and once in his hip as he was running out of the vehicle and running away.
It's that emotional plea.
The other two, they don't have
dramatic,
visible
yo.
scars, but you saw them for yourself on the witness stand. You want to talk about dealing with trauma and being unable or unable to do things that day? Imagine trying to pull your friends away while that many shots are being fired at you. Imagine trying to navigate through a 3-point turn because of the way your vehicle was pointed. As shots are shelling through your vehicle, through the windshield, through the doors. Real life happened for Keyshawn Jones, Christopher Lowe, Sebastian Jean-Jacques, and Tyler Robinson on that day. And I ask that as you return to deliberate,
and think about all the things that you will be asked to consider, remember this. Why do we stand when you walk in the room? All of us. We stand because you are the judge. It is a matter of respect. It is also a matter of honor to sit as jurors of peers and decide an issue. Issue in this case, at the time that Travis Rudolph picked up that 6R, decided to shoot, did he have a legal justification to do so?
We would prefer to have something more solid. Sure. Yes.
Next, I want to draw your attention to the 911 call. Now, for the record, it states 50. Shot spotter was states 51. You heard it at the beginning of this case. Listen to it now after you've heard everything.
Out of my expertise.
Do you even have keyboard? Type CMD.
And then hit IP config. Wanna do IP config all? Yeah, IP config all.
It's in 2 words, and it's a /.
IP config /all.
IP config is 1 word, then a space, then /all.
He's shot. He's not moving. Yes, he's not moving. All right, let me get the medical line 1 moment.
Ping 1093.
Please hurry. Yeah, I'm dropping it now.
Oh, that's the wireless.
It's Rush Palm 40th and Broadway, getting male shot. He's not moving.
Good idea.
Do you know where he was shot? What part of his body? I'm not sure. I can't tell. But he's not moving.
Okay, then ping
And he's
space
the only one that did
1093.
there? He's the only one that's shot. Yes, please. Okay. We have help on the way to you. We're sending police and paramedics. And you say you can't tell when his body was shot, right?
I
can't tell. All right. And you say you roll the buckley or hold it 20 Police and Broadway, there's a gas station, a van auto park, something. 40th Street and Broadway. Okay, again, is he on 40th Street or on Broadway? We are on 40th Street and Broadway, it's the intersection. I hear police sirens. All right. What time will stay for you? Let us know. All right, no problem, sir. Did you see the person who shot him? Travis Rudolph. Sir, he pulled off? No, his name is Travis Rudolph. He shot at him. Travis Rudolph shot at him? Yes. Okay, is he black, white, or Hispanic, Travis? Black. What was he wearing today? I don't even know. He came out the house with no shirt. Okay, what house does he live at? He lives at 40th and Broadway? No, he lives in Northlake somewhere. I'm not sure. Off like Northlake and up like past Riviera? Like Lakeport, I don't know. Please, I think I understand they're going to come help in the medic turnaround as well, but you're saying Travis Rudolph shot him here, so was he in a car? He shot him around his neighborhood. He came outside with the gun and shot at him. Shot at us. He shot all of us. Okay, but where did that happen? You guys drove to this location? Yes, we were trying to get to the hospital, and we came down the street, and the car stopped working. Okay, Northlake. Are you shot as well, sir? I don't think I'm shot. I'm not shot. It's him. Okay, do you know Travis's address? No, I'm not sure. Okay, so you guys were hanging out at his house. He came outside, shot at you guys, and you drove to this location? We came to talk to him. He came outside trying to fight. We were trying to get to the car.
I'm sorry, y'all. The 911 call don't mean nothing.
Gun came outside.
The 911 call don't mean anything. All she's doing is trying to make them look like victims.
Okay, Mel. How many other people
Found
are
the
with you
gun
right
when he
now?
found the text messages
Two,
between
and
him
my
and his
friend who's
sister.
with us, I don't know where he's at. We
The
drove away.
911 call shouldn't mean nothing at this point.
Yes, please.
This is bullshit.
Okay, you see the police? Yes, we see the police.
This is bullshit.
All right, go ahead and flag them down, okay? We flag them down. Please.
I think the prosecution don't have a case.
Please. Oh my gosh, yeah, I love you, bro. I love you.
That is not the voice of someone who spent time stopping to throw away firearms. That is not the voice of someone who didn't care about getting his friend to a hospital. That's the voice of a man who is terrified about what he just experienced and that his best friend, who's sitting right next to him, is now dead.
That's a voice of somebody who got in way over their head. That's what the voice is. That's the voice
What
of somebody
does
who got
murder
in
begin
way over their head,
where
thought
self-defense
they was
and
gangster,
mean?
and then when the shit came down to it, they
It is
wasn't.
unlawful to use or continue to use deadly force when the attacker or intruder is no longer an imminent threat.
They were an imminent threat, period, full stop, until they got off that block.
In Florida, self-defense instruction is called the justifiable use of deadly force. It has both an objective and a subjective component, and we'll talk about that. Justifiable use of deadly force is the instruction that you will likely spend a lot of time on, so I'll talk to you about it here. It reads, Travis Rudolph was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted murder, aggravated battery, or aggravated assault against himself or another. And then it defines what deadly force is, which you probably didn't need. Yeah, it's the kind of force likely to cause death or great bodily harm, the kind from shooting a firearm. In the instructions, it wants you to consider the following. In deciding whether Travis Rudolph was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which he was surrounded at the time the force was used. Here's a subjective standard. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Travis Rudolph actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary.
The guns, that is a very real
Objective
threat.
standard.
The brandishing the guns, two guns are very,
Moreover,
that's very real threats.
to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have had to believe the use of deadly force was necessary. So it's not just about what Mr. Rudolph was thinking. It is also about what a reasonable, objective person thought was reasonable and necessary under the circumstances. Initial aggressor. Why is this important? Well, if a person in the state of Florida starts a fight, starts an issue with someone, and then that person simply reacts to it, that potentially could be self-defense. However,
so like it happened at his house.
if the initial aggressor, the person who started it all, clearly shows an intent to remove themselves from the violence, but the person who the force was used against first decides they're not done and would like to continue the violence, that's where we have the problem.
Not if two guns are still pointed at you through the windshield. No matter if they was backing up or not, the guns were the threat. I can still shoot shots and
Is
back
this
my car
aggression?
at the same time.
Is it? That
Am I
will be the
wrong?
question before you.
You right, Ken. All right.
You seem to be speaking calmly. Can I speak to Travis? Gotta holler at him. And we know, perhaps at the beginning, the notion that someone could possibly be wanting to speak to someone in the middle of the night sounded ridiculous.
He got punched.
But then we heard more about the story. These people aren't strangers. They call each other little bro and big bro. They know each other. They go to family events together. They are not strangers. We also know that Keyshawn Jones made 6 separate attempts to speak, one of which, according to the records, was rejected. So the fact that Mr. Jones went over there to talk with his friends is not out of the realm of possibilities.
Bullshit. That is bullshit.
Not based on what the evidence shows us.
She a piece of shit, yo.
We also know a fight happened outside where no weapon is used. How do we know that?
Who started the fight?
I know you heard differently, so you're like, tell me, Miss State Lady. Let's look at the evidence. First part that's cut off there is independent witness Mr. Estes saw no guns. He's watching this fight, enough so that he's like, oh, trouble is going to break here. I'm thinking perhaps I should get my gun, just in case it gets wild. But he did not see any firearms. He testified to that fact.
He said he saw the gun.
Then the rig video clip shows no guns at the time that the defendant says he saw the firearm.
He testified he saw the gun.
You remember during his cross-examination, as Mr. Rudolph was up there, had to pause to look at what was going on at the time he's making his way into the residence.
Pause real quick.
No guns.
Pause the video.
Yeah, real quick.
Tyler Robinson testified that the...
Go ahead.
So this is how you know she's disingenuous. He testified on several accounts that he saw Tyler Robinson pull the gun. That's when he went to get his gun. He said that. She's omitting the fact that the quote-unquote victim started the fight. He's omitting the fact that the dogs found the gun that they lied and said they didn't have.
Just what this hinges on is the art of
John
omission.
Johnson and the sister and all of them, they're not victims. They were the aggressors.
Right.
They
want to paint them as the victim and stuff like that, and use the emotional argument with them.
She a piece of shit, y'all. All right, go ahead. Hit the video. Let's start.
Gun remained zipped in his pants pocket. And you know, at first,
You want me to skip ahead or keep it here?
Keep it here.
Well, isn't that unlikely? Isn't it unlikely that you brought the gun and forgot it was there because you got into this fight,
Bullshit.
and then the shooting happened and you just simply forgot it was there, and then you listen to the circumstances?
Oh God, here we go.
He got into a fight out at 550 Teat Drive. It was a physical fight. Fists, kicks, hits. He even admitted that at one point he did try to choke the defendant. He admitted all those things. And he said his gun remained in the zipper pocket because he didn't go there with the intention to try to shoot anybody. He didn't want to. And you know, you can believe a lot of things or disbelieve a lot of things, but then you have to look at what actually takes place after. Mr. Robinson never shoots back. This is the person that they claimed is sent over there to shoot his shit up and actually kill him. He never, even when shots are coming through the windshield, instead he lays on top of his friend and gets the bullets into him. Perhaps he's a hero. Because he managed to stay cool to keep that firearm in his pocket. He managed to put his body over another person so they wouldn't be struck.
But so how did the firearm end up by the neighbor's yard?
Keyshawn Jones and Christopher Lowe also testified there were no guns. It was a fist fight. Even Linda Rudolph, she didn't see any guns because there were no guns out there. Dara Rudolph also didn't see the guns out there.
So that's an imaginary gun the dog found.
There are no guns involved in this fist fight out front.
That's an imaginary tourist that the dog found, right?
So let's look at the circumstances under which Mr. Rudolph grabbed that assault rifle.
Now she's talking like the jury dumb.
Travis, no. Come on, please. Travis, no. Please, please. Travis, no. That's his mother. Because Mr. Rudolph has now escalated what was a physical fight to introduce a firearm. How does Daryl get down Redwood? It's an interesting question. It also forms the basis for another interesting question, which is, are you defending yourself or are you pursuing people that you think have wronged you? Are you? We already saw the map. This is where Mr. Rudolph lived and where the shooting scene occurred. On the map, you have it in evidence, states 1. Everybody else is indicating that that fight happened closer to the house up here, which makes sense, and I'll show you why in a little bit. So then how do they get all the way from up here to all the way down there if they weren't pursuing the young man as they ran away?
So people who never been in a fucking fight to understand
What's
how
this?
you end up
This
on
is
these
all
ways.
7 individuals on camera.
Yeah, moving his
He also
legs.
testified that his brother was down the street.
Keyshawn Jones with his hoodie, Daryl Rudolph with his white t-shirt.
Yeah.
Then you see person, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4,
They were
5,
heroes.
6,
Come on now.
7.
They were heroes.
There are 4 young men that came to that house. Then there's Daryl Rudolph, Mrs. Rudolph, and Travis Rudolph. All 7 accounted for. What point in the video is this? Mr. Rudolph is making his way into the house before he grabs the assault rifle.
Okay,
There's no fight happening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh
It stopped.
She the one
Everybody is calmed down.
You deserve those hits.
He escalated it.
But the brother said that they was beating him up down the street by the car.
Right.
So how did he escalate something?
He's protecting
This
his
now
That's what
brother
I'm saying.
and
is
himself.
Mr. Rudolph after he's exited the residence with the assault rifle and slips.
But they say the absence of evidence
White
is not
t-shirt.
evidence of
Daryl.
absence.
Didn't realize he was in that video, right? He's there. He's not down the street.
The gun was in my pocket.
He's
but
right there
the gun-
at the
gun was
corner
in
of
his
the
pocket,
front
how it
lot.
end up
Yeah, because
in the neighbor's yard. Or by
Travis
the neighbor's
saw
yard.
the
Explain that
Travis
to
At the
saw
beginning of the ring video, something interesting happens. You hear a male
trying to
voice say
intimidate
twice,
him
he's
by
going in
showing
the
him
house.
guns.
There's so much happening on that video.
He didn't know they weren't prepared to use them.
But listen again. I'm going to just back up so we can get to that.
I swear, I hope the jury is not as gullible as she thinks they are. I really hope the jury not as gullible as they think
I'll let
she
you-
is, or that she thinks they are.
He's going in the house. He's going in the house. Keyshawn Jones testified that he started yelling that to his friends as he started headed down Redwood. Why? Because they're all concerned about what Mr. Rudolph would come out of that house with. So they all start making their way down to the car. Keyshawn, Chris, Sebastian start hurrying down Redwood.
How we know they wasn't?
Tyler is the only one that remains and is confronted with that assault rifle. Everybody else runs off.
And she just said that it's sad that that's what it is.
Tyler, no gun in his hand. You got that. You got that. Even Mr. Rudolph had to admit to him that
I don't
means
know,
I'm
she might have went
surrendering.
to prepaid legal university.
So how did Daryl get down Redwood?
What do you mean? How did Daryl get down Redwood?
It's clear both Sebastian and Chris try to leave after
beat
he's
him
going
down
into the
Redwood.
house, but are delayed
Right.
by Daryl at
Trying
the
to
tree
create
near the
distance
house.
and they're fighting him. What the heck?
Bullshit.
Daryl,
trying to
for
say they were
reasons
trying to
unknown,
go.
follows them instead of remaining at home. Now, according to Daryl's testimony, Daryl said he went down on Redwood to create distance between himself and the 2 men, that's Sebastian and Chris, during the fight. But it's unreasonable that it would be Daryl's only option. As you can see
that's
clearly in that
bullshit. Not if they
video,
fight.
there was no one around him when Mr. Rudolph
Motherfuckers like
came out
this
of
who ain't
that
never been in
residence.
nothing, yo. That serious.
He made his way down there of his own volition. People testified.
He went
Nobody
down there
dragged him
because that
down
was
there.
only directed
Nobody
to go.
pulled him down there. And we know
You got
even
two
later
dudes
that night,
blocking your
Daryl is
way.
still
Only way
pursuing
to go
people
is
he
the other
shouldn't
way.
pursue.
It's just crazy, bro.
Daryl is definitely not dragged down that street.
He was forced that way.
How did Travis Rudolph end up down on Redwood? Well, he says he turns his attention to Daryl after Tyler runs to the car. So basically, after the ring video we just watched, you got this, Tyler books it and starts running back to the car. Mr. Rudolph's own testimony is that Tyler keeps running. He even passes where Daryl is and runs to the car. Then Travis Rudolph says he sees his brother. And before he can even reach him, ladies and gentlemen, this is his own testimony. 40 to 50 feet before he even reaches Daryl, he realizes that all the men that were fighting with Daryl run off back to the car. He hasn't even gotten to wherever Daryl has ended up.
No, they were running.
So how does he get all the way to being in front of the car that he sees firearms? It's because he followed them. He pursued them. In the state of Florida, you are allowed to stand your ground. In the state of Florida, you do not have a duty to retreat if somebody is coming at you in a place you have a right to be. But you do not, ladies and gentlemen, get to pursue people and then claim self-defense.
What? He wasn't pursuing people. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, she leaving up the park. Like his brother was getting his ass beat down.
Let's take a look at this video.
She's so full of shit, bro.
It is not the clearest. It really isn't. But it is the best window we have into what actually happened and how it happened.
Racism perpetrated by his own people. His own skin folks. God damn, bro.
You start seeing the little shadows. I'm not telling you can tell who every single person is. But if you pay long enough attention, you can see the four figures make it back to the car and the rear lights come on and start moving before that flash comes on. The car actually backs up, not drives forward.
So what?
They are trying to leave. They have signaled they do not wish to continue any violence.
Oh, did they put out a little white flag?
Bullshit.
And Mr. Rudolph cannot take that for an answer.
Again, you can back up and still.
He shoots 39 times, 39 into this vehicle as it moves and drives away.
And he didn't hit any pedestrians, did he?
That is not self-defense.
Nope. That's very much so self-defense.
He's an accurate shot.
By the time the defendant starts shooting, the Cadillac has already moving away. It has reversed, and then Porky Sean, under these conditions, trying to make that three-point turn to get away.
It doesn't matter.
It's 12:11 a.m. First muzzle flash. Cars already on and backing up.
Yes.
Look how far Mr. Rudolph is from that vehicle. Saw firearms, my foot. Didn't see any firearms. Couldn't have. That is a tinted window on the side of that car.
You found the firearm.
Could not have seen it.
You found the firearm.
Why is he even down there, ladies and gentlemen? Why is he down there?
How's it not reasonable that they didn't brandish it if you found one on the scene? How's that not reasonable?
So let's talk about what Mr. Rudolph could or couldn't have seen.
How you doing?
Based on just common sense things that we know about the area, the dark video we were looking at, and the circumstances of the lighting. This area of Redwood is dark enough. There's some street lights, I'll give you that. But they're not so bright that they're illuminating everything that we can see every single person.
Full of it, yo.
The interior light of the Cadillac is clearly not on.
Excuse me. Can I get a bag?
Cadillac has tinted windows. We heard that testified to by the person that was driving it, but also by the CSI, and we see it for ourselves on the pictures. Sebastian actually barely makes it into the car. He had just slammed the door when that car starts moving, and then Mr. Rudolph started shooting. He doesn't have time to find a firearm. Given the distance between the defendant and the car, it literally is extremely unlikely that he saw anything inside that vehicle. Defendant claims a gun was pointed at him by Sebastian. Well, isn't that convenient? Well, you gotta have to explain why you shot that one person in particular so many times. Let's talk about evidence of a firearm. Tyler.
Because he had
Tyler's gun is found that night. Everybody knows that.
Okay, so what's up?
Tyler admits the gun was on him and in his pocket. And ladies and gentlemen, a very important fact that I think goes amiss in the conversation about do you have to wait for someone to shoot you to shoot back? No, you don't have to wait. But if somebody else has a gun out, ready to go, they're gonna fire back after that 39 shots being fired at them.
That's not true.
It just it defies logic, honestly.
That's not true.
Sebastian.
That is not true.
Sebastian's hands.
That is not true.
Was he holding a
wasn't real
firearm?
shooters.
Bulges in the
They niggas wasn't
pockets.
ready for that
Let's
type
talk
of
about it.
fight. They wanted to posture like they was ready for that type of fight, but they weren't ready for that.
So the first photo you saw had Sebastian's hand looking like this. Defense experts said firearm likely in Sebastian's hand. Could be nothing. Could be another item.
Like what?
Then
He was
Dr.
telling
Osborne
Keon
from
he
the
loved
medical
him.
examiner's office
died.
testified that Sebastian had
Sign
a
language.
spinal injury. So that's going to have an impact on how his body rests. Then Sebastian not in full rigor mortis. So if an item was in fact taken from his hand, according to Dr. Osborne, it would just lay in whatever natural state it was in. It wouldn't keep its form because he's not in full rigor mortis, such that you can get the gun out and it just remains there. The hand consistent with holding nothing at all. Well, let's look at that. Isn't it weird how perspective changes things? You want to see a firearm in somebody's hand when there's no firearm there? You can, depending on the angle of the photo. But this is Sebastian's hand. Just looks like it fell. This is Sebastian's hand. It just looks like it fell. It really is pure speculation that the defendant could not only have seen one gun in Sebastian's hand, but the unlikely event that he could see two guns, to include the one in Tyler's hand. And let me talk about that for a second. Perhaps feasible that you can see a gun pointed at you through a windshield. I'll give you that if you're close enough, although he wasn't. But how do you see the muzzle of a gun that is not being fired in the dark, in the crack, on the other side of a car? How do you see that? How do you see that?
Ambient light.
You do not.
Think about ambient light. How dark is the tent?
The defendant received the discovery in the case. He had the pleasure of sitting and listening to everybody else's testimony.
What's up?
You have to put a gun in the hand of the people who you shot. You just have to.
No, you don't, because you don't need. They don't need to have a gun for you to be killed.
Well, we knew Tyler had a gun. That wasn't a mystery. So now,
Yeah, made it a mystery.
let's make something about this hand posture. Defendant
So who had
expert
the
was
second
paid
gun?
$600 an
Who had the
hour
second
to
gun
say
that
it
he
could have
found?
been a gun and it could have been nothing at all. But even he had to admit it could have been nothing at all. What about the bulges? What about the bulges? What about the bulges? Bulge here. That's Chris Lowe. He said, I had my phone in my pocket. Why should you believe him? Well, we know he had a phone in his pocket. That's the phone that was used to make that 911 call we listened to. Sebastian's over here, but he also had some type of bulge in the front pocket. And we know Tyler, you can't even see a bulge in his pocket, and he actually does have a gun.
Her argument is horrible.
Chris testified that the bulge was his phone. And we know it's the same phone he used to make that 911 call, which is completely consistent with the rest of the evidence in the case. That he would have had it on his person so that after the shooting, he can reach for it to be able to call 911. Sebastian had two sets of keys that were found in his front right pocket. There was no evidence found in his pocket or anywhere near him that it was a firearm. What is reasonable doubt? Reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. It is not speculative. It is not imaginary, and it certainly is not forced doubt. Such a doubt should not, must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt.
Bitch, what?
I want to talk about a very important instruction. Justifiable use of deadly force. This is another part of it. The use or threatening use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Travis Rudolph used force or the threat of force to initially provoke the use of threatened use of force against him.
What?
So earlier I was talking about initial aggressors. Clearly, we're not there anymore because that's not where this shooting happened. I'm talking about down on Redwood. How do you get all the way down there?
His brother was still being
Ladies and
assaulted
gentlemen, I
and
submit to you, even under the unlikely circumstances that they had firearms and in fact pointed them, think about what those men would have seen. This firearm.
What's she
Now
talking
they
about?
running
Big
from
one,
fucking
6
Freddy
Sawyer.
Krueger. Now she's
With
trying
the
to say
drum.
that even if they had guns, he had
Heavy
he had
thing,
an
by the
AR,
way.
so now they're
You're
at a
allowed to touch
disadvantage because
things.
he has an AR.
Coming at them from somebody who's running towards them or walking towards them. Somebody they're trying to escape, someone whom they're literally trying to flee.
What?
They would have had every
They
right
trying to flee him.
to turn guns on him at that moment.
They trying to
But
flee
ladies and
him,
gentlemen, I
though.
submit to you that did not happen. They did
Are you
not have
serious?
time. They didn't have time. They got in that car, the car started moving, and they were screeching away or trying to. It is not justifiable use of deadly force. That is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. At the time Mr. Rudolph is firing his gun, what is going on that he's protecting himself from? Isn't he the one that's initiating? If he's running all the way down to Redwood where they are?
Protecting his brother. She keeps trying to take his brother out.
Isn't he the one that is pursuing and not, quote, defending?
What's up, bro?
They are trying to run away. I want to talk to you now about the charges. First count, first-degree murder. The state must prove elements of first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Here are the elements. The victim is dead. Well, we know Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. The death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. We know that because it's not justified. There was a premeditated killing of the victim, and I'll talk to you about the ways you can assess whether or not something is premeditated.
You know what
Sebastian
premeditated
Jean-Jacques
was?
is
The brother
dead.
and the sister did.
And
That's
by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I noticed it as we were going through the jury instructions as well. Sometimes Sebastian's name is spelled here with an I-A-N, like I have done here. His name is actually spelled with an I-E-N, and we'll have that corrected for the verdict form.
Who the fuck cares?
But we all know who we're talking about. Sebastian Jean-Jacques. Sebastian's lifeless body is discovered at 40th and Broadway. According to the medical examiner, his spinal cord was transected. He had lacerated liver and a bunch of other things that he talked to us about. Cause of death was the 10 gunshot wounds, but of course, that particular one penetrating to his torso.
Okay.
Beyond a reasonable doubt, Sebastian Jean-Jacques is dead.
All right.
Unfortunately.
You know when people get 10 rounds to
Element
them?
number 2.
Is when they
Sebastian Jean-Jacques' death was caused by the criminal act of Travis Rudolph. That has also been proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
That mean
You can hear the car, and then you can hear the shooting. They are leaving. They are leaving. Let them leave, Mr. Rudolph. Revenge. To exact punishment or wrongdoing, especially in a resentful or vindictive spirit. To take vengeance, to inflict punishment. Avenge. The act of revenging, retaliation for injuries or wrongs. Something done in revenge, a desire to retaliate. He had lost a fight. I'll grant you this, it was not a fair fight. 4 men came over to his house and they were ready for whatever he wanted to do. And they fist fought outside.
What the heck?
Tyler, like I said, admitted. Yeah, at one point I choked him because I saw him on top of Keyshawn. They were fighting. And you saw his injuries. He had some cuts and scrapes and bruises. Some of the others testified about their cuts, scrapes, and bruises. What you will not hear is broken legs, broken femurs, broken throats, slit throats, or anything that involves a weapon or serious bodily injury.
4 niggas, 4 dudes fighting you?
So let me put not just self-defense, but the rest of some of the defenses that you've heard in context.
If I get somebody down,
There's a section that will talk to you about excusable homicides. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means using ordinary care without unlawful intent. That's not this. We know Mr. Rudolph knew exactly what he was doing and he did just that. 2, when the killing occurs by accident or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. I want to talk about that one a little bit. I'm sure you heard the heat of passion instruction as the judge was reading it. And I want to talk to you about what that is intended for. It is not intended for a fist fight in the front of somebody's home. It is intended for the kind of thing that causes a regular human being to lose all logical sense. What am I talking about? You walk into a room and your 4-year-old daughter is being raped by somebody. You completely lose your mind and you kill that person. That is heat of passion. You walk into the room and your wife is having sex with somebody. You completely lose your mind. That is heat of passion. Something that causes you to completely lose your senses. You're not making proper judgments about whether or not guns are being pointed or not being pointed. You're not making proper judgments about the distances between places and things. You have lost your mind because of the things you have experienced or seen. That is heat of passion. And heat of passion has 5 parts. Every single one of them, like all the other elements, must exist for it to be so.
No.
We'll get to it
Under
later.
her definition of heat of passion.
When a killing is committed by accident, misfortune, resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used, again, not the circumstances of this one. Heat of passion. All 5 elements, A, B, C, D, and E, all end with an and then of course, last one. First one. An issue in this case, whether Travis Rudolph did or did not have a depraved mind, and also you'll see it there for the premeditation. Why? Because heat of passion is not a full defense. It is a partial defense. It's a defense against the intent requirement of crimes. And so its focus is not going to be manslaughter or some of the other types of charges. It's like first-degree murder that requires premeditation. It's like second-degree murder that requires depraved mind, you know? So it's focused on intent. So the instructions are very similar except for the language here, which either talks about premeditation or depraved mind. So we'll focus then on just the elements. There must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary, reasonable person. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. The stuff that changes you from a regular human to an animalistic one, where you are going on pure emotion and feeling. The kind of stuff that drives a person so crazy that they cannot logically function or think. Not a fist fight. Not a fist fight. But okay, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control, would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. That's what I'm talking about. Unreasoning fury. Because guess what? You walk into that room and that stuff is happening.
She already lost the jury. The jury
You're not thinking about anything other than getting it to stop.
She did call her animal.
C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. So even if, for some reason, you're like, well, I think people showing up to your house in the middle of the night could be this kind of thing, which I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not. It's not intended for that kind of combat. It's intended for the kind of thing that drives you out of your mind. But even if you thought it was, look at C. No time to cool off. It's done. Before he even goes into the house for the assault, they're running away back to the car. It's done. There is a reasonable amount of time for somebody to cool off and chill out. D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off. So this isn't just Rudolph now and how he's feeling. This is a reasonable person, objective standard portion of the heat of passion. Reasonable person under the same circumstances. Oh, thank God they're finally leaving. Let me go back in and call 911. E, Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed. So all 5 would have had to be present. But you don't even start here because you don't have unreasoning fury, the kind of thing that causes a person to completely black out, lose their mind.
You're right. Somebody showing up to my house at 12:30 in the morning.
Element number 2, Travis Rudolph pursued fleeing subjects.
To fight me.
Victims got in their vehicle, reversed, and were then hit with a spray of gunfire. That has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt because that's not people just saying it, that's us seeing it with our own eyes in the video. Revenge is not self-defense.
Rudolph could have died.
Travis Rudolph, like I said, had a right to be angry. Show up to anybody's house in the middle of the night, especially getting into their relationship and telling them what they can or can't do. You're a grown person. Absolutely, you have the right to be angry. Travis Rudolph also did not have to retreat. He's at his house. He doesn't have to like run away back into his house at the time that he's opening that door. No, he could have stood there. He could have stepped outside and had a fight with them on his own lawn. Absolutely. He did not have a duty to run back inside at that point. However, Travis had no right to pursue fleeing subjects. The minute you think that you can play judge, juror, and executioner,
He wasn't
the
pursuing
minute that happens,
See, this is what I'm talking about.
therein lies the problem.
He wasn't pursuing
People can really cause you to lose it. And you become angry enough that you think you have the right to do whatever you want, but that is not the law in the state of Florida.
But she keep trying to
If they are running away from you, if they have signaled that they wish to stop the violence by literally turning their backs, running and jumping in a car that's trying to get away,
shooting at him until he saw the gun.
you can't keep shooting. You can't start shooting.
If he had malice, right? If he had malice in his heart, and he
Let's
really
talk about
wanted to do harm to
premeditation.
them,
It's element
he'd
number
start
3.
busting on them niggas as soon as he walked out.
And
the
you'll
house.
see that I'm speaking primarily about Sebastian Jean-Jacques here as I talk about this element, but of course premeditation also applies to the other charges because it's attempted first-degree murder as it relates to Tyler, Keyshawn, and Chris. Premeditation, what is it?
And you know it's one
Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. You have made up your mind. I would like to kill this person, or I want to kill this person, or I need to kill this person. Whatever your thoughts are, I need to eliminate this person. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. Why? Because some people do it for months. Some people do it for years. Some people do it for days. Some people do it for minutes.
Bullshit.
Some people do it for seconds. But the end result is the problem. Killing someone when you've decided that they should die.
For 2 seconds. Bitch.
The period of time, however, must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. So it can't just be, oh, go shoot their shit up, but nothing's actually happening to make that happen.
It doesn't
The person
matter.
has to actually have a thought, I want to kill the person, and then go about making it happen and have that time to reflect.
He ain't give him a chance to make
The
that shit happen. How about
premeditated
that?
intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by who? You. You're the judge of the fact.
She's a
The judge,
horrible lawyer.
this judge in the robe gives you the law. You decide what the facts are in this case. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Where does premeditation come from? We talked about some of these things in jury selection.
So in this situation,
It's the
Kay, would that be
circumstances of
premeditation?
what's happening immediately before, during, and
Would
after.
that be premeditation?
It is the nature of
And running
the
in the house
weapon used.
after seeing a gun, immediately
Why
running
this
out to get
one
his gun?
instead of that
Is
one?
that premeditation?
Why a rock
Because
instead of a gun?
premeditation, he saw
Why a
Tyler
gun
with the gun first. Why didn't he come out the house
instead
and just
of a
start
knife?
busting at Tyler?
The presence or absence of adequate provocation. It is not okay to take a gun to a fist fight. Previous difficulties between the parties. The manner in which the homicide itself was committed. Is this one shot to the head? Is this 39 shots? It matters.
No, it doesn't matter.
The nature and manner of the wounds inflicted. Is this clearly indicating that the individuals were trying to get away? Yeah. Like Travis Rudolph is shooting here. Tyler Robinson is getting bullets to his back. Sebastian Jean-Jacques, as according to the medical examiner, most of those were from the back.
But Tyler Robinson went in the car when they called 911.
Whether the initial aggressor removed himself from the conflict. Whether or not there is any break in time between the initial provocation and then what happens. Those are all things you get to consider. My favorite thing, your favorite thing, everybody's favorite thing, videos. Why? Because they don't lie. They are what they are in the moment they're captured.
That's premeditated, but they're not on trial.
The defendant claims he ran into the house to get his assault rifle because he saw Tyler pull out a gun. Video clearly disproves that.
But we know Tyler had a gun, bitch.
I asked him, show me, where? Where is he with the firearm? It's not possible. Video does not lie. Daryl and Travis Rudolph claim that they were further down on Redwood, but the evidence and other testimony disproves that.
Whose testimony, though?
Daryl's still on video after Rudolph outside with the gun that I showed you, that image with him over on the corner of the front lawn. Tyler is the only person still visible, but he is further away, backing into the street. Nobody's preventing Daryl from coming back home. Video proves no reason for Daryl to go down that street. He pursued them as they were fleeing.
Again, his brother was down there. How many times they got testified to that?
Video does not lie. Before Travis Rudolph even gets to his brother, all the men have run back to the car door.
You heard me what?
The door then closes, and the vehicle immediately starts moving. Travis Rudolph isn't even in frame yet. He's not even close enough yet. And then you see him, and then he starts shooting. He's clearly the one moving forward as that vehicle is backing up. Clearly.
Okay.
Video doesn't lie.
His brother right there. He saw the gun, and that gave him justification to
The
shoot.
video does not lie. The defendant starts shooting after the vehicle had started backing up and moving away. Why do I keep stressing this, ladies and gentlemen? Because it is important. How can you claim that there is a threat to you? You must do this. You must be judge, jury, and executioner if they are getting away from you. If they are moving away from you, how do you prove necessity? How do you say it absolutely is necessity? I had to do it. I had no choice when they are getting away from you.
He's in the car backing up, but he got
Defendant claims he thought vehicle was coming at him. Well, the video disproves that possibility. It's clearly backing up. The video doesn't lie, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant claims he wanted the men to get away from him. It is literally what they are doing in the video. The video and the testimony corroborate they ran away. They got the car. The car was leaving before the shooting even started. The video is damning on this issue. Shot spotter audio also doesn't lie. Defendant claims he wanted the men to get away from him. Shot spotter audio can hear the engine before even a single sound of the gunshots, indicating the car started moving and was in fact leaving, just like we can see on the video. That is also damning.
What? She's still going?
Thank you.
Yeah, she's still going.
Evidence
And
of
she made no
premeditation.
sense.
The defendant here had an interesting choice of weapons.
She got a whole performance. on her
Defendant,
right
as we
now.
know,
She
had
is-
2 guns.
Yeah, she is. She grifty as fuck.
Handgun that we know was fully loaded in his dresser. He was more familiar with it, carried it. It's actually the one he carries concealed to Miami as he trains, as we heard.
What's that got to do with anything?
And he had this assault
And you're gonna
rifle in
say
his
that
bag
he guilty
in the same room.
for not
Guilty
picking
for
the right
grabbing
gun.
the AR.
Defendant selected the gun with maximum firepower, 100 rounds. That choice was not about self-defense. As we saw, nobody else had a gun out. He hadn't even seen any guns
But
pulled out.
him and his brother said that they saw, guns.
Premeditated.
So you got the canine.
Choice of guns.
Choice of guns?
Pursuing people as they're trying to run away.
What?
Literally, your claim that they're coming towards you, completely disproven.
Live?
Premeditated. He wanted
Bro.
to, quote,
Choice of
eliminate.
gun.
Bro.
And there's attempted first degree murder, also has 3 elements. And I noticed on some of your packets, it said 2 elements. It's 3.
You can't die from a
Anything
pistol.
first degree murder,
Your head
3,
hits
even the
concrete,
attempted
you
ones.
dead.
So just correct that when you go back there. You'll see
Bro.
the 3, the number 3.
She's horrible, bro.
Okay, Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Tyler, Keyshawn, and Chris. I've put them together here for ease of discussion. That went beyond just thinking and talking about it. Yeah, well, we've certainly gone beyond that.
I was wondering if maybe she's
That's
pregnant.
proven beyond a reasonable doubt. 2, Travis Rudolph acted with a premeditated design. We just discussed the premeditation. Why shoot them in the back? Why shoot them as they're leaving? Why even go down there?
To get the
3,
brother.
the act would have resulted in the death of Tyler, Keyshawn,
like
and
I
Chris,
said,
except for someone
trying to
prevented
eliminate
Travis
the fact
Rudolph
that
from
his brother
killing them, or he
was down
failed to do so.
She's trying to eliminate the fact that his
Apparently,
brother
another
was down
hero
there.
is Keyshawn.
Right? Is she acting like a fist fight?
How he had the
harmless?
presence of mind, ladies and gentlemen, to get his friends out of that
She
while
mentioned his
getting
brother
shelled
not
with
one time
39
in this whole
casings.
thing.
We will all never
They
understand.
got choked out. Oh, there was just a harmless choking out. What the heck?
Rules for deliberation. You must follow the law as it is set forth in the instructions. I spent a lot of time making sure that when we selected you, that not only were you fair to both the defendant and the state, but that you would promise that you would follow the law. It is so integral, ladies and gentlemen, especially as you deliberate, to follow the law. It will not lead you astray. Just follow the law. And it makes total sense. But even if you think it doesn't, it's not your judgment call. Follow the law. And the law says, if a person starts conflict with you and then clearly indicates that they're trying to get away, you are not allowed to shoot them, and certainly not in the back. You cannot shoot at their vehicle as they're leaving. There'll be other rules for deliberation. You'll see them. But most important, that I bolded at number 7, your verdict cannot be based on prejudice, bias, or sympathy. You all promised that you wouldn't do that anyway. We picked people who, the minute they said sympathy, can't do it, bye-bye, nice to meet you. Thank you so much for your time. Because you have to be able to separate feelings that you might have about individuals and what the law requires and what the facts say.
She's horrible,
And
bro.
you all said you could do that. So just do it. Follow the law. It's not about whether or not he's an ex-NFL player or an ex-celebrity or whatever else. It's about what he did that night to somebody else's family.
What?
Weighing the evidence.
Oh my God.
You'll get an instruction on that. The things that you should focus on. I'm not going to go through every single one with you. I recognize that
Attorneys better wear her
you have the
ass out.
packet and you'll read it as you go through. But I want to talk to you about lesser included offenses. And Madam Clerk, if you can start taking from the other section.
This attorney better wear her ass out, bro.
I want to start from the bottom. The least charge in front of you for your consideration is called aggravated assault. Aggravated assault, like the judge defined for you, that's on page 29 for quick reference if you want to get there, has 4 elements. Travis Rudolph intentionally or unlawfully threatened either by word or act to do violence. Here it says Christopher Lowe because this is his section, but obviously we're talking about Tyler. I'm sorry, not Tyler. We're talking about Keyshawn and Chris here. Then at the time, Travis Rudolph appeared to have the ability to carry out that threat. Well, yeah, certainly. Not just carry out the threat. It was full on happening. 3, the act by Travis Rudolph created in the mind of Christopher Law a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. No, we passed. Forgive the way I phrase that. Taking it a little Florida here. We way past whether or not violence is about to take place. It is happening. And 4, the assault was made with a deadly weapon. Yeah, assault rifle, that counts.
It doesn't.
So that's
count,
the bottom.
bitch.
We know all those things are proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's take it up a notch. Aggravated battery is the next one. For ease, let's see. Let's go to count 2. Page 22. Here, aggravated battery has 2 main elements. So basically, it is a battery, which is intentionally touching or striking someone or intentionally causing bodily harm to someone. But what makes it aggravated is the fact that either a weapon is used or there's great bodily harm, permanent disfigurement, permanent disability, or other. Clearly, we have that beyond a reasonable doubt. We know Tyler was actually struck, injured. Even as he testified before you, he was uncomfortable in pain from that wound, especially the one to his hip. He'll live with that one.
He had a gun, so what?
Next one up, second-degree murder. Second-degree murder has 2 elements. Travis Rudolph, next page over, you can flip it, page 21. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Tyler Robinson or Keyshawn or Chris. Their names are just not here because they have their own
Play
section.
stupid games, you want stupid pride.
Except that someone prevented him from killing them or he failed to do so. Well, we know that someone who prevented him from doing so, at least for Tyler, was literally the force of himself getting out of that car and running like hell and trying to get aid and finally being able to successfully get to the hospital and have that surgery. That's what saved his life, not Mr. Rudolph stopping. We also know that for the rest of them, what stopped it was Keyshawn literally pulling that vehicle away and driving away as fast as he could until it literally couldn't go anymore.
Bruh.
A 10-minute drive for him took 7 minutes because he is scared and speeding to get his friend to the hospital. Unfortunately for him, he has to live with the memory of knowing that he never made it.
Where's the self-accountability?
I want to talk about imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind, because that is what differentiates first-degree murder from second-degree murder. First-degree murder is premeditated, second-degree murder, depraved mind. Imminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind. That has 3 parts. A person of ordinary judgment would know that this particular thing is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another person. Well, yeah, shelling a car with 39 bullets, certainly. Yes, we have that. Number 2 is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. Certainly ill will. He's upset, he's mad.
They showed up to his house with some ill will.
Again, this is not about whether or not he had the right to be mad. It's what you do with that anger when you have it. Because legally, you're not justified to do this. Then number 3 is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Shelling a car with 39 things, as you know, 4 people are in it. Whew. Does that ever evidence or indicate an indifference to human life? So we have that beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go up to the next one, first-degree murder or attempted first-degree murder. Again, I told you what separates that.
Hey, Jay, get your girl, yo.
Is this notion that a person must have some premeditated design to kill. Second-degree murder doesn't care whether or not you wanted to kill him or not. Just that at the time, that's what you intended to do, and you have the elements for depraved mind, indifferent to human life. First-degree murder wants you, requires it of the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there's some kind of thought that you wanted to kill, you wanted to quote.
The brother and his friend.
Exterminate. And
they just was unsuccessful in their attempt.
Right.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some instructions that you're going to get that might seem a little confusing in the self-defense instructions section. And one of them has something to do called principle, okay? So generally speaking, principle theory is about when several people are involved in carrying out a particular act, and they're all guilty because they intended for the act to carry through. For instance, we all decide that we want to commit a robbery. I'm the driver, you have the gun, another person perhaps checks out the area. All of us in concert are making sure this robbery happens the way we want it to happen. It is possible for you all to be found guilty. Now, it's strange, I know, because the principle theory here is about not Mr. Rudolph, because clearly he's not acting in concert with anybody else. He's by himself with his 6R rifle. It's now asking you to consider whether or not the victims in this case were committing crimes. Whether or not that's the reason Mr. Rudolph had for using force against them. And the same question that you were confronted with at the beginning, is this self-defense, will come back again.
Self-defense.
At the time that Mr. Rudolph was about to shoot and did in fact shoot, were these individuals, Keyshawn Jones, Tyler Robinson, Sebastian Jean-Jacques, and Chris Lowe, committing felonies against Mr. Rudolph? The answer is a resounding no.
What?
It is a resounding no. It is an offensive no. They were fleeing for their lives. The video proves that beyond a reasonable doubt. One moment, Judge, to confer with co-counsel.
She probably married to that nigga with the comb over. What's up, JJ? He said, I don't even want to be black after listening
Before I
to
leave
the
you,
BS. Where's the accountability of these
I'm
criminals?
going to ask
Facts.
you to not just remember everybody's testimony, take a look at all the exhibits that the state has provided for you, and evaluate this case properly, looking at the law, and actually taking the time to consider what was happening at the time that Mr. Rudolph chose to shoot his firearm, because that, frankly, is the most important part of all of this. Whether or not he cheated on his girlfriend, whether or not he was or was not angry with her for smashing a PlayStation or any of that stuff, that is not the point of this case. That's all for context. I told you at the beginning that there will be things at the end of this case that will not be that important. Will not be that important. This case comes down to, can you pursue people who you might think started it? Can you pursue them even as they're running away and driving away and shoot them and kill them dead? The answer is a resounding no. Bring back a verdict of guilty, which counts.
He come outside, he come down the thing.
All right.
And he come Edwards. His brother getting his ass whooped by them down the street by their car. So he go get him. That's why he went in the direction of the car.
You may need a longer break before we start closing arguments.
He went in the direction of the car because that's where his brother was at, getting beat up by these other two guys. How you doing? His brother getting beat up by these other two guys. That's why he went in that direction, to go defend his brother. He get down there, he say that he saw two guns. Now we know that's valid because he said the guy Tyler had a gun. They found Tyler's gun in the fucking alley that he ran down. So if they found his gun in the alley, that means that shit wasn't zipped up in his pocket like she said. I mean, that nigga had that gun in his hand. And he dropped that bitch running. You want to talk premeditated, though? Let's talk premeditated. Keyshawn Jones and Dominique Jones conspired to go shoot up his house and or him in those text messages. That's premeditated. That's premeditated.
Right.
Then we got intent. They showed up at the house.
Yeah.
You got Tyler's gun, and the reports they said they found 2, but they got Tyler's gun for sure. We know that, right?
Right.
That also shows intent.
Oh, I'm just glad she's done for now. That's that.
Huh? What you say?
Oh, I said I'm glad that she's done.
No,
Did you hear me?
so the state should be doing their thing.
Seats again. All right, you may begin, Mr. Shiner.
That's the defense turn, right?
Yes, sir.
And good afternoon, members of the jury.
His defense attorney better chew
Hell
her
has no
ass up.
fury like a woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Great argument by opposing counsel, but I got to talk to you about the facts of the case, about what the witnesses said, about Detective Vanderlyn and her lack of investigation. I didn't know any better. I was watching an episode of The Sopranos. Just the names changed. Somebody disrespected a mobster's daughter, and they went to go whack him. They go kill him. That's what this case really is. Not just the video that shows you what it shows you. Of course it doesn't lie, but it doesn't show you the whole story. At the moment of truth, you can't see who's in that car and what they're doing or not doing. You'll never know. It's impossible. State can argue all they want. They weren't there. Shameful that you didn't get to see the real evidence in this case. It's a shame that nobody cared. Thank God he had lawyers that cared, that asked questions, wanted to know the truth. 10-minute interview by Detective Vanderlyn. 10 minutes for 2 people who are key witnesses and never go back to talk to them again. That defies logic. There are 2 reasons for that. Total incompetence, or
let's get it.
She knew if she asked more questions, she'd have a problem. These guys were lying. Her incompetence would show. Either way, it shows. Either way. It's ridiculous. This is not Sherlock Holmes. This is Barney Fife. I'm sorry if I'm using old terms from shows and maybe RFD, but this is crazy. Palm Beach County, one of the most wealthiest counties in America. A 10-minute interview, ask him what happened. And that's fair? That's fair to Mr. Rudolph? Arresting him at 3 o'clock in the morning? For 2 10-minute interviews and shell casings and not give a damn about what really happened? Is that fair? How did he get away with that? How? How do you not search the photo? You saw the photos. I'm going to show them to you again. You saw this. You've all been paying attention. We appreciate your sacrifice. We know it's brutal sitting there day after day listening to this. You saw the photographs. You heard the testimony. There's a food truck behind the gas station or the car shop. They don't even know if it's working or open or not. No one even bothered going back to check.
Like if I got a jury,
why didn't anyone check?
You need to
Tons
give
of
me a case.
officers
I
from
want to be
West
on a case
Palm.
like this guy.
They're at her disposal.
Make it worth my while at least.
She's the producer of this case. If this was a movie, you'd probably walk out in the middle of it or change the channel, but you can't because it's real life. This is what she's giving you. There's not one mention from the state about Vanderlyn. Of course not. She's an embarrassment to the shield. She shouldn't even be a cop. Ridiculous, this investigation. It gives you questions that you're going to have for the rest of this case. You'll never know. No one will know what really happened. It's impossible to tell. Why can't you look behind a fence? It takes 3 seconds. Why? Why can't you get a ladder and look on a roof? I had no evidence there. I don't look for anything unless I know it's there. It's the most absurd statement I ever heard. Been doing this a long time. A first-year cop right out of the academy would know you look for things. How do you know it's there if you don't look?
Exactly.
She sounded like someone running for office that didn't know what she was talking about with all this, the totality of the circumstances. The investigation begins as soon as the arrest is made. What investigation was done afterwards? Nothing. You asked her everything she did afterwards. Zero. Took her a year and a half to get medical records. Why are they showing you all these photographs? Tyler Robinson's injuries. He told you he did it. There's no question he did it. They're not asking for sympathy, but they're showing you photos. Horrible photos. They could have showed you an anatomical chart, but instead the medical examiner comes in and painstakingly shows you every single wound, every single trajectory, which was right to left, by the way. None was from the back. I even asked him, turned my back. I said, sir, any shots come from the back? And he finally said no. They're all right to left. Why are they showing you all this? But they don't take a single picture of my client, of Mr. Travis Rudolph, of his brother? What's going on here? The most absurd statement, she needs a warrant. That's ridiculous. You don't need a warrant to take a picture of another human being in public. It's absolutely false. It's a lie,
fact,
along with many
JJ.
other lies. Can't check a
with you,
database. The gun expert comes after her. Oh, detectives check the databases all the time. Everything she said was false, just about.
Everything.
It's ridiculous.
Right.
This is not a shoplifting case. Even if it was, the person accused of shoplifting deserves a fair trial. She did absolutely nothing to give you all an ability to really know what happened. And that's not fair. It's not fair to him. It's not fair to the decedent's family. Most of all, it's not fair to you all. That's not the way we try cases in America. Thank God we have this Constitution where the police are checked. Because some police do a good job. And other police officers, as you've seen in this case, I'm not blaming all the cops. Most of the cops just did what they were told. But this lady was the captain of the show. And she didn't give a damn for whatever reason. Either she wanted to convict him and get a notch on her belt because she's a new cop. Oh, I got a celebrity. I got a former NFL player. I'm not going to give the jury any evidence to show I was wrong. Come on. This isn't Russia. It's not fair. It's not fair to anyone. Most of all, it's not fair to you all because you didn't see. How would it hurt if someone went back even? Even if you buy the excuse, well, I didn't look behind the fence. I had no evidence of guns. She ignored the hand. You don't need a doctor to tell you that. That's common sense. That hand could have been holding a gun. Why do I have to bring it up? That's her job. The crime scene people told you that they saw that and they said it could have been a gun. The lead detective is either completely stupid or a complete liar. Or both. Why didn't she even look at that? Why? Make a big deal over we had to hire an expert. Of course we did. Police don't work for me.
In fact, they work for the state.
Cops who've been to all these homicide scenes and start telling them to do this, do that, do this, start collecting evidence. I can't get out there and start bringing down the crime scene tape and we talked about this in jury selection, and start looking for evidence that this cop didn't do. That's not my job.
I think she was a rookie detective. She was a rookie detective or something.
We'll talk about who should have been arrested in this case. The wrong people are sitting at this table. Dominique Jones, Tyler Robinson, Keyshawn Jones, and Chris Lowe should be sitting there for the death of their friend. They got the wrong person.
She had like 10 years on the force.
They got the wrong person because nobody cared. And all they're going to do is show you that tape and play it 1,000 times so you hear the gunshots over and over and over. I heard thousands of gunshots in this case because I heard that tape over and over and over. It's 39. It is what it is. All in complete succession. You have no idea. The state has no idea. I have no idea. Let's talk about the witnesses. I have a stack of notes. Half my notes in this trial on these witnesses. And that's why we have you all there, because your memory is going to be better than mine. I have stacks of notes on what these people said and the absurdity of their statements. So the way they acted, the way they disrespected us, made fun, made believe they didn't understand the questions.
I think Cannon's
over and
driving
over.
still.
Say what?
We'll talk about what happened down before
hear me?
Mr. Rudolph started.
Oh, sometimes the car was
AJ.
overshadowing the
Their own witnesses, whether you believe them or not, but their own
my
witnesses.
bad. Let me turn off the mic.
Keyshawn Jones didn't say anything about that, but Tyler Robinson did. That Sebastian was fighting, and more importantly, Chris Lowe, I painstakingly went through it with him. That he said that Sebastian was fighting not too far from the car with Daryl Rudolph. I had a reason for asking that because I know what the state was going to argue. There's no reason for this. None of this happened. He's an aggressor. He's a violent murderer. Is that what this evidence shows? Did he come out of his house? He probably should have came out with a gun. Maybe they would have ran away, these tough guys who cased out the place first, but he didn't. That's reasonable. That shows his character. He's from understand. Most mild-mannered person. Shocking. He didn't even get upset when the prosecutors are accusing him of horrible things. He's still mild-mannered. So let's talk about what happened. And let's keep in mind what this case comes down to, like I told you in jury selection. There's no who did it. The question is, can they prove they made the charges? They rubber-stamped Vandelin's investigation and didn't give a damn, didn't question Miss Rudolph, never did to this day. They could have sent her a subpoena, didn't care because they didn't want to hear anything contradictory. Then asked Daryl Rudolph to come on in and tell the story. You expect those two people to trust the police after they arrest their son and brother with no evidence? They knew what happened. Call a lawyer.
Call a lawyer.
Don't go down there unless you make sure everything's on tape. Cops can lie to you. You heard that. Vandelin said that. She has a right to lie to people except about their rights. She can put a tape on, put a tape off. But why in your right mind would you go down there when they falsely arrest your son and your brother without protection to make sure the truth comes out? All they had to do was subpoena him. Oh, I've only done that 10 times in my career. You've done nothing in your career. The 2 or 3 cases you had. In this case, it was abominable. It's horrible. And in jury selection, I was annoying you guys for about an hour and a half asking you the question. Every single one of you. There's even interruptions about this. Every single one of you I asked, if you remember, let's go back to jury selection a couple of weeks ago, but I know you won't forget because I was annoying, asking you these questions. What do y'all do if I prove beyond all reasonable doubt, no question, that my client was acting in self-defense? And everyone said he's not guilty. Now you see why. Then you see the law and you understand it a little better. It's very confusing. It's a very complicated issue on justifiable use of deadly force. And then I said to you, what if the state proves he definitely was not acting in self-defense? No chance, no way. Beyond all reasonable doubt. Y'all said he'd be guilty. And then every single one of you, I asked the question, what do you do if you can't tell? Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he could have been, possibly not. And y'all said he'd be not guilty. Every single one of you. We maintain he was acting in self-defense. He is a hero to his mom and his brother. But there may be some unanswered questions. Why? Because no one searched. No one searched the path. Is his life worth a car drive down the path just to look? Is anything thrown out of the car? The next day, they knew there was a gun. They knew it that night, actually. That morning, they heard the guy with the dog, McMichael, Agent McMichael. Thank God for Agent McMichael. Thank God. Because you wouldn't even know Tyler had a gun because he lied to the police. I'm hurt. I'm injured. I can't do this. It's not what the paramedic said. I'm not saying the guy wasn't injured. Of course he was. He was sitting upright. He had all his faculties about him. He never mentioned to the police he had a gun. And he goes to the hospital. You think these trained detectives are going to question somebody when they're under anesthesia or medication that they don't know what they're talking about? Of course not. He doesn't even tell the next officer there was a gun. And his 2 friends lied. That 10-minute interview, which is absurd, never went back again because she didn't want anything to hurt her case. But now the truth's starting to come out. Y'all saw it a little bit. A glimpse of what she did or didn't do. That 10-minute interview, neither one of us had guns. Nobody in our car had guns. That's what they said. Is that true? Is that the evidence in this case? And you heard from
Officer Prettyface
Tyler
fucked up.
Robinson, who's actually a multi-time perjurer who's never been charged for saying, I didn't remember in a hearing under oath in front of this court. And they give him a free ride for that too. A free ride for lying over and over and over just so they can protect Detective Vanillin and win this case. Is that fair? You come into a courtroom and lie over and over and over and over and over, and I don't remember. You come to a deposition and say, I don't really remember, because Vanillin tells you, she tells Tyler that she had video, and he thought there was video, so he was afraid to say what happened. A couple months after this happened, he still was under the belief that the video's working. Vanillin told him, he said. And in June, when he gave his deposition, he couldn't really remember what happened at the door. And then he comes in here today. A couple days ago, he remembers everything. He had to be arrested to get here last time in November. That's putting pressure on a witness to get him to say what you want him to say, to join our team. That's the power they have.
They got nothing but time and resources, guys. Time and resources. I say it all the time.
You saw the blue line here. Saw most of these cops sticking together. Miss Perlette shows the one cop from West Palm Beach, the picture with the pockets.
Right? Gang. What'd I say? What's happening? There's Michael now.
Perlette walks up to the detective from West Palm Beach and shows him the picture of the guys with the pocket. Is that consistent with a gun? He looks at them. He doesn't want to answer. And he says, yeah, it was. It does look like a gun. I don't know if he had guns or not. I'm not an expert. It's not my job to know that. It's not your job to figure it out. It's their job. Why don't they even ask the questions? 5 months later, she said, I never thought about it until you raised it. They don't care. If you had a lawyer that was asleep at the wheel, you won't even be asked to even consider anything like that. Saw those pictures. These guys came armed. They lied. More importantly, Tyler Robinson, another lie when he comes in here. Until I get his deposition out, his prior statement. Remember that Sebastian was urging you in front of your friends to bring the gun, your gun? Remember that, sir? No, I didn't show him the deposition. Now he's stuck. Prior under oath statement that he testified to. Yeah, well, that did happen. Sebastian was urging me to bring the gun in front of my two friends, Keyshawn and Chris Lowe. They all heard it. They're right there. Why are they lying to the cop? We heard Keyshawn's a smart guy. Going to school, wants to be a doctor or something, go to honors college. He knows what he's got to say. He's not going to say his friends had guns and pointed guns or pulled out a gun. He'll be in prison.
On the stand looking like a fake ass Lenny Kravitz and shit.
Of course, he's not going to say that on the 911 call. It's not stupid. They all lied about not having guns. Why are they lying about it? Common sense tell you that 4 guys go to somebody's house at midnight to talk? Hey, taking your shirt off, Mr. Robinson. It's hot out. Come on. Lie after lie after lie. It's ridiculous.
But the rest of them got hoodies and shit.
The Vanillin. Does that mean anything to you? I don't even know whose black shirt it is, she said. Never even checked the DNA. What do you do if somebody doesn't remember Detective Vanillin or they come into court and lie and says, that wasn't my gun? Now you'll never even hear that. You'll just find that there was a gun found, but you won't even know who said it was theirs because the person said they can't remember. Take the DNA, check it out. Y'all got your own lab. Why don't you do it? I don't mean to be funny, but DNA in this case means do not ask. Do not ask what the results are of anything in this case. Do not ask questions from anybody. Ask a few basic questions. That's it. Is that fair? Is that fair? You decide that. Does that give you information? Is there a lack of evidence? Is there a conflict in the evidence? A reasonable doubt can come from the evidence itself, a lack of evidence, or a conflict. Why didn't anyone check the roofs or behind the fence or the path? How hard is that? There's hundreds and hundreds of cops around who can do this. No one asked me to do it.
Get them.
No one asked me to do it. No one asked me
Get
to do
'em.
it. That was every single witness's statement.
Nobody
Vandalism
asked me to do
was,
it.
I had no evidence there'd be a gun. Well, you did. You found out that night there was an extra gun, and you knew it wasn't Dower Rudolph's. Well, something should tip you off there's another gun. Go back to 40th and 30th, Broadway rather, and go check now that you found the gun. Nobody asked me to do it. She didn't want to know. She didn't want you all to know. She made the arrest and she wants it to stick. She writes the report, the probable cause. She's the saleswoman who can write whatever she wants and arrest somebody. How scary is that? She can ignore everything she wants and put in whatever she wants and charge somebody with murder. That's scary. 2023, that's the way this thing works in Palm Beach County. But that's not the end of it. Because as she admitted, she has to have probable cause, even if she puts BS in her report. And I'm sorry I used the word BS when I questioned her. It's the first time I've ever done that in my life. So I was so flabbergasted at her testimony that she can come in here and double talk and triple talk and tell you, I need a warrant for this, I need a warrant for that. It's nonsense. It's an excuse to not do your job. It's foolishness.
He's really breaking out the case of
I wouldn't trust that lady if she's giving me a parking ticket. I would double check to make sure she knows what she's doing.
So that there
My
was
meter
bias.
expired. I go check my meter. Thinks she's wrong.
Yeah.
That lady don't give a damn about anything in this case other than getting a conviction and not letting you see the whole truth. And that's not
You
fair.
can tell her demeanor
You can
change
play those
when he
videos
started
all they
questioning
want.
her.
I challenge them to
She
play
was
them
cool
1,000
on the
more
stage,
times. Press
but
the
when he
spot
started
shot
questioning her,
another 1,000 times. You can hear
her
those
whole
shots
demeanor
over and
changed.
over and over. You can't see what happened in the final moments. And two guys pointed a gun. She wasn't there. She doesn't know. I don't know either. But what's reasonable? Why would he lie about a gun? He forgets a gun in his pocket? Tyler forgets a gun in his pocket. Who forgets a gun in your pocket? Why'd you bring a gun? I wanted to be a man. That's what he said. I was riding shotgun. Well, he was riding handgun, but yeah, he was riding shotgun. He wanted to be
Apparently,
a man.
he ain't listen to
That's what a
Pop
man does.
Witherspoon
These guys
on
aren't
Friday.
kids. They usually turn boys over and over, and
You
that's
don't do
not
this,
fair either.
You do it with these.
They're not boys. These are men.
From Friday.
He forgot he had a gun. Sorry, excuse me.
I'm a man without it.
Whew. He didn't forget he had a phone. Didn't want my phone to break. I left it in the car. Why is Keyshawn lying and telling y'all that his friend Sebastian brought his gun? Brought his phone. Saw the pictures with the pocket. Now he knows the whole case. He saw the discovery like they're saying my client did. He sees everything.
Did they say objection?
This guy knows what's going on.
During the closing argument?
He's told everything and shown everything. He knows what's happening. It's common sense.
Because he tearing their ass up.
Why is he saying he has his phone with him? Because he knows y'all are going to see pictures or saw pictures with that pointy thing in there. That Vandalin says, no way, that's a gun. At one point, I even think she said, when I was showing you the picture, you got to be crazy or something like that to think that's a gun. Well, maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think I'm crazy on that point. It's possible that was a gun. It's a good chance it was a gun. You remember Dominique telling you that her phone messages wouldn't have mattered? Didn't happen. She got away with it, basically. Keyshawn told you the same thing, where he parked wouldn't have mattered. A lot of things wouldn't have mattered. They got caught. Smart
Throw in the
kids.
damn
These are
towel.
smart young people. These are smart
Throw in
adults,
the
whatever
damn
word you
towel.
want to use. They fooled the cop, or she bought into their nonsense, didn't
My
ask
man
any
know
more
that if he
questions.
dies, he dies.
I hate to
He
say it, but she's a
roasting
dummy.
asses.
Vandalin,
Sustain.
she didn't care. 10-minute interviews. I didn't arrest, and I'm being facetious. What Vandalin said, she was sitting right there, 5 hours. He deserved 50 hours. I stopped because it was getting late and tired. I'm sure y'all had enough. Could have went over and went double or triple that. I didn't arrest Dominique because on the 15th she told me that she erased messages. Yeah, she told her that day because she knew Keyshawn signed the consent, and now the gig is up. Now they're going to find out. She forgot. She probably sent it to Tyler. And plus, the months it took them to download everything, and who knows what they were doing or what she was requesting. Miscommunication between me and the other officer who does the phone. Miscommunication. She had the password from Tyler Robinson. Why is she hiding that? Because I'm asking over and over for it. Takes 2 years to do it. That fair? She was trying to get away with not doing that too. Miscommunication. It's ridiculous. Things that went on here. It's not fair. It's not showing you the truth. It's not letting you even get to even close to being the truth. A good investigator, whether they did it that night or later on, will go back to the 40th and Broadway. Take a look. Take an hour, half hour. Put a drone up there. The sheriff's office got everything. Millions and millions of dollars. Taxpayers' money. Thousands of police officers working for them. West Palm would help. Not a single person. Look, then you would know. Did they dump
And I
it?
have a civil suit going against the fucking
Did they not
county.
dump
Wrongful
anything?
arrest.
Can't tell you. You'll never know. Did they come back and get what they threw out? Why didn't Tyler shoot back over and over? You'd shoot back. Probably forgot to put a bullet in the head, in the chamber. Can't shoot a gun. That was some of the testimony from the expert, unless there's a bullet in the chamber. You know, some of y'all know shoot guns. You all know this. If you try to pull the trigger, nothing's going to happen. My client wouldn't know that if someone's pointing a gun at him. That's the testimony. The gun was found without a bullet in the chamber. He pulls it out.
Get him.
Maybe he took the bullet out and threw it away. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. So many unanswered questions here. It's not Travis Rudolph's fault there's unanswered questions. The government took the job of prosecuting him and saying he's guilty, so they have to prove it. And y'all agreed to well and truly try the case against the state of Florida versus Travis Rudolph. Why didn't they treat their witnesses like they treated mine? Why did I have to get up there and start vigorously cross-examining them, arguing and fighting with these people until I was exhausted? Miss Perlette was exhausted fighting with them. Is that fair? They represent the people of the state of Florida. Not winning at all cost. It's not winning at all. Nobody wins in this case. Everybody lost.
Yep.
There should be more people on trial in this case, not my client. And that'll never happen because nobody cares.
His life's wrong.
Your decision is to decide whether or not Mr. Rudolph is guilty based on the evidence. That's it. No one's going to ask you, did Vandalin do a good job? Did anyone commit perjury? Did anyone tamper with evidence, a 30-year felony? Anyone carrying a concealed firearm, Tyler, in his pocket, never get charged? Is this what we're about? Is this the court system that you get a free ride? I'm a homicide detective. I don't worry about those things. Is that really fair? 30-year felony, a 5-year felony, multiple other felonies? Forget about conspiracy to commit murder. Terroristic threats that you're sending to your brother and your brother sending back to you. Who knows what these people were saying to each other?
Fact.
We can't hear the phone calls. Who knows what she erased?
Fact.
The calls, the text. How come they don't take the phone from her that day?
Fact.
Why not? What's going on here? Dominique Jones is like Hurricane Andrew. I hate to use this silly analogy, but she is. Almost 31 years ago, Hurricane Andrew hit down in Miami and Homestead. And yeah, we saw the hurricane coming.
Don't call it
We all lived in
Hurricane
Florida back
Andrew.
then, but people who lived here knew it was coming, but nobody thought it was going to hit that bad, and it wasn't that strong. No one took it for real. Like Mr. Rudolph didn't take it for real. Hindsight's 2020. He should have. He should have. No one in his family did. No one wanted to believe it from the girl they loved. A mom treated her like a daughter. And Keyshawn and Tyler and Sebastian and Chris, they joined this hurricane. They were little tornadoes in there and joined it. Easy to prove the cases against them, all the things they did, but that's not on trial. I'm just talking about it because they get a free ride for everything they did. All in the effort to convict Mr. Rudolph and not let you really know the truth about what happened here by not looking for evidence, by not testing evidence, by not questioning people properly. And the hurricane hit his house, and he didn't see it coming. He's guilty of not being smart with women. Whether he was cheating on his girlfriend or not, no one deserves to get whacked or beat up by 4 guys. Even 1 guy. It's not fair. It's not their business. It's like a Sopranos episode. You go get your family, your brothers, and go whack somebody, you go beat them up, and kill them. Not fair.
That shine shit.
Are these innocent guys, are they heroes? That's what you call a hero? People that go thugs, 4 guys, and where I'm from, you call them hoodlums. 1 guy's a vigilante. You bring 4 guys, it's a gang. Or a posse, as the state used that word. Posse, whatever word you want to use. That's scary stuff. Detective Vanillin. Anyone ever come to your house?
I ain't heard hoodlum in a
4
minute.
guys? Thank God, no. She said that.
I ain't heard
The
hoodlum
only
since
truthful
the
thing
movie
she
was-
said. She didn't realize why I was asking it. Ask multiple officers, if someone's pointing a gun at you, can you tell it's loaded? No. You're going to shoot until you neutralize the force, until it's over. And they're trained. Yeah, I'm going to shoot. I'm not waiting to get shot first. It's common sense. If you see someone pointing a gun at you, you don't wait to get shot. You don't turn your back and run home like the state would want you to do. They wouldn't prosecute them for shooting my client anyway because they got a free ride. You're dead, man. There's funerals and you read a little obituary and that's the end of it. You never know. Thank God he's here. Said he would do it again. God forbid he was put in the same situation. It's better to be tried by a jury than tried by these thugs. It's better, safer, be alive. He lost 2 years of his life waiting for this. Prosecutor says, oh, Mr. Sebastian's poor family. Yeah, I feel sorry for them. They have nothing to do with this case. It's horrible that a mother lost a son. When you find out the circumstances, it's also horrible that Mrs. Rudolph was terrorized by the gang of people that came there. This poor lady already lost her husband. She's so worried about security, she has a screen. I personally have never seen a screen in somebody's home, in their living room. She can't sleep at night. Scared to death.
Yeah, Romney right.
And the state wants to beat her over and over and over by asking the same question. Why don't you call 911? I couldn't. I was terrified. It's a miracle this woman's even standing. It's a miracle. I'm not asking you to have sympathy for her. Just trying to talk about the facts of this case. The real story about what happened and why she had all those cameras. She thought they were recording. Police have that. I don't have their video recorder. They're telling you it didn't work. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But according to them, it didn't. Hopefully they're being straight about that.
He really
Yeah,
paid
Mr. Nash's
the
videos
incompetent
really
liars.
don't show you any details. And you can also see the oil slick. The car went forward first. It clearly did. Take a look at these pictures. You'll see it. How in the world with this evidence and not testing anything and not questioning people properly, why didn't Detective Vanillin go and talk to Tyler Robinson's brother and friend that were at the house to find out what these guys were talking about? She knew about that. Never even went there. It's ridiculous already. Why not even attempt to do anything? I don't do something unless I know it's there. That is the most absurd statement I've ever heard in a courtroom. I've heard hundreds of people lie in a courtroom. but I've never heard a cop say that.
All right, sustained.
Never heard somebody say that. Ever, ever, ever. I don't search unless I know it's there.
I thought that shit was crazy too when I listened to it.
She admitted she did tamper with evidence, a 30-year felony potentially. Well, if somebody walks in and says they committed murder, or attempted murder, or aggravated assault, and they confess to it, they're going to jail. Not this girl. I think she's working with them, trying to prove that they're telling the truth instead of being cold and neutral like she claims she is.
What I say?
Her investigation
She
starts
working
when
with
the
them.
arrest
She know
is
them
made.
somehow,
That's
some
the
way.
rule.
Shit, Montoya even said this shit.
Didn't
He
happen.
still here.
Never started. Put the handcuffs on him. Got all those shots. He's got to be guilty. I don't want to hear from his mom. I don't want to hear from anybody different than what I already did. I did enough. I did a good investigation. She told you that. She really believes that, or she's lying again. She knows she didn't do a good investigation. She can't even admit she made a single mistake. Not one mistake. I made plenty of mistakes during this trial. I'm not the best speaker. I made mistakes in questioning people, and I apologize. Hey, I'm sorry. You're right. That answer, you're right. We're all human. The law on justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force in Florida, we'll talk about that in a second, but the burden of proof, and this is a long instruction, comes down to what the state has to prove is Travis Rudolph does not have the burden. This is on page 10 of your instructions. Travis does not have the burden of proving he was justified. It's not his job to do that. It's not my job to do that. And you all agreed to this in jury selection, and this is the law that you all agreed to follow. This is on the second paragraph down, indented paragraph, where it starts with Travis Rudolph does not have the burden of proving he was justified. In using or threatening to use deadly force. You don't even get the first-degree murder. You don't get the aggravated assault. You don't get to any of the lessers if he was justified in using self-defense, or you don't know beyond a reasonable doubt that he was justified. Then you don't even go to the instructions on murder, second-degree murder, attempted murder, because it's a defense to every single one of those charges, justifiable use of deadly force. Told you from opening statement, Travis Rudolph did kill Sebastian Jean Jacques and did wound Tyler Robinson and did shoot at the other men. It's no secret. The question is why.
Right.
So he doesn't have to prove. Travis does not have to prove, or the defense doesn't have to prove, doesn't have the burden of proving he was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, which is Travis Rudolph, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, just like we talked in jury selection. It really boils down to this. That's why I wasted so much time, but it really wasn't a waste, as you can see now, because this is the heart of the question. There's no way any reasonable person at this point could say, with this evidence, beyond all reasonable doubt, he was definitely not using self-defense. There's no way anybody can say that in this case. Why? Because you don't have all the evidence. You have nothing other than a couple of videos which show what they show. And you hear the gunshots. There's never been in dispute. Ever. It's not in dispute. But you can't see who's holding a gun and who's not holding a gun. You don't even know if Tyler Robinson was in the car. You heard the bullets ricocheted all around the car. Little pellets come out, and according to the medical examiner, they break up. You don't even know what was in his body. They didn't even show that to you. You don't know where he got shot. There's no blood in the back seat. How's that possible if he's laying on his friend, which is the first time he ever made that statement, as you heard in this courtroom? Slow says he got in the car. You can't tell from that video.
Ran down the alley.
Remember some cross-examination of Travis Rudolph yesterday, where the prosecutor's showing him a videotape saying there's one guy already in the car. That's ridiculous. The guy was pressing the button to open up the door, so of course the lights go on. You can't see who got in which door. Vanillin may have to over and over and over. She's the lead detective. Who got in what door? I didn't understand what she said. Double talk. Couldn't tell you. Physical evidence doesn't tell you. You see, and I don't know if you saw it in this courtroom, but you do see Tyler Robinson going like this. He doesn't fall down. No one checks the DNA. How do you know it wasn't Travis's DNA anywhere? How do you know it wasn't Mr. Rudolph, Dower Rudolph's DNA anywhere? Whose DNA's on that car? How did it get there? Some of the people, Detective Allen, didn't even remember there was blood on the outside of the car, but the crime scene people did. But no one checked it. Not important. Do not ask. So you found out that Keyshawn texted his sister first. That Travis is a dead man walking. He wants you to believe, well, I did it to satisfy her, make her feel better. He did it. He said it was in response. That's not even true. He texted her first. Travis is a dead man walking. Is this a person who's going to go over and talk to somebody with his 4 best friends, buddies? They all carry guns. Why is Chris Lowe trying on, according to him, not this day, but why is he checking his friend Keyshawn's gun in his pocket to see how it fits? Who carries guns in pockets? It's foolish. It's dangerous. Sounds like gangsters do this. Guns in pockets. He said he tried it on. Well, he didn't try it on, but he put the gun in his pocket to see how it fit. Before this case. What's the purpose of that? You get glimpses of these people. Glimpses of what's going on. You'll never get the full story because they're using all kind of social media calling where there's no tracking. FaceTime, there's no tracking. You can't hear or see what they're saying. Look up online, you'll see this. It's easy to figure out. These young people know what's going on today. I don't even understand what Travis is talking about the dating stuff, about girlfriend, not girlfriend. I don't understand these terms. When I was younger, you're dating someone, you're going steady. Today, the terms are completely different. But either way, you could tell this is a battered man. He really is. His neighbor saw it. He's always getting hit, and he stands there like this. He had no clue that someone didn't have a right to hit him. That's sad. He really didn't know. He's a mild-mannered guy. You saw it. If I'm up there and someone's accusing me of stuff, I'll be fighting back. He doesn't even yell. Doesn't raise his voice. He's calm. That's who Travis Rudolph is. I'm not asking you to find him guilty or not guilty because he's a football player, but certainly that's important. This girl was looking for a payday. Bro. I'm a realtor. Ms. Perlette, have you sold anything? What she asked? I rented one apartment. COVID, I had nothing. I pay for everything. I'm a self-supporting woman. Then when she got pressed, but my mom is a medical assistant. That's a self-supporting woman. This is a woman who's a gold digger. Oh, who's hoping Travis gets back in the NFL. She's too dumb to see it. Like most men.
Shots
fired with his right head. You can say that, but that's the truth. She's a gold digger. Plastic surgery. Oh. You already got a boyfriend. You need plastic surgery? Oh. I'm mad. The last 30 days, I haven't seen him. I'm getting angry. I don't trust him. He's in Miami. Trying to get back into he had a contract to play in the CFL, the Canadian Football League, the following month after this happened.
Figured so.
Yeah, that's what he
Hoping to
said.
get back in the NFL, where as many friends as you heard who are major players. Didn't bring their names out here to impress anyone. Didn't even mention one of their names. That's the reason why he carries a gun also. It's around wealthy people or targets. It's not a joke. It's a dangerous community we live in. It's a dangerous country, unfortunately. None of those guns are illegal that he has. They're perfectly legal. You heard that from the testimony over and over. The drum of 100 sounds crazy, but that's legal. You can have 100 of them. You can have 50 of them, I asked the witnesses. Nothing illegal. He's trained. He has a concealed weapons permit. He's worried about security for his mom. She's worried about security. He's worried about security for himself and his friends. That's the truth. That's what's going on here. You got a glimpse of it. A glimpse. Not just like the prosecutor wanted you in jury selection talking about, well, if there's a flag over here, it's got to be an American flag. You don't need to open it or anything like that. And then I gave you the silly example. What if the court administrator said, well, we had no money from COVID, we're buying flags from China, and they put little symbols on there, and that was a trial. You really want to know the truth. If someone's on trial for anything, or flags on trial, you want to unfold it. Why would you put blinders on like they do? Remember watching the Kentucky Derby recently? Some of the horses have blinders. They can't see the other horses because they don't want them to get off track. They want them to just go straight. Well, who has blinders on in this case? Who? Who has the blinders on? Starts with the producer of this investigation, Detective Vanderlyn. And hopefully it ends here in this courtroom. So how do you prove right now, how does the state prove to you, no matter how many times they show you those videos and play those gunshots and show you the autopsy photos and show you Tyler Robinson's injuries? Forget about all the witnesses. No one mentioned them to you. No one mentioned, you heard. I'm not even going to go through all this. This will take me an hour or two. Talk about all the nonsense that these people said and how they acted. You saw the defense witnesses. Did anyone act like that? Anyone playing games? I don't understand the question. Anyone prior commit perjury and say, I didn't remember? It's ridiculous. You saw that. You heard it. We trust all of you. That's why we put you all here together, that you use your common sense. That's something you should consider, how the witnesses acted, how they answered questions. Those are things that are important for you as jurors, and we all talked about it in jury selection too. How do you judge if someone's telling you the truth? Ask you all that question. How do you know who's being straight? What if they gave a prior inconsistent statement? Got to be shocked to learn that someone lied over and over at a hearing and in front of the same judge in a courtroom saying, I don't remember a thing. Maybe he doesn't want to get arrested again, so now he's on the team. The first responding officer, the guy wearing the mask. Y'all remember him? Probably the most credible I don't even know the right word, the most credible independent witness there is in this case. And he's wearing a mask. You can't even see his face or his eyes. The judge's credibility, but you don't need to because you heard the intensity. I'm not going to say his name because you know why he's wearing the mask, but Officer P. You saw the intensity of how he was trying to save the guy. And he was so hyped up by saying, I was reliving the moment as he was talking. I'm sure you were too. And I felt my own pulse possibly. I was trying to make sure he was alive.
Officer Pusheisty.
He cared. That's what we needed on this case to find out more about what happened or how it happened, where it happened, when it happened, who did what, who said what. Go back and question people. But he said something very important. Besides trying to save this young man's life. You remember what he said? He said basically that as he drove by going northbound, he didn't see the car. Then he made a U-turn because he knew it was at 40th and Broadway. He passed by again and sees the reflection of his lights on two I forgot the word, something like figures in the background. Who weren't waving him down. Put that in his report. He testified to. He found that very unusual. What are they out of the car? What are they doing by the fence area? And not until he goes in there and says, y'all need police help. And they say, oh, my friend shot. He said, if it was me, I'd be out there jumping up and down. Hey, come get me. That's what he said. He was animated. That should tip off Detective Vanderlyn. There's something amiss here. Your first officer there says, this guy's acting weird. What's going on? What are they doing there at the gate? Why not check? I think you know the answer by now. It was not winning at all costs. Everyone lost here. Everyone. No matter what your verdict is. But maybe something will come out, something positive. Maybe next time they'll do a better investigation. Maybe next time they'll arrest the right people. Maybe Vanderlyn will get demoted and sent back to the academy to do her job properly. Hopefully something good comes out of this. When you weigh the evidence, one of the things you use is your common sense. Y'all have a lot more common sense combined than I'll ever have, so that's easy. Use your common sense. You should consider what the witnesses said, and when you consider that, how did they act? You saw how they acted. Tyler Robinson asking me if I need a potty break? You got a weak bladder, Mark. Calling me Mark. It's not a game. He doesn't care what y'all think. Of course he cares what you think. That's why he's tailoring his testimony to you. People who say they don't care what you think really care what you think. Why do you have to say that? Why is Dominique saying, I'm really smart, just like my brother? No, she's conniving. She's dangerous. She's not smart. Every time she gets caught, she has no choice but to say, yeah, I did do it. It's like Tyler Robinson. Yeah, a couple of days later, they find the gun. It's either him or Keyshawn, because it's going to come back to the gun store as Keyshawn. And Keyshawn don't want y'all to think he had a gun with him. Look at that video if you want. If you need to do it, look at it again. You'll see him rubbing his right pocket. What's he doing rubbing his pocket? Before anyone came out of the house, he's moving the gun. Why is Chris Lowe in the background lifting up his pants? You'll see it. He's even on the pictures I have here that I blew up. He's lifting up his pants because he's wearing athletic pants, and a gun is weighted down and his pants are falling down. All consistent with having guns. Why didn't they pull the guns out? They saw the cameras. Keyshawn said, no, I didn't pass the house. I drove and turned down Redwood. I never passed the house, but his two buddies said they passed the house. They drove right by it. They saw the cameras. Chris Lowe even said, when I was outside, I saw the cameras there. That's why I stood back. Tyler Robinson was the hothead. He couldn't control himself. State's wrong. Said that only person said that Mr. Robinson pulled a gun out was my client. That's not true. Darryl Rudolph told you he pulled a gun out on him also on the side of the house. He's a dangerous man. These are all dangerous men. Principal theory is if they were committing crimes, they're all equally guilty. They're not on trial here, but why it's important is for you all to understand the principal theory. It's basically like the Three Musketeers. Here we got the four. One for all and all for one. That if one guy, like the prosecutor told you,
dumbass
getaway driver, and the other guy goes into the 7-Eleven to rob the store and he kills the store owner, they're both guilty of murder. Same thing in this case, the reverse. If these four guys came there to do what they were going to do, and you all know probably what they were going to do, most likely, definitely, despite what they have told you, then they're all equally guilty. And then if they're guilty of ag assault, any felony, ag assault pointing a gun, any one of them, not two, not three or four, just one of them, they're all equally guilty of doing that. And then Mr. Rudolph had a right to shoot all of them.
Wow.
Because they're all together in this. They caused this. Blaming my client for coming out without his shirt? Yeah. That was an insinuation the government had. He was sleeping. It's his house. So he came out to start a fight? His own brother was so angry. He's cursing at him and screaming. You saw a glimpse on the video. What are you doing with this woman? Storms out of the house. My own neighbor telling the brother, tell your brother, Travis, it's the wrong woman. Sick and tired of hearing this nonsense. When DJ came home, he wasn't interested in this. He was working all day, trying to help his mom. He's a farmer boy.
She a damn problem. She's been a damn problem.
You heard that. He's got chickens, a potbelly pig. He's got all kind of bearded dragon, according to his mom. She thought it was an alligator. But whatever. This guy loves animals more than people. He's a homebody. He stays in his room. That's what he does, and he works. And he's sacrificing his life for his mama. That's who Darryl Rudolph is. He wants to be in Alabama with his horses and growing crops. Not a violent young man.
Salt of the earth.
Says Rudolph should be proud. She raised two very well-mannered sons. You saw that. And he's sacrificing for his own mom to be with her. That's admirable.
The crazy part is that
he's a victim in this case.
The other kids probably came from privileged households.
He's a total victim.
Oh, you're right.
He's not involved in the relationship. He's not involved in any of this nonsense, what's going on between Travis and this young lady, Hurricane Dominique. He's not involved in this. Comes home from work, and what happens? Oh my God. All hell broke loose when she opened up his phone. I didn't bring it to his phone. I had the password. He gave it to me. Who cares? He went to his phone. Come on. You didn't trust him. She lost her payday. She was hoping to win the lottery. She probably promised her brothers. Remember that text from Tyler? Hey, I love you so much. I got you. Probably promised them when Travis makes 20, 30 million bucks, I'm going to share it with you guys.
Wow.
Not anymore. Just got thrown out of the house. You know it's the end of the relationship. Tries to break the windows. He hits him with a liquor bottle. Breaks his phone. Oh, how come the police didn't show you the phone? Why don't they open the phone and charge it up and show you now? I guarantee it doesn't work. What's the difference? Does it really matter? Trying to insinuate he took pictures of himself? That was vandalism. He took his own photographs of his injuries. Why didn't you blow him up so they can see him? I don't want to do that. Why didn't you do that? And then it really comes out, well, he didn't blow him up. His phone was broken and his sister took him. And the police still have his phone, so there was no way for us to get him out of that phone. Had to come from the sister. But they're trying to leave you with a different impression about everything in this case. Everything, and that's not fair. Be straight. You all know that. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the questions? I don't think so. Most of them did not. Not the civilians. Not at all. The witness have some interest in how the case should be decided. Of course. Everyone did in this case. They don't want to be charged with anything. They're on their team. You even see the way the officers slant their testimony a little bit. You saw that. You saw that with several of the police officers. Not all. Not the firearms expert, not the first witness, not several of the West Palm officers until they were showing that picture. And then, oh, looks like a gun, but I don't want to say it. But he had to say it. Any pressure been used on the witness to affect the truth? Well, coming into a courtroom, being forced, I was escorted by 2 police officers. They didn't put handcuffs on me. Well, that's being forced. And then you lie about everything. Now you're afraid you're going to come in today. You better say what you need to say. Because you could be arrested again. You could be charged with perjury. You could be charged for lying and impeding an investigation. How do they have the nerve to give you a witness here? He's perjured himself over and over and over. And come in here and tell you he's telling the truth. It's not possible to know that. You would think the opposite. The actual opposite. Mr. Rudolph pled guilty, and it's in the instruction on page 2. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. We're not. We did more work than this investigator did in this case. Way more work to figure out what's going on. Deposition in June. I'm trying to find out where the 911 tape is. You heard that. Where's the 911 tape? Several months after this happened. Where is it? I don't know. Didn't get it until November. After I've already questioned her. Why is Chris Lowe telling you he made the call on the way out? Then you find out it really isn't. Maybe he's lying, maybe he's mistaken. Maybe there's another call. I don't know. Where's proof they even put it on the GPS? If you would have took Chris Lowe's phone, you would see that. I submit they were trying to hide evidence before they were even going to the hospital. And if you would have Chris Lowe's phone, you would know what was said and what was done and whether or not he really did GPS the hospital. Of course he could have missed the hospital under the strain of trying to get away from what you just caused, but certainly still traumatic. Could have passed the hospital. Well, why not get his phone? Then I could at least show you all if he really did do that. You'd see it for yourself. Did he GPS the hospital or not? If he didn't, you'd have another question. Why are you not GPSing the hospital? Would reaffirm they're probably dumping stuff. They have a dive team. Check the waterway.
They
Do
pulled
anything.
over, yo, so they can get
One
rid
thing
of
was
the gun.
done.
They pulled
Yeah.
over to get rid of the guns. yo. That's
Michael
why
with
you
the
go to
dog.
the-
You would have asked
to
to go down the
hospital.
path of the car went. Could you go? Of course. Wasn't asked. Why don't you go back to 40th and Broadway? Did they ask you to go? Did you even know about it? No. No one even told them. Bring the dog. Dog's phenomenal in finding ammunition. You heard he's great. Passed all his tests.
That's all she had to do. Hey, can you send that dog over here
You
to
don't
blah,
want to
blah,
find
blah?
out. Vandalin had enough because now she's getting nervous. She made a false arrest. He's not looking into this. Doesn't want you to know the truth.
Maybe she had something going on with Lenny Kravitz.
Eventually, she
AKA
knew this
Keyshawn
was coming to
Jones.
the jury. She was trying to hide everything. Couldn't even get a 911 tape right. Couldn't even get the medical records. Took her 2 years to do that. Couldn't get Tyler's phone checked for a couple of years. Nothing was done right. It's hide everything. Hide the ball.
That's exactly what he did.
He knows that I would get a copy of the statements that her
You hear me, Jeff?
alleged victims
All right, cool.
made. Give me 10 minutes to find out what they have to say. Come on. That's either incompetent or you're intentionally trying to hide something. Well, the judge read to you what reasonable doubt is. Use your common sense. Follow the directions. Follow the law. That's all we're asking you to do. It's all we've asked you from the beginning. There's no questions here at all about whether the gun's in the pocket. Was there a gun in his hand? But what if there was? $600 an hour. It's expensive. I wonder how many thousands and hundreds of thousands they spend on this case, the state, of your money, of the taxpayers' money, my money. Mr. Rudolph has to pay a couple of $1,000 to hire an expert because I can't call anyone up who for the police because they don't work for me. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not wearing a badge like they are, like the police do. So, yeah, I have to hire someone. So you hear a guy who went to Harvard, was a medical examiner, the head medical examiner in Palm Beach County with so much experience, and they're making fun of him how much money he makes and want to know every detail. How obnoxious is that? He's entitled to get paid. I only brought out the $500 that their medical examiner charged me to talk to me to show you how unfair that is. He doesn't charge the prosecutors to talk to him, but I got to pay. Is that fair? I don't make the rules. That's what he said. I don't make the rules. He doesn't know anything about having a death grip. He had zero experience. He doesn't even know anything about guns. He said he barely has any knowledge about guns. So, of course, I have to hire someone who's reputable, who has a good background, who went to one of the best schools in America, who has tons of experience on both sides, being a former medical examiner, and now he's a private consultant and a family doctor. He didn't come in here and say, yeah, he definitely had a gun in his hand. He could have. He didn't say that. He said it's consistent with a gun. Well, could have been nothing? Well, it's possible. Anything's possible. But he said it was consistent. That's his testimony. That's all I wanted y'all to see. That it's possible. A good chance. The questions that were never asked or answered by the police. So that's why we did that. You look at that. If you've been around this field, you would look at that and know in 2 seconds there's a good chance he had a gun. Maybe it was something else. What else could it have been? There was nothing in his hand. They want you to believe it was a spinal cord injury. There's no evidence of that at all. Like Dr. Maracchini didn't say that at all. I don't remember their doctor saying it, but if y'all remember that, that's fine. But he said it could have been a ball. Remember that? Could have been a ball, could have been a phone. Why would anyone get rid of a ball if it was in his hand? Still be in his hand when the police got there. Sebastian's hand. Why would anyone get rid of a phone if it was in his hand? You know it wasn't the phone in the door. I have to work hard on that one too. Where's your phone, Tyler? Eventually he admitted, I showed him the pictures and it had that fancy design on it. He had some designer and had a shattered by a bullet that went through a door. And there was no blood or hair or fiber on it, according to all the witnesses. So not consistent with any reason why Sebastian would be holding it. Did anyone have your password? How about Keyshawn? Nope. How about Chris? Nope, for your phone. The last question was, how about Sebastian? Well, maybe he broke into it. Come on. That's ridiculous. Maybe he broke into it. He wasn't holding his phone. He didn't know what to say. He knew there was a problem with that, just like he knew there was a problem with him dumping his gun. And then the gig is up when they find it. He's changing and swaying his testimony to try to convince you. Well, maybe my friend did have my phone, but he didn't because there was nothing on it to prove it at all. No blood, no hair, no fiber, nothing. Zero. So why would anyone take a ball and hide it? Was it in the car? There was nothing in the front seat consistent with what he would have had in his hand. These gangsters would take guns and try to hide them. Shell casings, anything that would show they're guilty, just like erasing phones. That's who they are. That's who these people are. Erase text messages. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for you all, you got to see Tyler's phone that was in the car. It took me 2 years to see it, but you got to see it in this trial. And Keyshawn's phone was stuck in the car, so they couldn't erase things. Maybe from the cloud they could. I don't know enough about that. But you saw some of the most important messages. Dead man walking. Travis is a dead. I've never heard that, ever. Except maybe in a movie. Maybe you all have. It's not hyperbole. I don't even know what hyperbole is. I have to go look it up. I was confused what that even meant. But you all know what that means. Travis is a dead man walking. You all know what that means. These are glimpses of what Travis faced that night, and his brother, and his mom. These are the people that he had to interact with. This isn't just what you see on the video. This is everything, those 8-10 minutes of terror. That bam, 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 like you heard DJ knock on the desk here. He judged his credibility. This guy wasn't fighting with any of the lawyers or me. He answered the best of his ability. And there are all these prior statements he made under oath that were different. You didn't hear it from Mama either. You didn't hear it from Travis either. These witnesses did the best of their ability and told you what they believed happened. Their witnesses, their civilians, all of them, every last one of them was fighting tooth and nail, playing word games, asking me to repeat the questions, asking Ms. Perlette to repeat the questions when they knew they couldn't answer them. And then they didn't admit something until they were caught in deposition. Then they would say, oh yeah, I did say that. You saw the characters of these people. You got glimpses, little glimpse of who they are. What brother? Is this chivalrous? Brother and friends? This is chivalry? This is ridiculous. This is a hit. Are they going to kill him or beat him up severely? He's got scars on his body. That's serious bodily injury. It is. Why is Mr. Estes? State said he was the independent witness. Why in the world? Man who just retired, who built power plants, has a boat, trying to live in peace, likes his neighborhood, telling you that Travis is constantly arguing with his girlfriend. It's annoying. They're constantly fighting, and she's always hitting him, and he's there with his arms folded. That day, his best friend died. He wasn't in the mood for any of this nonsense, just like DJ wasn't. And once again, here he goes again. And then he hears the car leave. But then he's half asleep, he told you, or sleeping. I don't remember his exact words. It's around midnight. And here's slapping and punching and kicking. Doesn't see the whole thing. But he looks out. And he sees it's a really serious fight. I think I asked him, was some kind of serious fight, or did it look like someone get seriously injured? He goes, someone's trying to whoop someone's ass. That's what he said. I think those were his words, actually. And he kept saying it was 3-on-1, 2-on-1 with the Rudolph brothers. Constantly. This is what he sees. He's not even outside. He's in the comfort of his own home. And he's scared to death. First time ever, he said, he grabbed his gun, went into his bedroom. This happened fast. It's 8 minutes, roughly. 8-9 minutes of what happened. Go in your bedroom for a minute or two, you're going to miss a lot. Unfortunately, the cameras, you didn't get to see the cameras because you would have saw all this. Unfortunately. I hope to God those cameras really didn't work, that they're telling you the truth. But either way, you don't have them. We can't speculate on what really did or didn't. The evidence is they didn't work, so I'll have to live with that. He goes and grabs his gun. He's not involved. No one's at his house. He's not outside helping. Why does he get his own gun? That's really important. Maybe it's not. Hey, do whatever you think is right, but why does he grab his own gun and then put the clip in it and a bullet in the chamber? And he knows how to use guns. He's a hunter. He's got plenty of guns. He knows how to shoot them. Plenty of practice. Why does he grab his own gun? He's not even involved in this in any way, shape, or form. He's annoyed. He just had one of the worst days of his life with his best friend passing. Grabs his gun in case it came to his yard. Well, Travis is unreasonable for grabbing his gun, and he's actually getting the crap beat out of him and his brother and worried about his mom, who no one's paying attention to. And he has a gun pointed at him. Even if he didn't have a gun pointed at him, he could have came out with his gun. Shouldn't have came out, but unfortunately, Daryl just reacted. As you see, he does react, unfortunately. Even when he talks to you, his answers are quick. He's not sitting there formulating his answer. Not a guy who's thinking, oh, what do I say about that? Can you repeat that question? I don't understand it, so I come up with a better answer. He talks right from his heart. I even asked him about the silly question. It wasn't silly, but it really happened, about getting hit in the head with the Patron bottle. Can you describe how that happened? And he said, yeah, it was like the whack-a-mole game at Chuck E. Cheese. It's not a guy thinking about his answers. He's quick. That's what he thought. That's a game where you sit there and have a mallet, and a kid's game, and these little things come up and you bang them down real hard. That was what he's trying to express to you, what he saw this girl do to his brother. That's all. This isn't a guy trying to formulate a story or figure out how to make it better. Linda Rudolph. Completely different than the state's witnesses. She could have easily come in here and tell y'all, I saw guns. I saw them pointing guns. I saw the guy without the shirt pointing a gun at both my sons, like they both tested. She didn't say that. She didn't see that. She was so flabbergasted and so out of her mind at what she was seeing, she couldn't even open her phone. She was in panic mode. Panic mode. Is that hard to believe? Is that reasonable? Mr. Estes didn't even see Travis go in the house. He only went in the house when he saw Tyler pulling out the gun. And that's when he realized, I should have came out with my gun, and goes back and gets it. So if he's this killer, this crazy psychopath like the state wants you to believe, why doesn't he just come out of the house? Why isn't he just sitting there in the window open, knowing that these girls sending their brothers over, his girlfriend sending the brothers over, and just waiting and just pop them off one at a time as they come up to his house? Could have done that. Could have hidden in the bushes. He didn't do that. He showed so much restraint, more than most people, and he looks up there at the camera, at the screen in his mom's house. He thinks he sees the brother, little bro that he has in his phone. Kind of guy he is. He puts the gun down. I'm going to mediate this. I'm going to calm it down. They're not going to do anything in front of my mom. Big mistake, but he did, unfortunately. If he came out with a gun, the Vandalin would have arrested him and charged him with murder if he would have shot someone while they're trying to kill him. She didn't care. You shoot somebody, you're going to jail. That's the evidence that I see. I don't care about nothing else. I don't care if you're guilty or not guilty. I'm charging you. Either way, he loses. But anyway, at least he's here and he's alive. So he puts the gun down. That shows a lot of restraint, more than most people could do. Way more. Knowing that it's now coming to fruition. Dominique calls mom. And mom is so worried from Bible study and watching videos with her twin sister that she calls her and tells her, I'm sending over to F up your son or kill your son. And then she texts her back and she says, all I'm going to tell you is that and that's the text we have. Picked the wrong one. He picked the wrong one. Yeah, well, we know that now. 100% he picked the wrong one. She was Tony Soprano. She ran this gang that night. She gets her brothers to go do her dirty work. Really is like an episode of The Sopranos or a mobster movie. It's hard to believe. If you weren't in this courtroom, you wouldn't believe it if I told you this story as my neighbor. But you got to see it. They don't mean anything, those text messages. Hyperbole. shoot his shit up. Well, that means to shoot everything in the house but people. That's what she told you. It's ridiculous. It's silly. You know what she meant. This is what Travis is dealing with. This is what DJ is dealing with. This is what the mom's dealing with. Look at the credibility of all these people. Watch the videos 1,000 more times. Who cares? You'll never, ever see, ever, unfortunately, what really happened. Why is there an oil slick that goes forward? The car went backwards. Seen them explain that one. Maybe the video is on such a weird angle, you can't really see what's happening. DJ's telling you it's not him. When he testified, the prosecutor's showing him the video, and there's a guy walking. That's not me. Maybe that's Hack. Who's Hack? Who's Hackstraw? Why is he getting texted the address of 550 Teak Drive? Their friend. Tyler's friend. Keyshawn's friend. Why are they texting him? Why doesn't the investigator go do an investigation on that? Why wait 2 years? Get that phone sooner. Go get Hack's phone. Find out where he was. You can triangulate it, you heard. You can tell where that person was. Go do a full investigation. Was there more people walking around that neighborhood? How'd Travis's car get broken? The window. Vandalin didn't know. She's the lead investigator. I don't know. Both the Rudolph brothers told you we didn't see her break the window. She left. Did she come back with her brothers, her friends, and do it? She said she didn't remember. That's what Miss Perlette asked her. How'd you do? When did you do it? I don't know. Could have checked her phone. Find out where she was at any given moment. They didn't do that. Maybe she was there giving directions around the corner. We'll never know. But she admitted for the first time ever she broke the window. Is that true? We don't know. Is it Hack? Is it somebody else who showed up? Is it a fifth or sixth guy? Oh. I remember when I was a young kid in kindergarten and first grade and stuff like that, I remember there was three monkeys with see no evil and hear no evil and speak no evil. Kind of what we have here. Don't look. Don't talk. I don't want to know anything. How do you direct a crime scene people who are, some of them very experienced? They know what they're doing. Why not direct them to go do their job? They're waiting for you as the lead detective. I wasn't asked. I wasn't asked. I wasn't asked. Defense admits that this should be a 5-minute verdict. Not asking you to say, go back there and say anything but the truth. Based on what you heard and saw in this courtroom, that's it. You're limited to that, what you have. That's it, what you were given. There's 100 conflicts. There's 100 reasonable doubts here. There's a lack of evidence everywhere. But most importantly, I urge y'all to take a vote. Did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Rudolph was not acting in self-defense? Did they prove that? That's what this boils down to. And if they didn't, the case
they
is
can't
over.
prove they can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Better luck next
They
time.
can't prove it.
You didn't prove it to me. And then whenever you feel about what happened, didn't happen, who should be charged, who shouldn't be charged, you can talk about it outside the courthouse. But in this case here, the only question you're asked is, really, was he acting in self-defense? Did they prove he was not? And I submit there's no possible way you can say yes beyond all reasonable doubt in your heart of hearts that he was not. And if you all agree on that, the case is over. You don't go to first, second, manslaughter, because he's not guilty of a crime at all. He's not.
He is guilty of.
Maybe he's not good enough.
Justifiable
Possibly it's
homicide.
not good enough. It's not. This man was acting in self-defense. He defended his brother, defended himself. I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm not going to go through every photo. I could stand up here for hours and talk to you. It's ridiculous. You heard it all. You all remember this case. And they cannot answer that question in the affirmative that they proved beyond all reasonable doubt that he was not acting in self-defense. So justice calls for a not guilty verdict. Send a message in a quick verdict. Sustained. It should be a quick verdict. because you don't have the evidence. You'll never have the evidence, and y'all know why now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shiner. There'll be rebuttal closing. How long, roughly? Well, you don't have to take all 48. All right, it's 4:26. I want you to take that into consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you stand up and stretch for just a minute, if you will, please.
Are we coming down the pipe, guys?
Apparently, we need
Bottom
a
line is the
restroom
state
break.
has no case, and I hope
It's
the jury
4:26.
comes back swift
Let's
and
make
say
it,
not guilty.
14 minutes, I guess. Be back in 14 minutes, 13 minutes. All right, 13 minutes. Remember to obey the 3 of the 4 cardinal rules. Leave your pads. Do not discuss the case. You're not yet beginning your deliberations.
Are we coming down the pipe, guys? It's the final rebuttal. I'll be right back. So while they're finishing up, guys, one in the chat if you think that the jury's gonna come back with a not guilty verdict. That's my question. It's also in the a poll on YouTube. Guilty or not guilty? That's my question to y'all. This is crazy. This is real interesting. We got 8 minutes, little more than 8 minutes before they come back with their rebuttal, closing arguments, and then we probably don't hear nothing back from the jury tonight. More than likely, we're gonna hear something from the jury tomorrow. But answer that poll.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, goodness. Cannon, you still here? Let's see what this verdict's gonna be. It's coming up, huh? Is this the countdown?
Yeah, they got the rebuttals coming up.
Rebuttals? Oh,
Lord.
Minutes.
About 20 minutes.
Lord, why? I was hoping that was it. That was a wrap, I thought. Oh, man. Now we have to listen to them again?
I think it's just the state.
Ugh. What's up, big man? You got characters? Who's this? This your sister's characters?
Before I bring the jury back in, it's been obvious that a couple of phones have gone off. That means they're on, even though you've been instructed to keep them off. Next phone goes on. If I hear it, it's going to be confiscated. Hear me? It's going to be confiscated.
Okay, man.
Turn them off. Second, apparently there have been conversations going on, snide remarks, snickering, things of that nature. If you can't behave like an adult in this courtroom, you'll be escorted out. All right? No comments, no snickering. Turn your phones off. Not silent, not vibrate, off. All right, we ready to bring the jury back in? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, we are.
Not this again.
All rise, jury entering.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats, please. All right, Mr. Clausen, you may begin the rebuttal closing argument.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shiner said during about his 90-minute closing argument that, unfortunately, we're never going to know whether Sebastian or Tyler or both of them pointed guns at him and his brother. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to steal a phrase that the defendant stole from me from my opening statement, actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words.
I stand by. He looked like a pedophile. He need Jeffrey Dahmer glasses. Look at him.
April 7th, 2021, just turning in 12:11 a.m. Now, Mr. Shiner, during his entire closing argument, kept saying this whole thing took 10 minutes. It took 8 to 10 minutes. No, it didn't. No, it did not. You have all these videos and evidence. If you ever have a doubt as to anything I'm saying, you have the power to come back in this room and watch every single video. Once I'm done talking, once the judge gives his final instruction, all that evidence is yours. Do with it what you will. But in terms of this video right here, you're going to see an earlier video of when that car pulls up first. They all get out of the car. Then the car starts to move up a little bit. It parks and they start walking.
They keep pushing that part of the case. This is minutia.
That is just before 12:06 a.m. They are walking to his house just before 12:06 a.m. 12:11. We're going to see them getting back to this car. This whole fight. Remember Dr. Maricini? Hey, an ultra marathoner. That's where you start getting rigor mortis. This entire fight took less than 3 minutes, probably. From the time it took them to walk to the front door and commit their sneak attack. You ever seen an assassin that bad, ladies and gentlemen? A sneak attack? They walked up to the front door, not wearing any masks, nothing. That's the worst sneak attack I've ever seen. They could have went in through the side door. They could have jumped into the backyard where the farm is with all their guns ablazing. That would have been a sneak attack, and that's not what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Why? They weren't going there to kill anyone. They were not going there to kill anyone. Did they want to have a talk with Travis over what they heard he had done earlier in the night? Absolutely. And as my colleague, Miss Edwards, says, you might not like the time of day. It might be rude. It might be inconvenient. Nothing illegal about a loved one going to someone's house a couple hours after something like this happened, saying, what's the deal? Do we really think this fight starts if Travis comes out and says, I'm so sorry, man. Everything got crazy. She got crazy. I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry. Do we really think any of this happens? Do we really think they decide to still jump him when he apologizes? No, but that's not what this defendant does. He goes on the offensive. He goes on the offense. And that's why you're all sitting there and he's sitting there. He could not control his anger that night, ladies and gentlemen, and he made sure they could never come back and disrespect him. 90 minutes, Mr. Shiner spoke. What he left out during that is what not only this defendant said his brother Daryl was, but where Daryl said he was. Remember, they did a whole demonstration right in front of you. Both of them. Couldn't be more clear. 10 feet, and he was on my right. That's the only way this defendant gets his brother to be able to get up and say, I saw those same guns pointed at us too through the windshield. Let's take a look at the video, because the video does not lie. Here they are getting into the car. Here's it backing up. The first shots. I think you'd all agree with me. Those first shots come basically at the 11-second mark. So remember, 11-second mark. This defendant, along with his brother, said, when those shots start firing out, Daryl should be somewhere right over here, right? He's on his right-hand side, 10 feet away, to be able to see in the windshield. Daryl should be right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how many seconds go by before Daryl comes on this video.
You're blocking the view, Mr. Clausen.
I'm gonna go back. Here's Daryl right here. Is that to the defendant's left, 10 feet away, or is that Daryl catching up behind him when the threat was completely over? If you can't see this on this screen, ladies and gentlemen, we have this laptop. You can look at the laptop screen. He is right there. There is nobody else outside. That is definitive. And now Mr. Shiner is saying, well, not only is there a phantom gun, there's a phantom. You can watch Daryl run after Tyler. You can watch him do it. See the figure? Coming across, speeding up now, running past his brother, and running up that driveway. That is Daryl Rudolph, ladies and gentlemen. He is not only not where he and his brother say he was, he couldn't be more wrong. He couldn't be more wrong about where he was when those shots are going off. Ask yourselves why. Ask yourselves why. He knows he's trying to save his brother. He knows the only way he saves his brother is to put guns in Sebastian and Tyler's hands. And the only way he can agree with his brother is to put himself in a place where he could have seen any of that. This video shows he was nowhere near that. He was nowhere near his brother. No one was aiming guns at him. He walks onto screen. He goes toward the guys in the car that are leaving. These are the guys that are traumatized about what just happened right before they get down to that car. It's not true, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not true. Maybe he didn't notice himself as a phantom in the right-hand corner of that before they started talking, but it's there, and it's 100% different than what they said. Why? Because it's not the truth. Daryl Rudolph was no longer in any type of trouble when he decided to fire off 39 shots, and the video proves that. The video proves that. Actions speak louder than words. When it comes to this event, Daryl Rudolph said, I had to ask him, hey, out on the lawn, when he pointed that gun at you, how far away was that gun? Oh, I'd say probably guesstimate 10 inches away from my skull. Getting his life threatened, according to Daryl. What does he do? What does he do? Not only does this video show, he chases after the man that had a firearm 10 inches away from his temple. He runs him down. What was Daryl's plan going to be? To get shot in the face? That doesn't make any sense. And to Daryl's credit, I asked him, you know your answer about why you did that, why you ran after the only person that you claim you saw had a gun. Why would you run after him? I asked him,
The state
that
gets a
doesn't make
rebuttal,
sense,
so
right?
they do their
To
closing
his
arguments,
credit,
and the state has the ability to have a
it
rebuttal.
doesn't make sense.
So that's why he's speaking
because
again,
it's not the truth.
which is BS because they're
That's
selling that
not
same bill
what
of goods that they
any
tried to sell in the
reasonable
beginning.
person in that
It's all
situation,
bullshit.
if what
It's all
he's
bullshit.
claiming
They
is
know they
true,
don't have a
would
case.
have done.
They know
You
that
do not
they
run
know that they're
after
relying on
the
it's not
one guy
clear
that's
enough.
armed when you absolutely aren't. By this point, ladies and gentlemen, essentially, there's been two worlds presented. The world from the Rudolphs about what happened that day, and the version from the state. Once you start funneling every fact, every piece of evidence that you've gotten in this trial through those two worlds, one of those worlds, a lot of alarm bells going to go off. A lot of alarm bells going to be like, you know what? That's absolutely not what I would expect. And one world, everything makes sense. Just take Daryl Rudolph's reaction. Let's live in the defense world. Does that make any sense what he does? No, it doesn't. He said it himself. Why? It's not the truth. Now put it in the prosecution's world. Does it make sense why he ran after Tyler Robinson? Of course it does. Because if Tyler Robinson and none of them ever flashed a gun, pointed a gun, did anything with a gun, he's just chasing after the guy that disrespected the house. Maybe wants to get a few punches in himself. Does that ring any alarm bells, ladies and gentlemen, that version of the story about why he runs after the gun? No. Because you're running after somebody to get a few extra punches in. Take Travis's and Daryl's reactions after this all occurs. When you watch the video of this defendant marching down the street with that gun, is that a man afraid that there's any gunfire going to be coming back his way? No, he's marching like he's Superman and Rambo combined. Does that make any sense? Wouldn't he try to duck behind a car when they're driving around and Tyler jumps over the fence? How does he know Tyler isn't going to just look over the fence and shoot at him? He nonchalantly walks back to his house with his brother. How is that possible? If this traumatizing event that prevented his mother from even typing in her own passcode or using the emergency button to call 911, does that make any sense? No. Now, put it in the prosecution world. If they never saw a gun from any of those four guys, does it make sense why he's marching down the street feeling like he's bulletproof? Does it make sense as to why Daryl just feels he can walk back to the house even though he has no idea where Tyler is? Yes, because that's the truth. That's the truth. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, no action can
He's
speak louder than
obfuscating the facts and making up his own alternative facts, guys.
Daryl Rudolph, his mother, don't call 911. Don't call 911. That start to ring any alarm bells? Why they wouldn't do that? This woman had cameras everywhere. Everywhere. And you heard her testimony. She thought they were recording. When he is getting handcuffs put on him, what better moment is there to at least tell the guy putting the cuffs on, maybe you got this all wrong? Not a word. Not a
One in the chat if he looked like a
look out the
pedophile.
window
One in the
saying
chat
they
if he
had
looked like a
guns.
pedophile.
She didn't scream out the window they had guns. Daryl, when he's texting back and forth, doesn't even mention the word gun.
This guy's
Why?
too much.
Because they did not use any guns, and now, in front of all of you, they're trying to put those phantom guns in his hands.
Phantom
In
guns that were
Sebastian's hand
there.
and in
Phantom
Tyler's
guns
hand,
that were
'cause
there.
That's the
Come
only way
on.
he gets out of murder, ladies and gentlemen, and he knows it.
The guns
There's
were
the
there.
Rudolph
How are they phantom
family
invisible
story,
guns?
and then there is the truth. He was not in any imminent danger when he decided to pull that trigger. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, 39 times at a car that was leaving. And Mr. Shiner wants to say that video shows it going forward first. Okay. You'll have a chance to watch these videos, ladies and gentlemen. All you got to do is ask. You haven't seen it enough already. And if you're not clear. Detective Vanderlyn said we didn't talk about him. Here's some quotes from Mr. Shiner. Lack of investigation. Didn't give a damn. Did absolutely nothing. She didn't care. She didn't want to know. Where'd all this come from? Where did every single one of that piece of evidence come from? Videos, text messages, guns, ammunition, photographs, CSI, call logs, cell phones. Everything came from her. He said she did nothing. Did I just make all this stuff up out of thin air? No. But for Detective Vanderland, none of this is here. None of it. And he just got up before all of you and acted like she didn't do a thing. That's not true. He wants to force you all to believe she's a terrible detective. How did I just play that video I just showed you? She lucked into it? No. These officers did everything they could to get to the bottom of how Sebastian ends up dead, how Tyler ends up with 2 shots in his body, and how Keyshawn and Chris barely dodged the same fate. These are all the defense exhibits. These are ours. They're just blow-ups of the evidence that Vanderland got. So literally, everything on this table, everything on that table, everything defense has in an exhibit, Detective Vanderland. And he just got up here and said she didn't do a thing. Didn't do a thing. That's not true either. That's trying to force you to doubt what this investigation revealed, ladies and gentlemen. And as we talked about, forced doubts are not reasonable doubts. They're not. How do you not search for guns over there? And I think during his closing, he also said, did any of the defense witnesses play games? Daryl Rudolph did. Once he got caught on this videotape, seeing that he's absolutely not where he said he was to you a few minutes before, oh, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. That's playing games, ladies and gentlemen, because he has no good explanation for that. And how do they not search for guns? Ask Daryl during cross-examination. Detective Vanderland gave you the card, right? Call her anytime you want. Tell her anything you want. Oh, I don't remember that. Well, then we go back to the hearing. About a year ago. No juror members here. What do you say right away? When asked the question, did Detective Vanderland give you a business card? Yes. Did she tell you that you can call her anytime with any relevant information that you have? Yes. But he gets up there in front of all y'all. Oh, I don't even know who she is. He doesn't now know the main detective on his brother's case. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Linda Rudolph. Again, all those cameras there. Ring videos, text messages, everything. Same thing. Detective Vanderland wants to hear from you. He's acting like he did. Detective Vanderland didn't even try. Didn't even try. Just put him in cuffs. Let him walk away. Linda has something to say, don't want to hear it. Oh, Daryl has something to say, don't want to hear it. Can't be any different than the truth. Linda Rudolph doesn't want to admit that either, ladies and gentlemen. She wants to pretend like that detective wrote her off, when in actuality, that detective gave her every chance to say the word gun, and she never did. Think about that. Think about what a reasonable person, if what Linda, Daryl, and Travis are saying is true, wouldn't that be the first and only thing you would say to those cops that are waiting outside?
She doesn't need to talk
and
to
this
them.
whole excuse of, oh, we heard sirens, so guess they would just figure everything out. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a break. You know, in here, that's garbage. That's a garbage excuse. You know it. If you knew the police were coming, then why didn't you interact with them? Even then, let's assume that story is true somehow. Well, when the cops are there, why aren't you running out to them to say, my son's just got attacked. I'm so traumatized over it. It's because that didn't happen. They knew that. Quite frankly, she might have been worried that the cameras did capture everything her son just did unjustifiably outside, and that's why she can't talk to the cops at that moment, and nor can Daryl, because they don't have time yet to come up with how Travis
But the ring camera caught everything.
First-degree murder, ladies and gentlemen. On the flip side, did Chris Lowe, did Keyshawn, did they talk to the police right after this? Yes, it can be done. It's easily done. You have Keyshawn's 911 call, and in that call, he gives a quick, to-the-point summary of what took place. Then, when you want to watch the officer body-worn camera from Detective Etienne that spoke with Chris Lowe, he does the same thing. They're clearly in shock, too. They had a dead body sitting right next to them who was their best friend. And somehow they're able to muster up what happened at that house. His brother, silent. His mother, silent. Even as they're seeing him carted away in handcuffs. Does that make any sense in that world?
Because you
No.
keep your mouth shut until your
It's not the
lawyer
truth.
comes. Come on.
It's not. We can understand why. Okay? If in your packets there was a form, had a question, said, is Daryl Rudolph a generally good guy? Sub question, is Linda Rudolph generally a good woman? I tell you to mark yes. I tell you. They didn't do anything here. They didn't put themselves in this position. They didn't make Travis do what he did. In fact, Linda Rudolph tried to stop him. Linda Rudolph tried to stop him. If anything they said were true about these assailants that are just horribly beating them up to a pulp, even though we don't have any photographs, none of them went to the hospital, nothing serious injury in the course of a 3-minute fight, then why isn't she telling the police that is what happened?
He's like
Would have been very easy.
a caricature
Just
of
like
Jeremy
Chris was
Teven.
able to do somehow when he's in shock, just like Keyshawn calling 911. It can be done when you want the police to know what happened.
Attorney at law.
And when you don't, it speaks volumes. That silence from them is deafening, and you know in your hearts why they didn't do that. Why would they have to be forced to come in? Kept saying, well, if I ever got a subpoena, hey, seems to me that for the last 2 years, your son has been charged with murder. At what point are you going to come and tell us he's innocent?
When they got a lawyer making sure you're not
Now,
railroading them
in front of y'all.
in the
That's all.
examination.
You don't think Detective Vanderlyn goes back with them dogs or them drones or anything like that if the word gun even got mentioned by any of them? Do you really think she doesn't care? That's not true. That is forcing you
They found
to doubt.
they found the gun. The police
Dr.
found the
Maricini,
gun.
that is the definition of a possible doubt. He literally said, could be a gun, could be nothing. $12,000, please. I was the one that said, hey, did you take a look at his left hand? Gun could be in there too. Where's my $12,000?
That's true. I remember they objected to it in the Kyle Rittenhouse case.
Just got up here and said,
You
we
can't-
paid him
you
a couple
can't-
thousand.
you can't
That's $10,000 off that bill for that testimony.
That's facts.
And by the way, Mr. China left out the fact that guy's never testified for the state. Ever. 2/3 income, 100%.
Because they're trying to talk
I
like the
testified
urban
for
black
defense.
man. That's
I
why
wonder
he
that
did
is.
that.
I wonder why that is.
Mockingly.
That's $12,000 to
He's saying
force
he's
you
being
to doubt
condescending?
whether or not Sebastian had a gun in his hand. That's what that is.
Who's
That
he
ain't a
mocking?
reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. You heard Dr. Osborne say those marks that paid expert came in and said, oh, those are indicative of, gun marks in his hand. Dr. Osborne got up and said, no, that's lividity. That's pooling of blood. That is absolutely not what that is. He has no skin in the game. He doesn't get paid more or less based on what he says. He told you Dr. Maricini was wrong. And we know why he's wrong. He's getting paid to be wrong. He's getting paid to force a doubt in your heads about, oh, that's absolutely a gun that was in his hand. Well, we all know that's not true. That's not what he said. That's not what it means. It's the definition of a possible.
But they didn't check either. They didn't pat them down at the scene. They didn't see if there were any guns in that car, knowing they had a gunshot victim.
Shiner
To see if
said,
maybe the assailant
well,
was actually in the car themselves.
And
They
Daryl
didn't do any of that. They did no
trust the
police work
police
whatsoever.
after Travis got arrested. What about before? What about before? There was plenty of time before Travis was ordered out of the house for them to talk to the police. Not a word. Didn't know what to say. They know what to say now.
Why would you be
We can
talking to the
understand.
police?
It's a brother and a mother who love the man sitting in that chair very much. We can understand why they said what they said. We don't have to accept it as truth. In fact, the video contradicts it completely, and common sense does too. We can feel sorry for Daryl and Linda and Sebastian and Keyshawn. We can. It's not their fault. It's his fault right there. He pulled the trigger 39 times. He was pissed off that they disrespected his mama's house, and he was going to make sure they could never come back and do it again. He doesn't have that legal right, ladies and gentlemen. Nowhere in that package you all have says that he can. It says that there had to be an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm when he pulled that trigger, and the evidence, the facts, the testimony, even his and his brothers and his mother's show This wasn't out of an imminent threat of death or bodily harm. This was payback. How dare you come over here and disrespect me? That is against the law, especially when you murder one person and almost kill 3. Tyler forgot to put a bullet in the chamber. I'm sorry. Wasn't this the guy that they said, along with the other 3, that their only motivation coming over to the house was to kill somebody? And now he's saying, oh, he just forgot to put the bullet in the chamber. Does that seem like doesn't jive anymore, folks, right? Said in their opening statement, these 4 men were coming over, vigilantes, set on killing, set on shooting shit up. Where's the shit that got shot up? Where is it? Tyler? All of them. Remember in their opening said all 4 had guns. Don't know where that came from. Where is the shit that got shot up by those 4 guys if their sole determination was to come over and there and do that? As opposed to the state's version of, hey, Dominique was real pissed off and they went over because they were pissed off too, and they were going to start a fight with him if he wanted one. Does that make sense? Any alarm bells, ladies and gentlemen? No, because it's the truth. Tyler could have shot Daryl right in his face in the grass. Doesn't happen. When the fight first starts, any of them, according to Mr. Shiner, pull out the gun, shoot anyone, shoot the BMW, shoot the house, shoot the cameras. Not a shell casing, ladies and gentlemen, not one anywhere but his. 39 of them. How does that make any sense? Don Quaker. This ain't like a Sopranos episode, ladies and gentlemen. To turn Dominique Jones into Tony Soprano is a joke. Travis is the victim. Travis is the victim. Cheats on his girlfriend. Undisputed. When he gets in front of all of you, tries to say, well, all that. Would tend to get upset if they find out the person that they've been dating for a year. But there's no evidence she was cheating on anybody. I think all the evidence is she loved him. Unfaithful, and lo and behold, all makes sense. Now, words, can't let you do that. But she smacked him upside his head, and the accusation that's coming on after this fact, we know about that whole story. If all of it was just Dominique reacting, he would not be upset with his brother. So that's how we know his brother was not the calm, cool, and collected person that they say he is 24/7. So she gets mad. She tells her loved ones what Travis did, and they come over to talk with him about it. Again, totally understandable, ladies and gentlemen. When they get up to that door is they want, and ladies and gentlemen, from Daryl and Linda. This fight happens. All of them are getting text messages or phone calls saying, hey, we're coming over there. We're coming over there to have a chat about what just happened. This was a couple hours beforehand. They have the cameras pointing down at the front door. Daryl gets up and testifies, I thought it was the police. I just ran to the door and I didn't look anything. Give me a break. Give me a break. These are the same people that constantly talked about the sad event of either their father or husband dying, so much so that it was so traumatizing that they're so scared that they put that screen up there to be able to tell who is outside of their house. And Daryl gets in front of gets up on that stand and says, oh, I didn't look at that monitor at 12 midnight after all these threats came because I just figured it was the police. Give me a break. Give us a break. That's not true. And we know it in here. He saw who was outside. He wanted to go diffuse it. Then Travis saw who was outside, and he wanted to put the argument into motion. He wanted to give his side of it, and he started that fight. He started it, and he certainly ended it, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the facts and the evidence show. No shell casings from anybody else but this defendant. Not one. Despite these guys being these murderous vigilantes, they somehow aren't able to pop off a shot when 39 are ringing back at them. Say what you want. Say what you want about on the porch, out on the lawn, walking down the road. Whether or not they could have pulled the gun, would have shot then, I submit to you, those are plenty of good times if they were on a murderous rampage. That would have been the time to shoot the gun. But absolutely, when 39 shots start ringing out, they don't take one defensive shot back to try to get him to stop.
They're not shooters like that.
Give us a break. We know that if they had not one but two pointed directly at him and his brother, they would have pulled that trigger if it was anything close to true. There'd be a shell casing inside that car. There'd be a shell casing outside of the car. There'd be another shell casing that doesn't come from that Sig Sauer, and we don't have it. Why? Because they're trying to force you to believe that guns were in their hands when this happened, ladies and gentlemen, and forcing you to believe it, imagining that it happened, speculating that a gun might have been there. Those are not reasonable. Actions and the lack thereof can speak louder than words. He was not defending himself, ladies and gentlemen. He was pissed off. Just like they were pissed off. Difference is, every one of them that came in here, they acknowledged their role in this. Even looking back, saying in hindsight 2020, maybe we don't do that at midnight in terms of going over and confronting him. All of them acknowledged their faults. He got up and said, Detective Vanderlyn said she never made a mistake. I'll rely on you guys to go back in that jury room and see, was there ever a time that she was like, you know what? It was an oversight. You're right. I should have done that. Of course she did. She's not perfect. It's clear she didn't do nothing, ladies and gentlemen. And it's clear that she cares about this case because of all the work that she did to try to figure out who did it. And the answer is Travis Rudolph, because he was pissed off. Because he was pissed off. Hasn't been easy. We appreciate all your time. Your verdict's not going to be easy. Like Mr. Shiner said, a lot of people affected by this case. A lot of people. But that last jury instruction says, when you go back there, it's not a
Is that their stream bugging, Jay? Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I think Jay, I don't know, I think Jay computer might have died or crashed or something. He was running the stream for me while I'm out, work grifting out here.
Oh man. Yo said Jay on autopilot. Oh man, hold on. Let me see if I can't get Jay. Give me a second, y'all. Let me see if I can't grab Jay. So long crime allegedly went down. Let me see. I'm looking for it now. There we go. So it looked like they the closing arguments is done. Fucking Howdy Doody, attorney at law, finished talking. The judge is giving some instructions to the jury. Sorry, guys. No, I got it. It like it came back up on law and crime, so we good to go. So it looks like the lawyers they're done, and the jury's going to deliberate. Man. So, bruh, this shit was crazy, man. This shit was crazy. I'm hoping that they find him not guilty. I don't think that the state had a case at all. I don't think the state had a case whatsoever. I don't think they ever had a case. They were really trying to demonize him for the gun that he had. They were trying to say that he wasn't acting in self-defense. He was acting in malice and all this other shit, when that's clearly not the case. Not only does the testimony from the mother and the brother contradict the state, but the state's own witnesses' testimonies contradict the state's evidence. You keep talking about imaginary guns. When they had guns, we saw the guns, The gun-sniffing dog found the gun to one of the assailants that was with the girl brother. They never did a DNA check on the gun. They never patted them guys down or frisked those guys or checked the car, the Cadillac, to see if there was any more guns. They didn't bring the gun-sniffing dog over to that part of the town. It was all bullshit from the start. This was all they had the narrative from Jump Street. It was never a fact-finding mission for them. It was to pin this whole thing on Travis Rudolph. It was to make Travis Rudolph look like a murderer. That's what it was. When in fact, what happened was these wannabe gangsters went to this dude's house to think they was going to outnumber him and jump him, and they fucking soon found out that's not how that shit was going to go. None of them dickheads were shooters. None of them wannabes were shooters. That's why they ain't bust a shot off. because they was scared. It don't matter if he had a round in the chamber or not. They was scared. I wouldn't be shocked to find out that Keyshawn Jones and his sister come from decent money. Out here trying to play gangster and shit. I tell you, but anyway, check it, right? If they come back with a verdict tonight, I'm gonna be live. We're gonna be live anyway with Jay and Cannon on Jay's channel. Make sure you go subscribe to Jay Pylon. It's gonna be interesting, guys. If not, I'll be back tomorrow if they come back with a verdict, and we're gonna talk about it. Anyway, guys, I gotta get back to the grind. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me for 6 hours and 48 minutes. God damn, we've been streaming for a minute. Anyways, Cannon Hotep saying, be safe, stay strapped, and don't miss. Don't forget, tonight, 9:30, Jay and Cannon on Jay Pylon's channel. We holla at you.